vanish, and that is terrifying. But It's also something that goes against YouTube's terms of service, yet it has taken an entire week for YouTube to make a decision regarding the Sniper Wolf situation. Confirming Sniper Wolf has received a temporary monetization suspension per creator responsibility policies. Off-platform actions that put others' personal safety at risk, harm our community, and the behavior on both sides isn't what we want on YouTube. Hoping everyone helps move this conversation to a better place. This pissed off about 90% of the people who read this tweet, by the way. I personally do think that YouTube has favoritism in this situation with Sniper Wolf. I do think they are biased when it comes to Sniper Wolf, and that she gets preferential treatment. And I have mentioned my concerns, and I will later on again in this video as well, about YouTube potentially taking action against Jack's Films for making so many videos on Sniper Wolf. But this is worded in such a way that it sounds like him critiquing Sniper Wolf in YouTube videos is just as bad as her showing up to his house. I don't care about whether or not you disagree with Jack making several videos on Sniper Wolf critiquing her content. That doesn't mean that what she did to him was okay, and it shouldn't be treated like Jack has done something equally as bad. He made YouTube videos, she showed up to his house. Looking past the both sides backhanded part of this, I do have a few other concerns. How long is she being demonetized for? Is it going to be a weekend, a week, a month, a couple of months? And while I personally don't believe I should be the person to determine what punishment Sniper Wolf should get by any means, I do think that just temporarily demonetizing her channel, again for a length of time that we do not know, doesn't seem like much of a punishment considering how much money she probably makes on YouTube. She's one of their top creators, so she will be fine financially for a while, especially if this situation is temporary. With the announcement of Sniper Wolf's temporary demonetization, there has been a little bit of concern, especially with people who have the vidIQ plugin, which is what I also have. When you want to find out if a channel or a video is demonetized through the vidIQ plugin, you can check through this little symbol right here. If it is gray, that means it's not monetized. If it's green, that means it is monetized. When it was first mentioned that Sniper Wolf's videos were going to be temporarily demonetized, immediately people went over to her videos. Her most recent video at the time was marked as demonetized, but they went to her previous videos, which still had a green $sign indicating that it could potentially still be monetized. Now, if you looked at her channel, the entire channel did say demonetized. On top of that, people have also been pointing this out. A user on Twitter states, a user from the r/JacksFilms subreddit made note of how Sniper Wolf, I think they meant to say is, taking old videos from her main channel that is currently demonetized and putting them on a monetized alternative channel. Do you think this is ban evading?
Right up to their eye. It's like Russian roulette.
No. I want to watch this again. This is so awful. Please don't do this. Please don't try this at home.
But the first thing I wanted to do was make sure that the Sniper Wolf Top Videos channel wasn't just some sort of fan-made channel. So I went to the official Sniper Wolf channel with 34 million subscribers, went to her channels tab, and boom, there it is. And holy crap, it says that the entire channel is monetized. As of right now, the most recent video she posted reacting to funniest TikToks does not seem to be monetized. I clicked on the video and no ad popped up. However, I did click on another video that was posted within the last few days testing the wildest viral internet trends. This says it's demonetized, but an ad popped up. What's important to note, however, that even if a video isn't monetized, ads could still play. To give YouTube money, it's just not going to give the channel money. There has been an update made by YouTube on this situation. For some reason, this was posted on Reddit of all platforms. I don't know why this wasn't posted on a website like Twitter, where most people are engaging in the situation, but they stated on r/JacksFilms, hi there, jumping in to confirm that the Sniper Wolf Top Videos channel was also temporarily suspended from the YouTube Partner Program per our Creator Responsibility Guidelines. Consistent with that policy, we applied the YouTube Partner Program suspension to the creators' associated channels. There's two options that I can assume here. The first is that Sniper Wolf tried to upload on the other channels, hoping that she could still earn monetization from it without YouTube catching it, and it took them a day or two to realize, oh, let's shut that down. The second option is that extensions like vidIQ just could possibly possibly take a few days to show that. I'm guessing, by the way, I'm not saying that as a fact. I'm basing that off of the assumption that other programs such as Social Blade take a few days to update as well. One thing that validates this theory a little bit is that Sniper Wolf is continuing to upload despite being demonetized right now. But again, both of those are just educated guesses. At the very least, we do have confirmation now that YouTube has demonetized all of Sniper Wolf's related channels. Some question whether or not her trying to monetize a different channel would be considered ban evading. I wouldn't call it ban evading since she wasn't banned. I would call it demonetization evading. I don't know if such a thing would receive the same consequence as ban evading, but would that even matter when it comes to Sniper Wolf at this point, since she seems to be good at evading consequences in general? To give credit where it's due, I am shocked that YouTube did anything at all. It's the very least that people were hoping for, but I'm even more shocked that Sniper Wolf had come out with her own apology. Let me start by saying I'm sorry for my recent actions. It's inexcusable. I'm sorry to Jaxfilm, YouTube, the entire creator community, and my incredible fans for not being a better example for appropriate conflict resolution. Jaxfilm, while we currently don't see eye to eye and have our differences, I am sorry for reacting the way that I did when I should have taken the opportunity to show young creators how adults and professionals resolve conflict by communicating directly, respectfully, and privately, not for views or content, but a meaningful example of how conflict should be solved. I will reach out directly and hope we can find some time to connect and communicate respectfully. I'd also like to thank YouTube for holding me accountable. I deserve it. Respect the decision and appreciate the opportunity to learn and grow from a true lapse in judgment. Oh no!
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
Oftentimes when somebody makes an apology online, they will get flooded with comments saying this isn't genuine, you don't mean it, even if they actually do. But in this circumstance, I 100% believe that this apology actually was insincere and was not something she wanted to do for two reasons. One, this was posted at the same time that YouTube had made their post on the situation after being silent for a week. And two, the amount of times that Sniper Wolf has doubled down and defended herself and played herself as the victim in this situation, there is no way that within a few days her entire demeanor changed and she somehow saw the light that she was wrong. While once again I cannot prove this, so it is speculation, it is my belief that she was forced to make this apology by YouTube or she would have faced even more consequences. I want to point something else out that worries me. We haven't heard anything from Jaxfilms over the past few days. Nothing on Twitter, nothing on YouTube. At the time of recording this, which is 6 o'clock in the morning on October 23rd, I have been recording several different segments of this video for an entire week. I wanted to check and see if his channel was demonetized, and according to vidIQ, his channel does remain with the green dollar sign. However, if you go onto each and every individual upload he has, all of them are gray. That, combined with this, again, backhanded comment made in YouTube's statement, scares the shit out of me. I do want to make an edit here, which is now October 25th at 3 in the morning. Some of the videos are back to being green again, with the exception of his latest video about the situation posted last week, but due to the serious nature of it, it is possible he just uploaded that without monetizing it, and that's why it says it wasn't monetized. The previous videos, however, did seem to be monetized before, then it said it was gray, and now it says it's monetized again. Could he have possibly lost monetization on his channel for a week, or is vidIQ really being glitchy? I genuinely hope that they did not end up punishing him for this situation as well. If they wanted to take action in this situation and penalize Jaxfilms for making too many videos on Sniper Wolf, it should have been before this situation even occurred, because now it seems like they're just punishing him for something that could have been entirely avoidable had their golden YouTuber never showed up to his fucking house. Again, since Jaxfilms hasn't made any statements as of yet, this is just speculation, but I'm worried. Not only would this set a very terrifying precedent for the situation unfolding right now, but what would that say for every single YouTuber who has ever spoken out about another creator or something going on the platform or anything in general? But before I get ahead of myself, let's check the Jaxfilms channel. Again, the channel itself has the green dollar sign, but so did the Sniper Wolf top videos. But you go to the most most recent video, and that $sign is gray. So again, similar to the Sniper Wolf top videos situation, there is an ad on this. That doesn't necessarily mean he's getting any revenue from it though, as we've discussed. Let's look at some more. If we're going off of vidIQ alone, this does not look good, but I will point out that I have seen more ads on these videos than I have on any of the other channels we just looked at. I don't know if this is a glitch. He hasn't uploaded in a few days. Future me, or past me technically by the time you watch this video, coming in here to state that these videos were also turned back to green. Having this happen with 2 channels now makes me extremely suspicious. By the time that I upload this video, there is a chance that we may have answers to this already. One last thing I want to discuss here with this Jax Film situation is something that I've seen a lot, and I think it is a valid thing to discuss. It's something that I did talk about in my first video about the Sniper Wolf versus Jax Film situation. I am genuinely surprised that YouTube hasn't done anything about the Jax Films channel at this point, because there have been other creators who have made multiple videos on other creators in the past who have at points gotten their channels terminated over it. That does not mean that he deserves to have her show up at his house and make him feel unsafe and post his house to her millions of followers online. And what irritates me the most is that she tries to say no, she didn't dox him, and to accuse her of doing that is slander. Sniper Wolf, in my opinion, is a very vindictive and malicious person, especially when it comes to retaliation. If you really want to talk about slander, Sniper Wolf, let's talk about slander.
A lie is not merely stating a falsehood. It is deliberately stating a falsehood, meaning you know what you're saying is actually wrong, but you're saying it anyway. That's what a lie is. And she lied.
The reason why I have talked about things in Sniper Wolf's past is to create a timeline and show you that the person she was years ago feels like the same person she is today. And with every new and continuing situation she finds herself in every few months, it just proves itself more and more and more, allegedly, in my opinion. In my last video discussing the lawsuit between Sniper Wolf and her future ex-husband, Evan, it was mentioned that Sniper Wolf had allegedly just been the face of the channel, while Evan, or Sausage, had allegedly been the one doing most of the hard work, including, back in the day, playing the video game footage where she would allegedly not be the one actually playing. Why this is so significant is because back then, she had gone after another creator named Girl Gone Gamer and claimed that Girl Gone Gamer was faking her own gameplay, and this caused Girl Gone Gamer's career to essentially go down the tubes. It was detrimental to her as a girl playing video games on YouTube. Since then, Sniper Wolf's channel has grown exceptionally large here on YouTube, while Girl Gone Gamer seems to have been forgotten and left in the past. That was not the only person she affected around that time in her YouTube career. She had gotten a feud with another creator who went by the name of Enigmahood. Years ago, Enigmahood had made videos on Sniper Wolf criticizing her for different things that she had done, one being the way that she had treated her fans. Sniper Wolf really didn't like this. It got to a point where she filed a DMCA, which I find extremely funny. Not funny haha, funny what the fuck. There is a video of Sniper Wolf talking about why she DMCA'd him. Let's roll that clip really quick.
He made a video using my content. He re-uploaded my video and essentially just insulted me over it. And I really don't like people using my content without permission, especially if it's in a negative way, but if it's in a positive way and you ask me first, it's fine, go for it. So I reported his video on YouTube for copyright, and he made another butthurt video saying I filed a false copyright claim and that he was entitled to use my content.
Does anybody else see the irony here? She didn't want other people to upload her content without her permission.
A couple of years ago, he re-uploaded one of my videos, and you can't just take somebody else's content and re-upload it and monetize it. So I filed the copyright claim with YouTube trying to take it down.
The video that Enigmahood had done was done with fair use. Yes, he did share clips of Sniper Wolf's video in his video, but he provided commentary, his own opinions, and thoughts over it. Which, by the way, really quick, I do not agree with every single thing he said about Sniper Wolf. There are some things that I definitely do not condone, but at the end of the day, what he had said in this video that had gotten DMCA'd was fair use, and in order to appeal a DMCA on YouTube, you have to provide the person who filed the DMCA with your personal information, your name, your address, pretty much anything that's identifiable, because if they wanted to take it to court, they would need that information. This is also the same with copyright takedown requests. Enigma Hood claims that she filed a DMCA against him, while she claims that she reported him for copyright. In both situations, if you would like to appeal it, you would have to provide your information. Not only does Enigma Hood claim that Sniper Wolf doxed him with this information,
she has also doc dropped me.
Allegedly, we'll get into that later, but sometime after, she had also made a very, very serious accusation against Enigma Hood that has followed him up to the current day. This is something that has caused him harassment for years and years at this point. In a video titled My Biggest Hater, which is still up by the way and has 3.1 million views, Sniper Wolf claimed to the world that Enigma Hood was a registered sex offender.
And in the copyright process, I got his real name, and of course I googled his name, and it turns out he is a registered sex offender. He is a registered sex offender.
First of all, as many people, including Enigma Hood himself, have responded with, there is no such information when you look it up on Google. Many people have made videos talking about how there has been nothing on Google. Enigma Hood had responded, adamantly denying this accusation entirely.
So SS Sniper Wolf has decided to slander my name by accusing me of being a sex offender. She has also doc dropped me and revealed my real name and my personal information, which her fanboys have been posting in her video in the comment section over and over. She has done this before as well. I am seriously considering to sue her. Everything else she said in the video, I really couldn't care less about. It's laughably stupid. But accusing someone of being a sex offender is a criminal offense when you are deliberately lying to defame and slander someone's good name. This is not covered underneath the First Amendment. You are not allowed to accuse someone of a criminal offense and then paint them as a criminal, as a sex offender. One of the most odious and repugnant crimes in the world. It is also incredibly hypocritical that she accuses me of this repugnant, awful crime when she herself is a convicted felon who was arrested for armed robbery. I was never arrested once in my entire life. Not once.
He's a long-time hater.
Long time hater.
I have average access to the internet. I am an average person who does my best to research as much as I possibly can. I have searched every database that I can think of. I have spent hours trying to find anything that could indicate that what Sniper Wolf said here was true. I tried to search not just Google, but databases, files, everything possible. I have found nothing. I wanted to add in that even while editing this video, I am still actively searching for any information that can indicate that anything that Sniper Wolf had said about Enigma Hood is true or not. The reason for me doing this is because of how heavy an accusation like this is. I'm trying to go over this situation as seriously and carefully that I possibly can. At this current point in time, there is no evidence whatsoever to prove that what Sniper Wolf said was true. No registry, no arrest records, no court records. We have Enigma Hood himself adamantly denying this accusation, and sorry for the spoiler, but filing a lawsuit over this. More on that in a moment. Not only that, but during the time that this was really circulating, people have come out with their own videos stating that they also could not find any evidence of what Sniper Wolf said to be true.
Because based upon my investigation into this, and I have ways to check on things that you guys don't, there's no evidence, reasonable or otherwise, that was to say
your skill has increased.
There's anything what she said. Absolutely not. He has nothing in his. There's nothing. There's nothing on him. It's clean.
He said that he was a registered sex offender, quote unquote. Her words, not mine.
You go watch the video and tell me I'm wrong. Upon further investigation on the National Register for Sexual Offenders by the Department of Justice, there is no such name.
Your skill has increased.
Of this person. I'm talking about the proper name of Enigma Hood, not his username on YouTube, okay? Before you even hit me up in the comments.
Enigma Hood is not a registered sex offender. I know this because I did my own research. She made it a point to put his real name and dox him in her comment section. So she put his real name down in the comment section so anybody can find it. And I looked up his real name and it turns out he's not a registered sex offender.
All of these video examples are several years old, and they're from channels that are seemingly much smaller than Sniper Wolf's channel was, making it much easier for these testimonies to be forgotten about or not even seen by most people, while Sniper Wolf's video is still resting at 3.1 million views. Sniper Wolf must have gotten a lot of questions about it because this is eventually what she said. He is not going to sue me, and he has no grounds to do so. I wouldn't lie and make such an accusation in a malicious manner. I know what it's like to be falsely accused of dumb shit. When I looked him up 2 to 3 years ago, he was on a registered sex offender list, and there was other stuff. Now that stuff is removed, and you cannot find it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. It's possible and very easy to have it removed. I wouldn't lie and just say something like this. That's terrible. Now, at first glance of this statement, it might seem pretty easy to believe what she's saying, though I do find her wording interesting because instead of saying, I didn't lie, she said, I wouldn't lie. But even without looking too deeply into the wording of her statement, she mentions that 2 to 3 years prior to making this video, she looked him up and found that he was on a sex offender registry, and that since then it has been completely removed and it's really easy to do so. Here's the thing, while researching for the part of this video that discusses her getting arrested, it was really hard to find any information about either time that she got arrested other than her mugshots and the videos discussing it. As somebody who is not a lawyer, I am under the assumption that the process of getting your criminal record removed from the internet might be different depending on which state you live in, and also depending on the type of crime you commit. Armed robbery and being a sex offender are 2 different offenses, and as far as my knowledge takes me, one does not simply appear on a sex offender registry without committing some sort of crime and being arrested for it. I don't think you could just call your local police station and be like, hey, can you put me on this list for funsies? And even if you could for whatever reason, I don't think too many people would want to be on that kind of list. Going back to what I recently said, I have looked through every avenue on the internet that I could think of and found nothing. The only thing that I did find was information stating that in the state that Enigma Hood resides in, one could request to be taken off of a registry after 15 years of not committing another offense, but if I am correct, even then it's not guaranteed. To sum everything up though, here's the thing. As far as I am aware, right now, with all of the research that I have done up to this point, there is no evidence to prove that what Sniper Wolf said about Enigma Hood is true. In fact, there's more evidence leaning against her than for her claims. The only quote from her comment that really sticks to me is her saying that just because you can't find anything about this online,
Your skill has increased.
it didn't happen. Technically, she is correct here, but from everything that I have seen, again, as of right now, it seems very unlikely, and for her to make such horrific accusations against another person without giving a shred of evidence to her audience to support this is very irresponsible and extremely damaging, which is why Enigma Hood filed a lawsuit against her for this. In the lawsuit that he filed against Sniper Wolf, he talked about how she had falsely accused him of being a sex offender. The links were shared showing that Sniper Wolf had doxed him, allegedly. Unfortunately, these were Google Plus links, and when you try to search them up, it just brings you to a blank page now because Google Plus isn't a thing anymore. There is one more thing thing regarding the doxing accusations that I want to bring to light. While it may be hard to prove without a shadow of a doubt that Sniper Wolf did dox Enigma Hood back when she made this video, due to the fact that the Google Plus links no longer work, and finding the comments on those videos that Enigma Hood claimed had his dox in them would be like finding a needle in a haystack, especially due to how long ago this video was made, there is one thing that stands out to me. Let's go back to some of those video clips I showed a few moments ago. Some of those who've made videos about this situation years ago when it was first relevant mentioned looking his name up for themselves. And where did they find his name? They claimed they found his name in the comment section of her video.
She made it a point to put his real name and dox him in her comment section, so she put his real name down in the comment section so anybody can find it.
We all were told what his real name is. Because she made a point to make sure that happened. She put his real name and real information out in the comment section on that YouTube channel.
To be fair, these are still claims, but I find it interesting that multiple people have stated that they have seen these comments aside from Enigma Hood himself. What's really infuriating about this though is that this ended up getting dismissed, not because Enigma Hood couldn't prove she had lied. The reason that it was actually dismissed, and I may have been wrong about this in my first video if I mentioned it, was because Sniper Wolf made her video and it was able to be viewed worldwide, and it wasn't meant to be directed towards anybody in the state that he resided in. Defamation lawsuits are extremely hard to win. Even with all of the information, many people trying to side with Enigma Hood and claim that no, they never found anything that has shown him to be on any type of registry. Even with that, she still has this video up with over 3 million views, calling him a registered sex offender, and people have relentlessly harassed him. In some of his videos, some of her fans were even telling him to end his life. Prior to making this accusation, she also stated that Enigma Hood was criticizing her for favoriting a tweet that was really racist towards him. She denied doing that, but there are screenshots of it.
He made a video calling me a racist because he thinks I favorited a tweet. And again, that sounds like something a little girl would do. One of my subscribers tweeted him, insulting him, and I guess I had something racist in it. And he thought I favorited it. When I went back and looked up the tweet, I had never favorited it in the first place, so I'm not sure what happened right there, and I don't know why he was so mad.
And the reason I point that out is not because she just favorited a tweet from like 10 years ago, but it shows that she is willing to lie about things when it comes to Enigma Hood. And you can dislike his content, you can disagree with what he says. There are some things that he has said in his videos that I disagree with, and that's all one thing. Something like this that Sniper Wolf has said is really harmful, especially considering the fact that Enigma Hood claims that she allegedly doxed him as well.
She has also doc dropped and revealed my real name and my personal information, which her fanboys have been posting in her video in the comment section over and over again.
That brings this all full circle, if that is true, because this
Your skill
shows,
has increased.
once again, that this is just another pattern of behavior that we are witnessing repeat itself again when it comes to Sniper Wolf. Which, by
Your
the way,
skill has
SS
increased.
Sniper Wolf, in the very small percentage that you come across this video and you see this portion of the video, feel free to reach out to me, email me.
Your
Please
skill
don't
has
come
increased.
to my house.
And revealed my real name and my posting in her video in the comment section over and over again.
That brings this all full circle, if that is true, because this shows, once again, that this is just another pattern of behavior that we are witnessing repeat itself again when it comes to Sniper Wolf. Which, by the way, SS Sniper Wolf, in the very small percentage that you come across this video and you see this portion of the video, feel free to reach out to me, email me. Please don't fucking come to my house. Don't do that, you will regret it. If you adamantly believe what you said was true in that situation and you have evidence to back it up, send me an email, because I am willing to listen and get to the bottom of that situation. But wait, Mimi, it gets worse. I know, it always gets worse. That's like the slogan of this channel at this point. It gets worse. Stepping away from the Enigma Hood situation for now, I want to go into something else. Like I had mentioned in this video, when it comes to discussing past content on somebody, if they had a negative opinion or if they had said or done something stupid 5 or 10 years ago, that's one thing. As long as it is something they have grown and changed from and have developed themselves from, and also as long as it's not something that's extremely dangerous or something that could have hurt somebody or anything in that sense. So anyway, a lot of people have been bringing up some older videos regarding Sniper Wolf recently, specifically on things called Omegle. She's done a little bit of an oopsie, a fucky-wucky if you will. In fact, it goes beyond that. It's outright creepy and disturbing. I'm sure you've seen it by now, but there is a video that has been circulating on Twitter, and other people have been discussing it in YouTube videos at this point, of these older Omegle videos. She would connect with random people and would record them doing things for videos on her YouTube channel. There's actually quite a few. Some of those videos have some alarming things in them. The biggest one
Your skill has
circulating at this
increased.
current time is her telling two people, one of which at least, if not both, look like they're under the age of 18, to
Your skill
twerk
has increased.
on camera. And I'm not going to show the footage of them. I'm gonna blur it out so you can just see Sniper Wolf. She types in the chat that she'll show her bits to people if they do that. She will show herself and reveal herself to these boys if they twerk on camera.
I'll type it. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Come on. No, come on, let's do it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. Let's get the little guy too. I wanted to see the little guy. Come on. Both of you. Just twerk together. Oh, I can't see. Move the camera. Just a little bit. I couldn't see. Oh, yeah, you're really good at it. Yeah, let me see the other guy do it. Let me see the little guy. Oh, someone came in. Is that your mom? Come on, let's go. Let's go. Get your mom in here. Let her twerk too. Yeah, your son's doing all this for it.
I don't want to be that guy. I really don't. But if this was a man that did this to two young girls, it would be over. In that instant, it would be over. There's been another video that she made, again, doing the Omegle stuff. She had come across somebody who claimed to be 16. The person in the video, who I'm going to blur out, regardless of what age they actually are or who this person actually is, they flash her. She does blur out the area, but she doesn't consider at all the possibility of this person actually being 16. Now, why do I word it like this? For the past few days, people have claimed that it is likely that the person flashing in the camera wasn't the person typing, and that it could have been a pre-recorded webcam video of some sort. There's a person known as Comment Cop on Twitter who pointed out some various different details in this clip. So in the picture that Comment Cop posted, it first states, "You are now chatting with a random stranger, say hi," and then it's highlighted that it says, "Stranger may be using a simulated webcam." What is a simulated webcam on Omegle? Like these security cameras, simulated cameras appear to be physical webcams, but in reality, it's just a dummy feed. Many use fake cameras during video chat sessions to protect online identity, like on the app Omegle. They then highlight quotes from the Sniper Wolf video. "Damn, tell me why she looked 30. Damn, you work at Hooters too? You must be 18 or older to work at Hooters. Damn, you got enough money at Hooters to get fake. I didn't know they paid that good. 18 plus surgery majority of the time. My wig? Yeah, it's fake like you." Let's take a look at the actual clip, and I will be blurring out the person regardless of what their age is.
Hey girl, what's up? How old are you? I'm like 15. How old are you? Oh, 16, I'm 15. Oh, you're just like a year older than me. That's pretty cool. Damn, tell me why she looked 30. Yeah, can you hear me now? Wanna show each other? Sure. Yeah, I'll show you my boobs. You first. I'm shy. Oh, damn, you work at Hooters too? Damn, you got enough money at Hooters to, like, get fake titties? I didn't know they pay that good. You seem way too excited to show me. Hey girl, tell me, do you like my hair? So do you like my hair? It's a wig? Yeah, I was about to say it's fake like you. You motherfucker.
This is another clip that I found. This clip can kind of go hand in hand with the other one if you want to give her the benefit of the doubt that she has some sort of understanding that some people on Omegle use fake video footage or try to lure in creeps with really disgusting stuff.
I'll flash. I didn't even ask, but okay, cool. You want to do that for me? That'd be pretty dope. I'm only 14 though, is that okay? Are you serious right now? Dude, that's so f***ed up. No, I'm sure you're not, and you're just trying to get like predators right now.
But what gets me is this comment.
But don't you see, like, I'm a girl, I'm not a predator.
Does anybody see the most annoying pattern ever? If not, let me point it out to you. I don't understand why I was charged with armed robbery. They tried to claim that I assaulted a security guard, but look at how small I am. I couldn't possibly do that.
And I assaulted security, apparently. You guys know me, I'm freaking tiny.
It's slander to say that I've doxed somebody. I don't know how to dox. I've only filmed the outside of another YouTuber's house and posted it on my Instagram story for my 5 million followers to see. You can't be a predator if you're a girl. Okay, to be fair, that one I'm not actually calling her a predator. She said the word predator, I didn't.
But don't you see, like, I'm a girl, I'm not a predator.
There's not enough evidence for me to say that I believe that she is a predator. I believe what she did was really, really weird and creepy, but I don't want to claim that somebody's a predator without any proof. That is a very big accusation, and to do so without any evidence to back it up would be really irresponsible. Wouldn't it, Sniper Wolf? Anyway, if you didn't catch what I'm pointing out here, she seems to have a pattern of really weak excuses. You can still be charged for armed robbery even if you're tiny. You can still dox somebody even if you claim that you don't know how to, which I personally don't believe. And the ability to be a predator is not exclusive to men. And I'm saying that last one in a general stance, not just directed at Sniper Wolf. At the end, she also makes another strange implication about another YouTuber named Keemstar, which regardless of how you feel about him as a creator or a person, it's really messed up to make implications like that about somebody without any proof of something like that happening. But as we've already gone into today, it doesn't seem like she cares about the consequences of that very much.
Wait, you're actually Sniper Wolf. Okay, so now can you explain what you're trying to do? Because you're obviously not a 14-year-old girl, and you're obviously not gonna flash. I mean, I'm not Keemstar.
Anyway, getting back into Sniper Wolf being creepy. You might be thinking to yourself, we're done with the Omegle part of this video, but we are not. You see, you might have heard about the first 2 Omegle clips that we've just discussed, but it gets a lot worse.
Close my leg?
Yeah, close your leg.
Why?
Because it's sexual.
How is it sexual? I'm sitting comfortably.
I'm a minor.
Oh my god! I can't sit with my legs spread in front of a minor.
As I've been talking thinking about creating this video for the past few days, someone actually reached out to me with a list of different timestamps in different Omegle videos that share clips that are just as bad, if not worse. And the worst part about this is that some of these videos are still up as I record this. I want to give a thank you to IsJ Chloe, I hope I'm saying that name right, and her boyfriend for pointing this out. I won't be sharing every single clip in this video in fear of getting this video taken down, and also because it's not really easy to verify how old some of the people in these clips are, so I will only be talking about the ones that very clearly look very young. I will also be censoring out the video clips of them obviously just showing sniper wolves. And for the videos that are no longer up because she has deleted some of them, they have been archived. By the way, if you do take a look at her social blade, you notice that she deleted a lot of videos on the 10th. Over 15 million to be exact. So on top of the first video where she was telling what looked like to be minors to twerk on camera, there is another video of her telling people to twerk. It's hard to tell for sure how old they are, but they do look like they're on the younger side, and this was one of the videos that she removed. There is another clip from a video that she removed. I'm not even going to be able to blur this out. I'm not going to show that clip at all. Only Sniper Wolf's reaction and what is seen on text. Showing a girl that flashes the camera, and the girl does appear to be very young. Again, it's hard to tell exactly how old she is, but she doesn't look like she's over 18 in my opinion.
Those are some tig old bitties.
In fact, this happened again in a different video, and in the different video, this person looked even younger. I want to clarify, just for the sake of discussing this, in neither video do you actually see any bare skin. The first video was censored out, and the second video, she was clothed, but it was very provocative, and it makes me sick to my stomach, especially with Leah doing this.
Make you better. Hey. Look at me. Look at me and do it back to me. Yeah, I want to get naked. Let's get naked right now. Ooh!
Also to note, these two clips did not have that same message that the one video did. This is what the text said for both of them. You are now chatting with a random stranger. Say hi. You both like lesbian. What is with the lack of plural? Did Omegle write her apology? Stranger, hi. You, being Sniper Wolf. Hi. Stranger, how are you? Wave, please. Sniper Wolf. You wave. Stranger, sorry, just checking. Where you from? Sniper Wolf. Can you hear me? Stranger, no. Sniper Wolf. Turn on mic so I can talk. Stranger, okay, got it. I can hear ya. Sorry, text. Will you show too? Okay, let me close my door. Roomies, LOL. This is from the first clip that I have mentioned. If they're saying they have roommates, it is possible that they're older than 18, but again, they did look pretty young. It's really, really hard to tell. And if you can't tell if somebody's over the age of 18, you shouldn't be recording them doing something like this. And even if you are, did they know that you were going to post this on YouTube for millions of people to see? Because that's humiliating. Here's the other text chat from the second clip, and in this clip, I want to remind you, this person looked even younger. This one definitely did look under 18. Again, in my opinion, we can't confirm this 100%, especially since this was filmed so long ago, but they do look really young. And to remind you, this is archived. This much shorter chat states, you are now chatting with a random stranger. Say hi. You both like lesbian. Again, why the lack of plurals? Stranger, hi. Stranger, you like sexy? Stranger, you want to get naked? To clarify with both of these texts, I'm not familiar with Omegle. That first clip we saw with the other girl where it said that this is likely a pre-recorded video, I don't know if it's possible to have pre-recorded cam videos without that message popping up. Therefore, I don't even know if these are pre-recorded videos or if she was actually talking to the people in those videos. But even if the videos were pre-recorded and it's a different person typing behind the screen, that doesn't mean that those were not real people. They were still real people being recorded. You don't know where those videos would come from, and they do look very young. I don't care what her intention was with this. This is disgusting, and the fact that she was able able to have this up on YouTube with no consequences for 6 years is absolutely horrifying. But if you think that's the end of it, it gets even worse. The next clip is her interacting with somebody who she claims looks like a 12-year-old. In my opinion, they look younger than that. Their face is fully covered with a hood and a mask on, but I will still be blurring it. This is what she had to say.
You hot, but you 12. Is that why you wear it? You look extra little. Too little to be on this site. On face 12, my 24.
In this next clip, she literally asks the girls where their mother is because she can tell that they look very young. Once again, I will be blurring this out, but this time, instead of it being the footage, it's the text that is scary. And her response as well.
Where's your mom? Model cheeseburgers from McDonald's. Like, I hold them up. Can't wait to see you stand up. You're hot. Okay. Considering you are 2 girls. Oh, I forgot to... I went to the bathroom and I didn't. I'm like, no way 2 15-year-olds would talk to me like that, but I don't think they're 15.
She does say in no way do I think 2 15-year-olds would talk to me like that, but I don't think they were 15.
I'm like, no way 2 15-year-olds would talk to me like that, but I don't think they're 15.
I don't know if she's implying she thought that they were older or younger, but considering that she asked, where's your mom?
Where's your mom?
I'm under the assumption that she thought that they were younger. I want to explain what's going on in the last clip, since obviously this will be blurred as well. Once again, it appears that Sniper Wolf is talking to 2 young girls. They definitely look like they're under the age of 18. In fact, one of them looks like a family member of mine who's like 10 years old. One of the girls is wearing 3 or 4 different tank tops, and Sniper Wolf points out how many layers of clothing she's wearing, and she tells her to take them off. Now here's the thing, in the video that Sniper Wolf posted, she gets to the last tank top, and then it cuts to the next person she's talking to.
Oh my god, that is a lot of layers. Why are you wearing so much layers of clothes? Take off your clothes. Oh yeah, I think I should do that too. Oh yeah, take it off. Take off everything. Oh. Let me see what's under that. Oh yeah. Oh. What's that face for? Why you gotta give me that face?
So for all intents and purposes, there is no footage that we see of anybody being completely unclothed. The way that Sniper Wolf is talking is extremely weird and inappropriate. More importantly though, again, I know it's blurred, but as we get to the last part of this clip, she is still clothed. But what's really weird about this clip compared to others is that when filming these Omegle videos, she often shows when she is getting skipped or when she skips another person. This just cuts to the next person. That means that we don't know what happened after this point. She could have just ended up skipping them after and nothing could have happened, or something could have happened and she cut it out of the video. We will never know for sure. But with what we do see here, this is absolutely sickening. There are creators on this platform who have lost so much more than Sniper Wolf ever has, despite the fact that Sniper Wolf has done equally terrible, if not worse things. And that's not to say that other people don't deserve consequences for their actions. It's to say that YouTube is demonstrating favoritism over this situation. And it's not something that people are just now realizing, by the way. People have been calling out YouTube for favoritism for a long time. It's been demonstrated over the past few years that a lot of kids make up Sniper Wolf's primary audience. That and anybody who has the IQ of a fart. People who watch Sniper Wolf's videos generally seem to be in the younger demographic, and we could see this by the types of content that she makes, the people that she targets herself to in these Darman videos. It's always, oh, standing up to bullying. Hey, little kid, I'm coming to your school to show that your classmates are bullying you.
You're totally fine. I saw a TikTok video about you, and I felt super bad.
So why should somebody have an audience that has a majority of young people following her while she does like this? And I know that this is something that happened years ago, but this breaks that bracket of, oh, well, she said something or she did something that maybe she doesn't agree with anymore. This is creepy, this is disgusting, this is reprehensible, and this is something that nobody should ever be doing. That is disgusting. You told a person who very much resembles a child that you would show your breasts to them if they twerked for you. She said, I want to see the little guy do it. The f is wrong with you?
Yeah, let me see the other guy do it.
Yeah, let me check my phone.
See the little guy.
It seems like G Fuel, a big sponsor that Sniper Wolf at one point had, does seem to have dropped her. This was first pointed out to me by Bo Blacks, and that is really interesting to note because that's a really big sponsor. She also is getting ratioed in all of her new videos that she's posted. Even before this happened, over the past couple of weeks, she's been getting a major like to dislike ratio, but that is getting significantly worse at this point. And by the way, somebody pointed out in my last video, oh, that has to be fake because you can't see like to dislikes anymore. There's an extension that you can install on Google Chrome to show dislikes. A lot of people have been afraid to speak out against Sniper Wolf for a very, very, very long time. It seems like times are changing and people are no longer afraid to talk about her. After finding out what has happened with Jack's films over the past few months, I've wanted to share more of my thoughts on this situation, and now diving deeper into other people who she has affected. I'm even more invested in this now, and I am very interested in seeing how this unfolds, and I think it's at a point where the public perception of Sniper Wolf is finally starting to see her as she really and truly is. Even her own fans are starting to see it, as Social Blade reports that she had lost 100,000 subscribers in one single day. So people are starting to notice. Over this past week, so many creators have spoken out against Sniper Wolf. So many have been talking about everything, and I really think it's stuff that needs to be heard. I think it's stuff that needs to be discussed. I appreciate others talking about this, and I hope that it sends a message to YouTube that other creators are not okay with this happening. To any Sniper Wolf fan who is still, for some reason, commenting on my videos, trying to defend her, I'm sorry that she's done reprehensible things to several other creators and made people's lives miserable, and just all around isn't a good person and has shown zero growth over the years for it. But people like her need to be discussed. If not to get any consequence to her, to at least show others how not to act, what not to do, how not to treat others on YouTube. This is why it's important to talk about her. And it's about time that people who have smaller platforms than her finally be heard. Every time I think I am done with this video, something else happens.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa! That's too damn bad!
4 hours ago, Sniper Wolf made a post on her Instagram and on her YouTube community tab that states as follows. Please remember that in spite of our differences, different opinions, mistakes, we all struggle to do the best we can, and nobody is unaffected by hate, insecurity, and the pain it causes. I'm taking a step back, reflecting, learning, turning off comments for a bit, and focusing on my own mental health. That has been on a steep decline in the past year. Videos have been extremely difficult to film the past few months, so thank you for being patient with me. You never know what struggles people are going through, so please be kind, and please try to remember I am human and have feelings just like you. The purpose of me creating this video is to spread awareness and shed light on this situation because I find it to be a huge injustice to another creator, and it's something that bothers me. But with that being said, of course, I do not condone anybody sending or spreading any type of hate or harassment to any parties that are discussed. Part of me wants to empathize with the fact that she probably is dealing with a rough time right now. She is a huge
Your skill has increased.
Scandal, and with that comes a lot of backlash, and amongst that backlash is probably some pretty nasty comments sprinkled in there. And like I just said, I don't condone any hate or harassment. That does not excuse her from the criticism she receives for what she had done to Jack's film. She had put his safety and his life in jeopardy. I'm not trying to sound dramatic either. For a creator of any size, this is something that is extremely scary and could be nightmare fuel to have another person show up to their house and then share their location for their millions of followers to see. It's not even that Sniper Wolf herself could have done something, it's the fact that now any one of her followers that have seen that could possibly do something as well. Not only that, but there are so many things she has done over the years that has caused lots of hatred towards other creators from her own fan base. So even when I want to try and empathize with the fact that she might be going through a rough time, it's really hard to, considering that she has caused the same effect to others. People who didn't do anything wrong, or at the very least have no proof of doing something wrong. As we've mentioned earlier in this video, one of the people she has affected, named Enigmahood, has had her fans come over to his channel blatantly telling him to end his life. I don't condone that, and I don't condone anybody saying anything similar to you, Sniper Wolf, but when incidents like that happened, you kept going. Up to the current day, you have a track record of being really nasty to other YouTubers. And my definition of being nasty isn't giving somebody criticism or pointing out a flaw or saying that something's problematic, it's the bullying, something you've talked about being so against in the Darman videos. And as somebody who struggles very seriously with different mental health issues, when somebody makes the comment that their mental health is declining, that's something that you should take very seriously, even Sniper Wolf, but that doesn't make her exempt of all of the things she has just done over the past week. She caused harm to somebody else, and if it really is her mental health that is causing her to struggle, maybe even in making those types of decisions that
Your skill
lead to
has
these
increased.
consequences, maybe she should seek some kind of help, and maybe taking a step back is the best thing that she could do. So once again, I will say, I do not condone bullying, harassment,
Your skill has
going
increased.
over to somebody's page and saying really nasty things to them, telling them to end their lives or anything like that. And if you are somebody who enjoys any of the content that I make, including this video, I ask you to please not go and do that. With that being said, I'm also not going to turn a blind eye to everything we have mentioned in this video, because there are so many reasons why this is important to discuss, involving the safety of other creators, the right to share criticism and discuss situations that might be troubling, including YouTube's blatant favoritism, also including her disturbing Omegle videos, which by the way, if anybody else tried to pull this card after that, oh boy, as well as all of the other things we have shared today. Sniper Wolf, being one of YouTube's largest creators, should come with a large responsibility, a responsibility that she seems to have neglected. So despite this post, I still don't think she is a good person or had good intentions throughout this situation, but that's just my opinion. And just because I have that opinion doesn't mean I think it's okay to go and send her any harassment or hate. I just want to say that one more time. I am sincerely disappointed in YouTube's response to this entire situation. I genuinely hope that Jax Films can find a way to take a legal route in this situation, because I personally view this as just a slap on the wrist for Sniper Wolf. She is one of YouTube's top creators. If she wanted to, she could probably retire right now and not have to worry about another day in her life financially. Well, unless that lawsuit does go through, and then maybe she will. But even with that, I highly doubt that she's going to have to worry too much about being temporarily demonetized. Which, by the way, I find the wording for this to be so soft on YouTube, because any other time that a creator messes up and gets demonetized, they don't add the word temporarily in it. They just say, this person's been demonetized, they had X, Y, and Z privileges stripped away, and the way that they usually word it sounds indefinite. And for some creators, it's for doing something far less severe than what Sniper Wolf has done. While some are happy that this consequence has been taken, and trust me, I am happy that some sort of consequence has happened, I feel like our expectations are set at such a low standard because we obviously see how favored Sniper Wolf is compared to other YouTubers on the platform. This also creates a lot of new concerns for other creators here on this platform. The first being, especially with the way that this tweet was written, it sounds like if you're one of the elite creators on YouTube, someone who is big enough to get favored treatment, you can get away with pretty much anything you want, even with putting others' lives in danger. YouTube having favorite creators is not a new situation. This is something that people have been upset about for many, many years, but this is the most blatant example of it. On top of that, with the wording of this tweet, people should be concerned because the way that this is written sounds like it's saying you should probably watch out if you talk about a creator too much, especially if it's someone like Sniper Wolf. The fact that they are willing to put Jax Films videos on the same level as Sniper Wolf, showing up to his house and putting himself and his wife in danger, makes me really concerned to think about what the higher ranking people at YouTube think about people who try to bring awareness to certain subjects. And by the way, no, I don't think that people making 30, 40, 50, 100, 200 videos on one particular person is good or healthy, but this was the one situation where it seemed, at least least a little bit reasonable because Jax Films had a goal to try and get the creators in Sniper Wolf's video the proper credit, and he wanted to bring this to YouTube's attention because it was a clear problem that they are not doing anything to fix. To remind you, he doesn't have a problem with Sniper Wolf making reaction videos. He has a problem with her not being transformative in those reaction videos, which is a misuse of fair use. There is a lot of concern when it comes to everything involving this situation, and I don't think this is the last we're going to hear about it. Whew. That was a long-winded rant. I apologize for the length, but I hope you stuck around for the full video. I do plan on posting one more video before October is over. I'm hoping that it does get out before October. I'm very interested in the topic. It's something I've wanted to talk about for a long time, and I really wanted to share it with you before Halloween. I'm gonna go drink some water because my voice is starting to go out and my throat hurts from talking so much. Chester and I want to let you know that we don't stand for people doxing and trying to show up at others' houses and make people feel threatened, and we don't stand for people spreading malicious lies against others, and Chester doesn't stand for my camera being in that direction, so we wanted to move it a little bit. Thank you so much to everybody who has made it to the end of this video. Thank you so much to anybody who has given me a super thanks. Thank you so much to everybody supporting me over on Patreon, and with that being said, I will see you in the next video. I cannot promise that it won't be about Sniper Wolf, but I hope it isn't. I really hope that I can just do my other video that I had planned. I will see you later.
Close your eyes for a minute and journey with me. Imagine yourself on a brisk autumn night lying on a cold, hard sidewalk wrapped only in a cheap Walmart sleeping bag. The year is 2008. America is in the midst of an epic market collapse. YouTube hadn't invented Logan Paul yet, and most importantly, dinosaurs still roam the earth. I think. I don't remember how long ago 2008 was, but that seems right. There you are, on that sidewalk, camped outside a GameStop waiting for its doors to open so that you can be the first to rush in. Because tomorrow, Wrath of the Lich King, World of Warcraft's second expansion, releases. The air around you is still, the silence only broken by the occasional passing car and the other white men around you. Yelling about which class is best and saying a racial slur if anyone plays a ret paladin. And even though everything should be terrible, you're excited because the world of MMOs is about to change forever. At this point, World of Warcraft was already the biggest MMO by far. We already had World of Warcraft on mainstream TV, but 2008's Wrath of the Lich King propelled World of Warcraft to the immortal status that it holds still to this day. The game peaked in subscribers at 13 million plus and solidified its status as the greatest MMO of all time. And all of this happened because of an expansion. So you might think that expansions are this really cool thing that happens in the MMO world that progresses a story forward, releases big new land masses to be explored, and that's true, but I think they're actually doing more harm than good. Hey, I understand, that's a pretty bold claim to make. I mean, MMOs have been doing expansions since the very first MMOs. Ultima Online from 1998 released its first expansion in 1999, and EverQuest released its first expansion in 2000. Expansions were like drugs. Everyone's doing them, and if you're not doing them, you're not cool. We're past the 30-second mark in the video. I can make drug jokes, right? But it's like your mom once said to me, if every kid jumped off a cliff, would you jump off that cliff? I mean, I would. There has to be a reason everyone's jumping off that cliff. But one game back then didn't jump off that cliff. One game stood at the top of the cliff and said, no thanks. That game was called RuneScape. RuneScape did something that I call the constant update model. There were no expansion packs, there was no DLC, there was none of the classic MMO stuff we had seen from all of its predecessors. This meant whenever an update was released, you just got access to it without having to pay $20 or $40 or $60 on top of your subscription fee. But if expansions are the way that 95% of MMOs run, they're probably better than the constant update model, right? Wrong. Can you read the title? And I also said earlier, come on, keep up, let's go. As president of MMORPGs, I believe it is my duty to educate the public on my opinion. But remember, my opinion is fact, because that's what it means to be president. And the way I see it, the expansion model is hurting MMOs these days, and it's hindering the lifespan. But don't worry, I'm gonna tell you why, and it's only gonna take me the amount of time that it says down there, so give me a second, and I'll prove myself right. To make this video, I obviously had to play a bunch of MMORPGs, but unfortunately doing that made me die of starvation. And that's because I'm too lazy to cook. Oh, what's this package? A Factor 75 package? Today's sponsor? Yes! Factor is perfect for people like me who want to be healthy but just can't find the time to cook. With Factor, you can skip the extra trip to the grocery store and the chopping, prepping, and cleaning up too. But you still get all the flavor and nutritional quality you need. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready in just 2 minutes, so all you have to do is heat and enjoy. You can choose from 35 plus weekly flavor-packed meals that promote a healthy lifestyle and meet your meal preferences. I personally decided to try this black pepper and sage pork chop, and let me tell you, if I had a sense of smell, it would have smelled great. And trust me when I say you are not sacrificing flavor when making these meals. They are so good. Like, this pork chop was amazing. And after I was done eating, the only dish I had to do was the plate. If you want fresh, quick, and healthy meals, head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code IDLE50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. And thank you again to Factor for sponsoring this video. I'd also like to give a shout out to all my supporters on Patreon. There'll be more about them at the end of the video, but if you'd like to support, you can do so at the link in the description. Welcome students to your first day of Expansions Ed. This is where we're going to learn how to practice safe expansion, which you're going to participate in with your peers, and you might even get peer pressured into doing, so it's just important to stay safe and take these tips seriously. I'm your teacher, Mr. President, but you can call me Goop. First things first, What is an expansion? You see, class, when a man and a woman love each other very much, they get really close together and they hug super tight, and then 9 months later, a major change in the form of either a new landmass, a new boss, new raids, new classes are added to an MMORPG. We call these large additions expansions. Expansions normally change at least one or two things about how the MMO fundamentally works, and will also progress whatever story the MMO is telling forward. That's often the appeal of the most popular expansions that have been released. Telling a self-contained story or wrapping up a major storyline will build a lot of hype for the expansion and usually sets it off on a pretty good note. I mean, half the hype about Wrath of the Lich King was just the fact that it was wrapping up the Lich King storyline, which Warcraft players have wanted for years at that point. But it's important to remember when going into an expansion to wear protection. I personally recommend this old-timey scuba suit that you might recognize from movies like Finding Nemo. And if any of your friends brag that they need to wear a Magnum scuba suit because they're so big, it's basically the same size. It's just a marketing tactic by the scuba suit companies. They want to get more money out of you. Kind of like MMO devs when they make expansions. Mr. President, I have a question. Please, call me Goop. Okay, Goop, I have a question. Sure, little boy, go ahead. It sounds cool to get all this new content, but I'm confused. You have to pay to get the new content when you're already paying a subscription service? That's exactly right. It's a consequence of what we in the business world call capital. But what company could possibly come up with this idea? Hey boss, I totally completed that new continent for the first expansion to our game Ultima Online. I developed the whole thing while looking at the Twin Towers, which are still standing because it's 1998. Ah yes, another great job, Richard. And you're British, which is why you sound like that. Our players will surely be so excited by this new continent, as will current President Bill Clinton. Hold on, boys, we can't just release this for free. How am I gonna get enough money to go see Saving Private Ryan, which just came out? But boss, it's not free. Players are already paying $10 a month, which is like $19 in 2023, I assume. Well, I suppose you can make players buy the expansion on top of the existing subscription fee. I like the way you think. Now I'm off to go listen to the #1 song on the Billboard charts 1 week by the Bare Naked Ladies. Well, hold on now. Here's another idea while we're cooking. What if we offered players items and experience in exchange for real-world money? They'd be like transactions on a smaller level. We'd have to come up with a name for it, of course. Now that's just a step too far for Electronic Arts. We're a leading game publisher. We would never stoop so low. Despite the added cost, MMO fans still love expansions, and I can totally understand why. Large content updates coming all at once are so exciting for an MMO, and they can really reignite that passion that players have for the game. I mean, I know so many World of Warcraft players who don't actively play the game on a daily basis, but when there's a new expansion, they'll buy it on release day and play it for a solid few weeks. That's just the kind of hype that a new expansion can generate for an MMO. Yes, these videos of people rushing into GameStop to get Wrath of the Lich King are a little bit funny, but they're also really great memories for those people. Everyone rushing to buy the game and then log in at the same time and exploring it all together is what MMOs are kind of about. So when a good expansion is released, there really is nothing better. But that's the kicker. When a good expansion is released. There are a lot of bad expansions that have been released in the 20+ years of MMO's history. And when you're making large sweeping changes to a world that people love, if you don't do a good job, you're going to make a lot of people very angry, and it can be hard to undo those changes. That's why it's important that MMO devs who are designing an expansion be very careful when touching existing content or overhauling existing systems. This kind of stuff requires a delicate touch, a bit of finesse, like surgery, where you want to make sure you cut just the right parts and add just the right little bits. I don't know how surgery works. I'm not a surgeon, despite these fingers. I think a great example of this delicate touch to existing content comes in the form of World of Warcraft Cataclysm, where a fucking dragon ends the entire world and scars the land, irreparably damaging all the places players knew and loved. Which was super cool because it removed any sense of nostalgia for returning players and basically left the game in a state that would always be remembered as post-Cataclysm and pre-Cataclysm. Sorry, did I say that was a good example? I meant it was a terrible example. But the world-destroying cataclysm touched more than just the appearance of the world. It also overhauled some systems that players really loved back then. It's not like the expansion at the time was received particularly poorly, but just looking back, it is the turning point for a lot of WoW players. But hey, to be fair, a lot of other games have released bad expansions too, so let's take a look at some of those. If I mention an MMORPG or expansion that you really love, I'm sorry, but these kind of seem stinky to me. Lord of the Rings Online Helm's Deep. What could go wrong introducing one of the most famous battles from the books and movies into an MMORPG so all the players can play through it and really enjoy it and immerse themselves? That seems like a great idea. Nothing can possibly go wrong. What's that? It ruined the game and players have not felt the same about it since. Oh no! I feel like saying it ruined the game is dramatic.
No, the expansion killed the game. But people still play the game, and the expansion came out in 2013. No, filthy expansions is, hey, ruin the game, be dramatic. But the Battle of Helm's Deep was still fun to play through. The expansion had microtransactions, you must make fun of it.
Can we just not make fun of my Gollum impression? I've been working really hard on it. The Helm's Deep expansion deeply changed and added to core parts of the game. The biggest appeal was a system called Epic Battles, which introduced, wait for it, Epic Battles. Did you get it right? Give yourself 1 point if you got it right. The one most players cared about was obviously the Battle of Helm's Deep, the most epic of battles. There's a slight problem in allowing players to participate in an epic battle that has a determined outcome. It can make it kind of hard to feel like your contributions matter if the good guys always have to win. But from what I've seen, they did do some stuff to make that a little bit better with a merit system, so I'll give you that one, Lord of the Rings Online, but I won't give you moving to the trait tree system. Lord of the Rings Online moved to what's called a trait tree for the class system, and this removed a whole set of hybrid play styles from the game entirely. And if removing a popular way to play the game wasn't bad enough, it also added a butt ton of microtransactions. Do you want more character specialization slots? You gotta pay for it. Do you want more player-owned housing storage? You gotta pay for it. I'm just really not a fan of using an expansion to add more microtransactions. It feels scummy, and people are already paying for the expansion, so like, what are we doing here? Star Wars Galaxy New Game Experience. Yep, this one's not an expansion, but it came out 2 weeks after an expansion, so I'm counting it. The Star Wars Galaxy New Game Experience was an attempt to improve everything about Star Wars Galaxies, from the combat to the classes to everything. And by improve, they meant make it World of Warcraft. This system changed the relatively simple combat into a reactive first-person shooter style combat system. I know that's not like World of Warcraft, but this next part is. Star Wars Galaxies used to have over 30 professions, which are basically their version of classes. After the New Game Experience though, they consolidated those 30 professions into 9 classes. For those of you who are good at math, you'll know that 30 does not equal 9? So if our math is correct, some professions did not have a counterpart in the form of a class. Why are we removing ways people play games? That's not the point. This change was considered by many what killed Star Wars Galaxies. But luckily this change was so disastrous that no MMO company could look at it and then think, hey, we should revamp our entire combat system too, thus alienating all of our players who liked our combat system and making our game basically unrecognizable. No company would ever do that again. No company would ever do that again.
Hello.
EverQuest, the gates of Discord. Meow. I've never played EverQuest, but a lot of old bald white men have, so I feel like I'm an expert. What I have to say on this is not going to mean a lot, because again, I never played it, but on every single list of terrible expansions I could find, this was on there. All you need to know is that one of the founders of the company that made EverQuest publicly apologized for this expansion, and that's like not a good sign. It was like when Square Enix apologized for the original Final Fantasy XIV, and that game also sucked, so it's like, it's rare. The most egregious thing I could find about this expansion is that they promised a level cap increase from 65 to 70, and then they didn't. They just didn't do that. It didn't happen until the next expansion. Hey man, every game company has had that happen where it's like, we want to introduce this feature, we're gonna have to patch it in later. But I've never seen it where it's like, hey, pay for this expansion and we're not going to give you The level cap increases are important. How did this not happen? As a little added bonus, the expansion was considered wildly difficult, and not so much in a fun way, but in a how am I supposed to do this way. The wide conspiracy theory about this is that all the content was tuned to level 70 characters, but no one could get to level 70 because they didn't increase the level cap. And if that conspiracy theory has any truth to it, yuck. But the really gross thing about this expansion has nothing to do with this expansion. Did you know that EverQuest released expansions every 6 months? How are you supposed to keep up with that? Not only from a gameplay perspective, or from a development perspective, but from a money perspective. These expansions were like $20. $20 every 6 months on top of a $15 a month fee to play the game? With my quick math, I don't even think anyone could afford that ever in the history of mankind. Maybe if we pull our money together. Every WoW expansion except for your favorite. I don't know, when I talk to World of Warcraft people, they all say that the expansions suck except for one, and it's just whichever one they like the most. So like, I guess they're all bad, but they're also like all good. Except for Warlords of Draenor. Everyone seems to hate that one. Either way, one common thread that ties all of these bad expansions together is the devs trying to do too much. But why do they do too much? It's very simple, actually. If each expansion is supposed to tell this epic story or add this huge new landmass or big new raid boss, then every expansion is going to have to continue raising the stakes. And you can only raise the stakes so much. It reminds me of Legend of Korra Season 2. That's right. I have other interests outside MMORPGs. I'm an adult. I can do adult things like watching cartoons if I want to, and you can't stop me. Season 1 of Legend of Korra was pretty cool. It had this big bad guy who could steal people's bending, which is just their magic system. Although I would hope you would know that, because Avatar The Last Airbender is the greatest show of all time, and if you don't know what bending is, you haven't watched it. Why haven't you watched it? So the showrunners had to ask themselves, how do we top this villain in Season 2? And they did it by having a giant laser fight in the ocean. That determined the fate of not only the plane of existence that they lie on, but all planes of existence ever. And it was really bad, and also MMOs are really bad. I forget what point I was making. So if developers keep trying to raise the impact that each expansion has, either through the story or gameplay mechanics, you're going to see a decline in the quality of those expansions, and you're also going to see the heart of the game slowly fade away. And all of that leads to the game eventually becoming unrecognizable to the people who love it. Going back to Cataclysm, it had such world-altering cataclysm that the game just could not be the same. It made a huge difference if you started playing the game after Cataclysm or before, and it's kind of weird to have an experience that's so dissonant. But luckily, those of us who didn't play World of Warcraft back then can now experience what it used to be like thanks to classic servers, because we thought we wanted it, and it turns out we did.
You don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
Speaking of new player experiences though, a ton of expansions can make things really confusing for new players. Like a couple of months ago, I purchased Dragonflight to play World of Warcraft retail with a friend, but when I loaded it up, I was put into Battle for Azeroth, and I knew nothing about the WoW expansions or the story. I just wanted to play World of Warcraft with my friend, but apparently Battle for Azeroth is like important or something, so I was forced to play through it. And that's what I had to do. But if you wanted to play an MMO that doesn't have expansions with a friend, you can do so with no problems. But are there any MMOs that don't do expansions? Yes, of course there are! I mentioned one at the beginning, you doofus! Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call. Yep. But they deserve it. Alright. Apparently I'm not supposed to belittle my audience anymore, so, hey, you look good, I guess. Since RuneScape was released in 2001, it has released updates almost every single week. These updates could be as small as bug fixes or quality of life changes, or as big as brand new land masses to explore, new raids, new bosses, new skills. And they all came at no extra cost to the players. When they were released, you could play them. Mr. Goop, aren't there sequels to RuneScape, like RuneScape 3? What happened to your voice? How'd you get back in here? Am I in the classroom again? What is happening? Well, what that strange little boy said was true. There are sequels to RuneScape, but we have to go a little bit deeper to understand what that means. So welcome to RuneScape Ed, where I teach you about safe habits when practicing RuneScape with your peers. That's right, I'm recycling the book. RuneScape is one game that has 3 versions, not counting the old school version released in 2013 that is a snapshot of the 2007 version of the game, and it also has the RuneScape Classic version, which is shut down now, but used to be a snapshot of the 2003 version of the game. So hopefully that clears things up, right? Like, we got it? Alright, well if you're still confused, we're gonna have to go back in time to 2001. Oi bruv, I made a game. I call it RuneScape. Cheers, Governor. I'm proud to have you as a brother, Andrew, and I'm proud that the Twin Towers are still standing, cause it's only January. Gee whiz, I've made quite the company, but my game still looks like it did back when the Concorde was making commercial flights, and those ended last year. Perhaps we make the graphics better and call it RuneScape 2. We'll transfer all the character data so no one pays anything extra or loses any progress. Plus, you know it's been 3 years since 9/11. We're due for a change. Whoa, that's a great idea, Paul, my brother, but could you stop mentioning 9/11 so much? Well, I have you, Andrew. I believe I found our next composer. His name is Ian, and he should be great at making music for us for the next 15 years. And on top of that, he seems like an upstanding gentleman. Whoa, that guy looks like a nonsensical man who's definitely gonna be a great fit for our company. Good find, Paul. I'm the new CEO of RuneScape, and I want to make RuneScape 3, which is just going to be a renaming of RuneScape 2, but we use a different client now. A splendid idea indeed, Mark, who is not my brother. But can you believe it's already been more than a decade since 9/11? Paul, what are you doing here? You don't work here anymore. Stop mentioning 9/11. And class, that's how we got RuneScape 3, which is technically the third version of RuneScape, but it's all the same game, so there you go. They're nothing. Jagex could have very easily used those milestones as chances to cash in on a little bit of extra money by releasing them as a form of expansion or as entirely new sequels. But they didn't do that, and they didn't do it when they made one of the biggest gameplay changes they ever made. You see, in 2011, Jagex got bored and decided to look at what other MMOs were doing, and I guess they came across two MMOs, World of Warcraft and Star Wars Galaxies, and they were like, what if we did what Star Wars Galaxies did and took World of Warcraft's combat system? Wouldn't that be swell? We should do that. RuneScape's combat system at the time was literally point, click, and just watch. That was it. That was the extent of it. And Jagex decided, we're going to make it different to be better. And as we learned from Star Wars Galaxies, everyone hated it. But to play devil's advocate, it was really, really bad. But this huge change to RuneScape was released just like any other update, at no additional cost to the players. If we did have to pay for it, there would have been riots in the streets, so it's probably good that they didn't try and make money off of us back then. But with the exception of a few really egregiously bad updates, both versions of RuneScape's weekly updates have been generally well received and have kept the game fresh and alive. So are there any downsides to the constant update model versus expansions? Because it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, there are a few trade-offs. When updates come out weekly, it means it's extremely rare that any massive update will come out all at once. You're much more likely to see epic storylines spread out across multiple updates, which could take months or more likely years, and in some cases with RuneScape, decades to finish. And large landmasses will be released, but they'll get added to more slowly over time. The only kind of new content that RuneScape gets that really drops all at once are skills and raids. And these are both great pieces of content to get all at once, and they generate a lot of hype, but it's nothing compared to the hype generated by expansions. When an expansion 2 or 3 years in the making is finally dropping, it gets everyone in the community together to play it and to explore it for days and weeks on end. It creates a sense of community and bonding that MMOs should always have, and it's the best part of expansions by far. And while RuneScape has some of that, you're more likely to just have a surge on release day and not much afterwards, because there'll just naturally be less to explore. This isn't me hating on the developers, it's just a consequence of the update cycle they use. I mean, I have extremely fond memories of updates coming to RuneScape when I played in the early 2000s, but I don't really have the memories of me and my friends all rushing on after school to look at a new update or to play it for days straight. We would just do that because we were addicted, but never because of an update. Whereas my friends who played World of Warcraft would do that all the time, especially when Cataclysm came out, which is when a lot of my friends started playing. And I said Cataclysm was a bad expansion, and it still got all that hype. That's just how expansions work. They're just hype manufacturers, and that's great. Expansions will just feel like these unified, cohesive experiences, like a standalone game that is on the back of everything the MMO has built. And that's just something the constant update model can't replicate. There is one last major thing that the constant update cycle has going for it that expansions don't. It keeps the game intact. The old school RuneScape that released in 2013 is vastly different from the one that people play now, but the heart of the game is still there. If you create a new character, your early game and mid-game adventure is going to be largely similar, meaning nostalgia remains for the players who want it, and the new player experience is just as good as it was back in the day, and yeah, it was better back in the day. I have a video about it, go watch it. RuneScape 3 is night and day compared to what came out over 2 decades ago, but the core of the game is still the same. You still train skills and grind and fight weird bosses. So while it's all very different, it's still RuneScape. And because expansions keep having to raise the stakes and often to fit new designs have to change core mechanics, they are just much less likely to be able to survive as long with the heart of the game still there. And that's all on top of the fact that players don't have to pay $60 to have the privilege of paying a monthly fee to have the privilege of using microtransactions just to enjoy your game to the fullest. I really believe that the expansion model exists now just because it's the way things have always been done. And it was great back in the early days of MMOs. I truly believe that. But because MMOs are constantly online and all these changes stack over time, the expansion model is getting worse and worse with each passing year. And we have proof with old school RuneScape and RuneScape 3 that the constant update model works. My light went out. So if you're an MMO developer, like, I don't know, Blizzard, maybe if you release a classic version of your game, don't just rerun expansions, but consider making updates to the version everyone likes. Maybe. Just an idea. And that's all I have to say on the matter. Expansions are bad. If you made it this far into the video, you clearly are insane, and I will be having you arrested. So comment wee woo to make everyone know that the cops are coming. Making long form videos like this would not be possible without my Patreon supporters, so I want to take a quick moment to shout all of them out. First of all, an extremely big shout out to the members of my tier.
So I played this game yesterday, and I played it before. And I really tried to give it a chance, didn't I? I gave it a fair shot. I gave it 3 fair shots.
Let's start with something I liked in Lords of the Fallen, and that's blocking and wither damage. The way that it's implemented here is by far my favorite system out of any of these kinds of games. And I deeply hope that Souls games adapt something like this in future entries. Basically, in Lords of the Fallen, shields don't block 100% of physical damage, no matter what shield
They're not
you're
even
using.
close.
Even the best medium shields block around 50%.
Yeah.
And the biggest weapons block a percentage comparable to that. The damage that isn't blocked becomes wither damage, represented by this white bar on your health bar. This wither damage is the equivalent of Bloodborne's rally mechanic. You can get all of this health back if you are aggressive and attack the enemy. But it has some adaptations that make it, I think, very interesting. First of all, as long as you're blocking, the wither damage won't go down. That is, you won't lose any of that withered health. But if the enemy lands a clean hit and you're not blocking,
You lose everything.
all of that damage disappears at once.
Yeah.
And takes away your opportunity of regaining it. So long as you successfully block an attack, you won't die.
You
You
got
can
a lot
take
of
so
hate
much
for this
wither
video?
damage that you're at 1
Yeah.
HP, and so long as you block, the hits won't kill you. The amount of health that you get back is substantial. You regain a lot of big chunks when you attack. And unlike in Bloodborne, the wither effect doesn't go away. This means that even after finishing the current batch of enemies you might be fighting, you can still regain that lost wither health at the next encounter.
I didn't know you could go through
This
those
is a
lines.
significant change because it doesn't so much incentivize aggressive play, but intelligent aggressive play.
Yeah.
There's also a parry mechanic. If you block just as the enemy hits you, you'll parry the attack. The parry will do damage to the enemy's poise, which you can see by locking on. But the parry also still makes you take wither damage. In a boss fight, all of this comes into play. You can parry it.
Parries should not make you take wither damage. That's stupid. I heard about this. I don't really parry in these kinds of games. This is such a dumb thing.
attacks to get through the monster's poise, but since even successful parries will make you take wither damage, you're spurred to both be aggressive and play cautiously. You want to be aggressive so you can get that lost wither health back, but you want to be cautious because if you take a hit, all that wither health will be gone. It's a very nice system, and it works well in practice.
Yeah, I don't think parries, but I agree with everything else. Parries sound so weak, parries bad.
The only problem I have with it is the sound and animation that plays when you parry an enemy correctly.
It's mediocre at best.
The parry sound is supposed to work as feedback. It's supposed to let you know that you got the parry correctly, and it's supposed to make you feel good that you got the parry. But the sound that plays is this extremely wimpy... I think the sound is really distracting. I just got done playing Lies of P.
Bro, that's like you just looted an item in like a fucking anime game.
Which has a similar parry mechanic. And the parry sound on there, now that's a parry sound that has some hair on its chest. That's a stimulating sound. It makes you want to get more parries just so you can hear it again.
Yep.
As opposed to the delicate ding you hear in Lords of the Fallen. Another thing that I like is the way that spells and throwable items work in Lords of the Fallen.
That's true.
This I don't just like, actually. I'm obsessed with this system. For years, I've complained about the way From Software handles spells. For more than years, for over a decade, I've been bitching about...
By the way, I think Elden Ring spells are totally great. I think spells suck in every game except Elden Ring. Because in Elden Ring, I think they're perfect. They're fine.
The way From Software does spells. I typically don't play mage builds, not because I don't like them, I do like them, but because I hate cycling through the spells. I hate pushing up on the directional button to get to the spell that I want.
Use the same spell all the time.
And if you have a bunch of spells, if you have something like 6 and you're pushing the button 5 times to get to whatever it is that you want, and you have to memorize where they are, I hate it. I can't stand it.
He's right.
I've never had a good idea of what I would want to replace it, but I've always been sure that I wanted the current system to end, to get replaced with something else.
Yeah.
In Lords of the Fallen, you equip your spellcasting tool, and then you can equip your various spells and tie them to different buttons.
Yeah.
So you hold down L2, and then push the button that corresponds with the spell that you want. And it's very seamless, it happens very quickly. Lords of the Fallen isn't the first one to think up of a system like this. It's not that unusual, but I'm very enamored with it. I think it would work beautifully in Elden Ring. This is how I imagine it would work. You have a spell catalyst in your hand, and you can just tap its button and it would work normally. And in this way, it wouldn't inconvenience people that have gotten used to, slotting in 8 spells and mastered the skill of pushing the up directional button a bunch of times to get to the spell they want. But then, you could also hold down the catalyst button, and that would show you what spells you have hotkeyed to which buttons.
What a fucking
and let
idiot.
you cast whichever ones you want in whatever order you want. I think it's a perfect system. It does not intrude on what is already there, and just adds more options to those of us that want them. Lords of the Fallen is like that in that it has a bunch of good ideas. Another example of its good ideas is that it lets you switch from one-handed to two-handed in the middle of a combo. So if you swing your sword one-handed,
I never really did
it'll
that.
do a series of animations depending on how many swings you're doing. And if you swing the same weapon two-handed, it'll do a series of different animations. The interesting thing is that it will hold your place. So if you're swinging your weapon one-handed and then you two-hand the weapon, your next swing will come out two-handed and it won't start it from the beginning. It will keep your place in the combo.
That's actually pretty clean.
Okay, that's enough positives for now. Let me talk about some of the things I don't like. The weapon swing speed is too fast. As a comparison, a straight sword in Lords of the Fallen will swing at around the speed of a dagger in Elden Ring.
It is pretty
And
fast.
all the weapons are like this. They're a whole category faster than what is normal.
Yeah.
Great swords are swung with the speed of katanas. Big colossal weapons are swung at the speed of claymores. And worst of all, these attacks don't really have any commitment to them. You can roll almost immediately out of them. One of the big things that popularized Dark Souls and the Souls formula in general.
Slow, impactful, deliberate combat.
Is the commitment to attack.
Yep.
You swing your weapon, and then you're stuck in that animation. You cannot dodge out of the way until the animation is completely through. And if you make a mistake and attack at the wrong moment, you're probably going to get hit as a result. That doesn't exist to the same degree in Lords of the Fallen. It is significantly less commitment-oriented. Attacks can be stringed together very quickly, and you can cancel out of them so fast and roll away that it looks like you're teleporting. There's very little delay, and there's no smooth transition. It's very frenetic. Now, I recognize that this is going to be a matter of some opinion. I saw people complaining about Liza P having combat that they consider to be clunky. And from what I gathered, what they mean when they say that the combat is clunky is that it's too high commitment for their tastes. When you attack in Liza P, there's a slightly longer delay before you can block or dodge again.
Yeah.
Lords of the Fallen, Elden Ring, and Liza P exist on a spectrum, with Liza P being a little bit slower than Elden Ring, and Lords of the Fallen being a lot faster. It'll certainly come down to preference, but for me, I don't like this level of low commitment at all. I think the combat is so manic it approaches hack and slash territory, which isn't territory I want to be in. And it might be part of the reason why other aspects of the game are so bad. It might be negatively affecting them. For example, the levels have a huge amount of these worthless mob enemies everywhere.
Yep. They're fucking annoying. There's a million dick suckers that are after you, and they're trying to hit you, and they're gonna go after you. You turn around, there's two. And they're coming. It's like, oh god, what is this? Oh my god, drives me crazy. And then finally, then you like, I feel like the amount of mobs this game throws at you is just exhausting. Every single area in this game is like this. This is a bow. This is you. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. How many of these are there? And the dogs, yes. It's just there's so many of these fucking things. Literally the whole game. And there's, yeah, there's another dog. Oh, there's a dog here. Yeah. And then he jumps down. And he and also, by the way, he does fire. And then you get past it and there's no bonfire. 5 legs? No, the last one's the tail.
They often just feel endless.
Yes.
I have to assume one of the reasons that they chose to put this many enemies in a level is because of the incredibly fast attack speed. You swing very fast, and the weapons for some reason have incredible forward momentum. You're teleporting like two...
How many of you guys that played this game attacked a monster, and in doing so, your character threw itself off the edge? It's garbage. It's just fucking annoying. It's annoying garbage.
2 feet in front of you every time you swing. So traversing a level has you clearing tons and tons of these enemies, and they're not hard. They're rarely ever hard, but there's a lot of them. And even though there's a lot of them...
Yep, there it is. See, he's trying to hit one mob, and then you've got that little fucking dog from the back trying to get you.
They don't vary very much. You very often see the exact same enemies, with occasionally you'll get a new enemy type, and that is usually an enemy type that was previously a boss. And the only change will be that its HP is bloated.
Yeah.
And it's not just about the number, the
all.
placement of the enemies and the encounters that are designed for them, I think are also awful.
It's just
There's
sucks.
so many times when an encounter will have 3 to 5 melee enemies attacking you, and then also 2 or more ranged enemies.
Remember this area? I went through this area. This area was a cock.
To bombard you at a distance at
Yep,
once.
there's a dog.
And
There
much
he
of
is.
the traversal requires that you go through Umbral. So if you do that, I mean, just add 5 or 10 other enemies
now there's
that are
bonus mobs
around at all times. It's frustrating to the point that I just stopped clearing enemy groups at some point.
Yeah, I just ran
and would
past
run
them.
past them
Yeah.
to get to where I was, and then maybe start clearing them again and explore around. But often, not even worth it, I felt. I would just run past that as well. That's notable because I've never done that before. In
Yeah,
any
I
of the
never do
Souls
that
likes
either.
I've-
I never did that in any other game because I felt like I would want to clear it. Like what I would do is I clear it the first time every time. And then after that I run past it.
Played in any of the Souls games that I've played, I've never not cleared an area of enemies and explored quietly and carefully. That's like my favorite thing. I am a cautious, Roomba-like player that goes around in small semicircles until I'm sure that
The
I've explored
Roomba,
everything
true.
in the environment. Not so here. The entire game feels like Dark Souls 2 if you combined the Iron Keep and the Scholar of the First Sin edition, and you...
Ooh, we love the Iron Keep. The Iron Keep is the area with the katana boys that will stab you. You think you're gonna fight the Smelter Demon? No, you're not. You're gonna get stabbed while you're in the fog wall. And now you're going back out of the fog wall, and they're gonna kill you.
You mix
And
that
there's an
in with
archer.
Shrine of Amala, and then combined together, you stretch out the
Oh,
experience
yeah, this is why I quit. I was just tired of. I just don't want to do it.
for the duration of an entire
It's
game.
annoying.
That's what the levels feel like to me. They're miserable. And I
Yeah.
have heard from people that like Lords of the Fallen that the level design is really good. And I think partially that's true if you interpret level design to mean very narrowly just the physical space. Then yeah, the physical space can be interesting in the way that it leads back into the central hub area,
He's right.
evoking memories from
Yeah.
Dark Souls 1.
The asteroid is
But in the
depleted.
broadest
Lies of P also did that, and it was totally fine too, and it didn't have these issues.
sense, level design also takes into account how encounters are designed, how they're designed to be approached. Those are just god-awful. It's hard to appreciate the level design of the physical space on traversing, of picking up items and such. When the
And
game is
also, like, these mobs that have this shield is so fucking annoying. Because pulling out the lantern is clunky. It animation works. It's not fun to do. It's fucking annoying. Anytime I see one of those, I just skip them.
Stop trying.
Because they're obnoxious.
Just run past it. Just run past everything.
Yeah.
And that's not the feeling that good level design is supposed to evoke.
Exactly.
In your players.
Yeah, how's it good level design?
I also just hate how it looks. I don't have the talent to paint an articulate picture of what is anything I don't like about visuals. But I think a lot of the areas are these. Hard to look at. Everything seems to blend into each other. And it's not a graphical issue. When I look at something clearly, close up, I can tell that the graphics on it are fine. I just really hate the environments. I hate the way that they're colored. I hate the way they're styled.
I
And
don't
it's
mind
strange
that
because
personally.
the enemy design is actually quite high. It's very good. And so is the armor design for the armor that you wear. Almost
Bro,
all
look, there's like 6 mobs running after him.
of it is really good and high quality. It's a very stark contrast between how I feel about them to how I feel about the world they live in. Finally, the bosses.
Oh, this guy was such a fucking joke. I hated this cock ass.
Bosses are a big disappointment to me. They are
Oh, he was
pitifully,
such a piece of shit.
maybe as a consequence of the fast combat tempo that I described earlier. But the reason doesn't matter. The fact is that these bosses are supposed to be the high note of a level. You know, I slog through these levels, which I consider to be an eyesore.
This boss was such a joke.
I carve my way through 100 of the same miserable enemy types.
Yep.
And then I finally get to the boss. And I consider myself fortunate if the attempts last longer than 10 minutes before I win. 10 minutes is a rarity. Most of the secondary bosses that are just humanoids, those usually got done in 1 to 3 attempts. Now, just to disclose, I didn't beat this game. I've played for around 15 hours.
Yeah, I feel like there were a couple of bosses I kind of had a hard time on, but for the most part, they weren't really that bad.
I've killed 5 of the main giant bosses and about 8 of the secondary bosses that double as normal enemy types. So I can't vouch if this impression that I've developed continues to the end game. You know, it's possible that the levels, the enemies, and the bosses have a dramatic increase in quality at a point further than I am.
That doesn't really matter though, right? Because like if it's bad for like the first half of the game, then half of the game is bad. I mean, there you go. Review a game not even halfway through? Yeah, I mean, I think that that's fair. I mean, if you... Like, I usually don't review games until I finish them, but I think that if you contextualize your review around, I didn't finish this game, this is what I think of it, and this is why I didn't finish it, I think that's totally fair.
but I don't think I need to fully...
I didn't beat it, just explains everything, to be honest. The game's not for him. It's a polarizing game. I thought it was great. What do you think that I didn't beat it doesn't what do you think I didn't beat it explains? Whenever you say explains everything, what do you mean by that? Nobody cares, just move on. Well, no, I want to see the I want to see the point he's trying to make. Oh wow, I got pulled up, yo. Yeah, what do you... Yeah, okay, yeah, hi. Yeah, you got pulled up. What do you mean by it explains everything that he didn't beat it? What do you mean by that? That he didn't like it? So do you think that if he had beat the game, he would have liked it? Like, if he had beat the game, even despite not enjoying it at this point, do you think he would have liked it? I'm not interested in explaining my 2 cents beyond that, really. The reason why you're not interested in it is because you can't, and you know the conclusion of your statement is stupid. You were trying to insult his skill as a player, saying that the reason why he thought the game was bad was because he couldn't beat it. Do you genuinely believe that this guy who's played every Souls game couldn't beat Lords of the Fallen? He's physically incapable of doing that? That's fucking delusional. That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. Of course he can beat the boss. Of course he can do it. It just doesn't mean that it's a fun process in doing so. It doesn't make any sense. I wasn't insulting anything, to be honest. What do you guys think? Do you think he was trying to be insulting?
The asteroid is depleted.
I think that's insulting. I think it's patronizing. I do. I think that's exactly what he was trying to say. Here we go.
Beat it to give the review that I've done. I came into Lords of the Fallen very hopeful. I paid my own money to get this game, and when I have to give up my own cash and time, I'm always hoping that the experience is worthwhile. I felt I needed to voice my opinion on it, because not only was I disappointed, but leading up to release, all of the Souls YouTubers that I watch, and even some of them that I'm friends with, gave this game glowing reviews. And while I respect their opinion, I don't agree. So I thought it'd be valuable to leave my impression of the game as someone who was very hyped and ended up being disappointed, to the point he didn't want to finish. And that's the end of this video. As always, thank you very much for watching.
At first, the reviewer obviously didn't like it. Well, if Souls games didn't finish this one, Exo explains they kind of shit themselves. That's because he was trying to insult the guy. That's what it was. That's what I think it was. I completely agree with this. Like, my review of the game would have been even worse. It's better than Wulong, isn't it? I think that they both sucked. I don't want to say that reviewing a game, you have to beat the game every single time. Now, like, I never really gave what I would consider a formal review on Lords of the Fallen. I never did that. I just said, and even whenever I stopped playing it the first time, I was like, I don't really like this game. I don't want to play it anymore. That's it. But yeah, you should give it a fair shake. Exactly. I was getting swarmed by enemies and not being able to explore was so trash. Yeah, there it is. It's not fun. Yeah, I think that the game... So, the reasons why I didn't like... here, I'll make a list, right? And I'll link you guys the video. I'm glad that Radic Oscar made this video, because I totally agree with what he's saying, and I had even more opinions about it beyond that. There's the video right there. Make sure to give it a like. So... reasons why Lords of the Fallen wasn't fun. Too many mobs. Too little heals. Bosses unfun. Using lantern, using B in combat is clunky and annoying, and animation locks you. Picking up souls takes 2 seconds. Animation lock. Character forward. Throws you off cliffs regularly. Bonfire placement. Too infrequent. Seed mechanic is stupid. Let's see. Fast swing animation with no punish. I didn't really care that much about that. How many hours of gameplay did it take for you to come to this conclusion? How many? Let me see how long I played the game. How many hours did I play the game? 12 hours. I put 12 hours into the game. Yeah. Jumping mechanics are stupid in games with a conditional jump. Yeah, I don't find them fun. No offense, but I don't really value your opinion on Souls games because you're terrible at them. I don't think I'm terrible at them. I think I'm really good at them. That's why I beat all of them. Yeah, I don't think I'm bad at these games at all. I think I'm way above average. I've watched people play these games. They're trash. What are you talking about? Like, I guarantee you... Like, if I got a chance to watch you play the game, everybody would be laughing at how shitty you are. Guaranteed. Like, I know that obviously it's easy to say that and criticize and talk shit whenever nobody can watch you play the game. But the truth is that almost everybody else that I watch play sucks even more dick than I do. You're probably comparing me to somebody who's like speed running a game at Soul Level 1. Yeah, you're right. Who plays this game like constantly. Of course I'm not going to be as good as somebody who's a speedrunner for that game, no. But I don't think that I'm bad at these games at all. I'm promising everyone's worse than you is delusional. I think that almost everybody that's talking shit like that I think that they are probably worse than me. I absolutely think so. The reason why I think that is because I've played a lot of MMOs over the years, and the majority of the people that are like that kind of people are all bad. They're bad at every other game that I play with them. And the only people that are generally pretty good are the ones that are very, what's the word for it? The ones that are very good at the game are usually, like, very humble about it. It's always the bad players that barely get by that have the biggest ego. It's the same thing as in WoW. Is that, like, the actual really, really good players in the game don't have big egos at all. It's always the people that are, like, 3 or 4 steps below that think that they're up with them. They're the ones that have the really big ego. Really good players don't flex ever because they don't have to. And I bet a really good player that would watch what I'm saying would probably agree with what I'm saying. I think a lot of them would. Now, they would say, I think that a good player would say, these didn't bother me, but I can see why you feel that way. I think plenty of people would. And the fact is that I don't think that I'm bad at these games because I've watched other people play the games and they are garbage. They are so bad. I do WoW raids and everybody that I play with is so fucking garbage. They're so shitty at the games. Like, how are you this bad? And you really want me to believe that whenever they play these games, they're super good at them? Absolutely not. They're trash. So true. WoW raider I raided with, I put mine on parser. His ego the size of a mountain. Well, it depends, right? Let's see here. Pretty average Souls games, not bad necessarily. Just smash your head against the wall whenever you play a lot of time. Well, of course I do, right? I mean, yeah, I think that's the way a lot of people do. And again, it's very easy, and I think also it's very easy for people to say that whenever you can't watch them play the game. And that's the biggest difference, is that everybody always likes to talk shit from the peanut gallery, but we don't get to actually compare what they do. We don't get to compare how they play. So they get to say, oh no, I'm so much better, but we have no idea like what they're comparing it to. Well, we don't, how do we know that? Yeah, they have no evidence to show their skill. Yeah, they're never going to do that. Why can't you just watch them play? Oh, I have, and wow, that's how I know they're lying. You know, no, I don't think that I'm bad at these games at all. I don't think that I'm like incredible or amazing, but I think I have a level of competency to where I can review them and say things about them that are legitimate. And I think that, again, if I wasn't, you would be attacking what I'm saying, and you wouldn't be attacking me. The reason why you're attacking me is because you can't argue against this. That's why. 3.5k in souls, you have average skill, about average character building. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. What is their following? Is 59% mixed review on Steam? Well, the reason why is because of it's primarily because of like playability stuff. You don't need to be good at the game to establish a baseline of good versus bad. Exactly. Yeah, it's that simple. Okay. So somebody is upset because there are a lot of apparently dick riders in chat. So what do you think? What do you think I'm wrong about? Shouldn't have said that you're terrible at these games. Should have used your words. You aren't good at learning new games. No, I'm not good at learning new games. I am incredibly bad at learning new games on stream because I'm just really distracted. I'm thinking about streaming. I'm on camera. Yeah, I'm really distracted. I'm thinking of 15 different things at a time. I'm having a conversation at the same time. It's really hard to do. And the streamers that are very good at doing new games on stream usually don't interact with their chat hardly at all. They make 1 or 2 comments and that's about it. It's very boring. Streamer brain is real. Well, yeah. I mean, of course it is. If you have somebody trying to talk to you about something that's totally different while you're trying to understand something, like how many of you guys, for example, here's a good way to explain it. Whenever you get close to somewhere and you're trying to figure out where you need to park or like where you need to be whenever you pull up somewhere, you turn down the radio. You scared them off. Yep, there it is. Everybody does that. My point exactly. People focus a lot on being good at the game. And I think that people dick ride themselves so much about being good at a video game that they would rather be good at a bad video game than not be good at a good video game. That's generally the way that people think. Because all of people's criticism of anybody complaining about whether it was this game or like any of these other games, it's always about a personal attack. It's always about, oh, well, you're just not good at the game, and if you were better at the game, you would understand that it's fun. This is ridiculous. So I played... New expansion leaked. So this is the new, this is the new WoW. It's fake. You guys think this is fake? It's a pretty damn good fake if it is. Yeah, I mean, it looks real to be honest. Yeah, it does. What the fuck is Avaloran? I don't know. Like, what do you guys even want to see happen in WoW? Like, I don't even know what I want the next expansion to be. The total reset? Yeah, I feel like they need to reset it somehow. Like, I don't even know what the hell this is gonna be. Like, I don't know. Like, it looks really, really interesting. It looks real. Like, it definitely looks real. I mean, no matter what it is, I'm gonna fucking play it. You guys know that. But, like, damn. This becomes so boring. I don't know, man. I want another Pandaria. They'll reset it. It's still gonna be the dog world quest grind formula. At least something, right? I want Arthas to return and purge Lordaeron. Yeah, that'd be great. I don't know what to say. WoW multiverse in the void. Oh my god. What are people saying about this? It's certainly blurry enough to be a quality leak. It certainly looks pretty realistic as a leak. Yeah, it does, I would say. I'm guessing because it immediately comes off as I'm guessing this is it because it immediately comes off as underwhelming. Jesus. That is brutal. Well, it's just 4 slides of random mobs. Don't think that any expansion would be exciting with just that. I don't know about that. Who is right to draw a conclusion about an expansion from 4-0 burger screenshots? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it depends, right? I mean, it just depends on what it's going to be. Let's see here. It's at, I'm going to be like, oh, the same 4 zones. Hot, cold, forest, and plains. For sure. It's a damn good fake if it isn't legit. The zones don't seem super unique. Yeah, that's why I think it could be real. Yeah, why does this look the same as every other expansion intro? Because WoW has become the most formulaic game to ever exist. 4 new zones, active. 8 new 5-mans, and 1 new raid. Thank you. Finally, somebody says it. It's not me. 4 zones and unexplored continent, with small regions being 0.5 patches. Yeah, who could have guessed that? Oh my god. You seen Final Fantasy? I don't know about that. But yeah, I'm just talking about WoW. Like, yeah, I think he's right. The baby pet in the 4th pick is already in game. This is just a clever fake. Really? However, the 2nd statue in the background comes from Stormheim and Legion. I love how this person thinks they're debunking it by saying that, oh, Blizzard would never reuse assets. So your best argument is that there are reused assets, so it's not a Blizzard game? No, I think that would make it more believable. What are you talking about? Dragon Isles 2, The Return. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. Maybe this is the new WoW expansion. Holy shit. There's a post on WoW Hub to give more information. Okay. Avaloran expansion leak for WoW 11.0. Okay, leaked photo. All right, let's take a look at this. And these are, oh, there are birds in the game. Okay, those are nice. Okay. Oh, new zone Ardenweald. Oh, they're bringing this one back. Okay, so this is the new expansion, guys. This is it. That's it, guys. This is the whole thing. They're just adding these, and that's the, like, everything else stays the same. Yeah, I'm sold. I already bought 3. Yeah, there you go. Great, guys. Let's see if I'll look at this picture here. Avaloran. Open image, new tab. Okay, so let's read this real quick, okay? The distant lands in Avaloran lay beyond the western horizon of Azeroth's storming seas, isolated for millennials. Those that call these enchanted kingdoms home have relied upon the living world beneath them, bound to sacred oaths and divided by old hatreds. Okay, so Basically, we're gonna go over there and like manifest destiny the shit out of him. Because like I think I've heard the story before. Let's see the rest of it. Charged with the defense of the harsh desert plateau, the furious Agora have ruled over the earthen domain with brutal efficiency. As new threats arrive, the unity of these once unwavering Goliaths has been fractured, giving rise to a conflict that sunders the region. Okay. Nestled in the secluded mountain crags, this roaring canyon surges with devastating elemental power, surpassed by the constructs of an ancient facility. Oh, like Oldawar. Known for their hardened nature and mastery of the skies, the Storm Riders of Kaz Algar have forged a unique legacy atop their airy strongholds. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, when is BlizzCon anyway? Yeah, what day is it? November 3rd. Okay, it's in 1 week. Oh, wow. Yeah, I could see something like this getting leaked. I just, you know. Seems like a legit leak, kind of underwhelming. Yeah. 0 comments on it, too. Let me look at this.
Drive active.
It is, yeah, it is what it is. I'm just hoping that that they do something interesting and cool with Classic, you know? People zoomed in on it and it's AI made, the first one. You think it's AI made? Oh, I don't know. It doesn't look AI made to me. Maybe it is. April Fool's joke? Maybe. Looks underwhelming. Oh, the other one. Okay, I see. Yeah. Wizards never made AI stuff. Yeah, it looks like Dragon Isles mixed with Draenor. Yeah. I'd rather see development for the real game than wasting time on Classic, to be honest. Leave it like it is for the no changes crowd. Well, the real game is Classic. So, like, I don't know what you mean. That is the real game. What are you talking about? Yeah, fuck no changes crowd? Yeah, for sure. Why do they always add in a Storm and Thundering Zone? I don't know. But yeah, this WoW expansion doesn't really, you know, like, I'm not like, Rip Old World Revamp looks really interesting. This doesn't excite me. You know why? It's because they don't know what they're doing. And it's obvious. Everybody fucking knows it. If somebody doesn't get their head cut off in a cinematic in the next expansion, my faith will be at an all-time low. We need to have a decapitation. At least one of them. Yeah, bloodbath. Yeah, exactly. Soy levels are too high. I unironically think the story is too soy. I do. I'm being 100% serious. I think it's too soy. I think it's for, again, it's for cat boys. He almost said gay. I don't know about being gay. I mean, there's gay guys in Final Fantasy 16. That story was pretty cool. I don't think it's really a gay story. Is anybody even gay in Dragonflight? Not really. I mean, what, the centaurs are gay? There's like there's gay frogs, but like there's no actual important characters that are gay. So like I don't think it has anything to do with being gay. Malfurion? I mean, you know, like, maybe.
Hi, I'm Ludwig, and I got sued by Nintendo. It actually happened a few months ago, but I feel like it's worth bringing up now because of some huge drama and updates that have come out of the Smash scene. And even if you're the most casual of Smash fans, it's worth knowing about, because this could change Smash as we know it.
Okay.
Or could it? But let's get into that in a little bit. First, back to me getting sued. It was technically a notice of infringement of intellectual property.
Wow, I could have never expected this from Nintendo. They're just full of surprises.
And I'd show you the paperwork and verify it, but they did post my address in like ink in the background of every single piece of paper in this notice of infringement.
yeah.
So I can't actually show you. But to my very, very small understanding, I am a YouTuber after all, it's basically like a baby cease and desist. Because rather than saying, hey, you must stop and never do this, they were like, hey, you must stop and then follow our rules. You cannot use your rules. Now, what was the big rule difference? Well, basically comes down to modifying the game. If you don't know, I ran an event this past few months this year called the Ludwig Ågren Championship Series. It was a pretty damn big Smash Invitational with an open qualifier. And up to this point, some context, there is a stage in competitive Smash Melee called Pokemon Stadium. This is what
I love this stage.
Looks like. And in it, it has different transformations, right?
Yeah.
It can look like this with a couple of big old platforms. It can look like this with a big old windmill you can stand on. And over the past couple years, people figured out they could modify it and freeze it. So it basically always looks like this. And that was it was basically less luck involved because some stages and transformations are good for other characters and not so good for other characters. And Nintendo was like, hey, we don't like when you modify our game. Please do not modify our game. So I didn't. I didn't do that.
Which I think that's kind of fair. Like, in my opinion, I think that if you buy a game, you should be able to mod it however you want. Because you purchased the game. Now, you own that. You can do what you want with it.
And instead, we left the transformations on. We kept it vanilla Melee. And it actually, you might be thinking to yourselves, you know, this shouldn't matter. It's like such a small thing. It actually determined the winner of my entire tournament. Because Leffen was losing very badly to Cody Schwab. He had 110%, Cody had 14%. The transformation came up. Leffen, using the back wall, got a huge combo. Ended up beating Cody, ended up winning the tournament against Zay. So it literally determined the winner. Not that that's a huge problem, because it was honestly really hyped to watch, but when there was a poll done in a Reddit afterwards, people were like, we want it frozen. We can't have it frozen, kiddos. It's not how it damn works, because Nintendo doesn't want their game modified. And I'm allowed to talk about this now because they have been very forthright about all the things you must follow if you want to run a Smash event. In fact, they dropped...
That's surprising.
A guideline, a community tournament guideline for every region. It first started with like Japan, then they dropped one for EU, and then they dropped one for America and Australia. And we're going to go...
At least they're doing this and not just shutting them down. I think this is kind of a positive. Not being able to modify a game you own is very anti-consumer. Oh yeah, I think so. You can't without licensing agreements if you make a profit from it from a corporate POV. So if you're making a profit from it, then maybe you can't modify it. I think that's kind of fair. I don't know. I'd have to really think about that. Yeah. That's the law. Oh no, I'm not talking about the law. No, I'm just saying, like, what do I think is fair? Who cares about the law? You just follow the law. Yeah, you have to follow the law. But I'm just saying, like, what I think is fair or not fair. Guidelines are so oppressive, it might as well be shutting them down. We'll see. You don't own games anymore? You own the right to play them until the company says otherwise? Yeah, well, I just don't think it should be like that. I don't think they should be able to do that.
Through this guideline today, because a lot of people were reacting and in part overreacting to this guideline, thinking this could be the end of Smash tournaments as we know it. So let's take a look at these guidelines, which include in part that idea of not modifying the game, but then many, many more interesting things. So there's basically two things you have to think about here. The first one is community tournaments, which is basically like, hey, I want to run a tournament at my college or with my friends or in my local community. And if you do that, you're supposed to do these things. Like, you can only have a tournament up to 200 participants in person, 300 online. You aren't allowed to collect more than $20 per person for, like, a tournament fee. You can't have a prize pool of more than 5K. Just outright. You just can't do that. You can't make more than $10,000 if you're a tournament organizer. I don't agree with all these outright. I don't think that, for example, a tournament organizer...
I think the reason why Nintendo is doing this, so like, I don't know, I'm just guessing. But I think the reason why they're doing this is that they don't want Smash to be an esport, because they don't want people to play the game and be super sweaty at it, because then it won't be a casual party game anymore. That's what I think their goal is with Smash. But I don't know.
should necessarily only make 10K. I would feel fine if my local tournament organizer was able to make a full-time living and then provide better tournaments because they don't have to do a job and then a side hustle that's a passion thing where they're not allowed to actually make money. I feel like that's a little weird. There's also a couple of weird specific rules that they threw in. Like they went into this very, you know, interesting rant about how you're allowed to technically have more than 200 people at a tournament if you do them in blocks, and the blocks happen on different days. And then they also go into details about if you wanted to run a charity event at a high school. So a lot of specificities, but a lot of people are probably wondering, well, Ludwig, what happens if I want to run a huge event? Or if one of my favorite tournament organizers wants to continue to run their huge
And this is the way it is at Blizzard. Like, there are, like, rules like this for Blizzard for setting up tournaments, and if you want to give out a prize pool that's over a certain amount, you do have to actively okay it with Blizzard Legal. Like, I've gone through this process multiple times. Actually, no, not multiple times. I think I've done it once. Maybe twice?
In-person events with tens of thousands of dollars in prize pool. Is that able to happen? It can only be 200 people. If 201 come along, is Nintendo going to come and shoot them in the head? No, not necessarily, at least. The way it looks right now is that if you want to run a large event, you must get permission from Nintendo, right? You must get a license and submit an application for license to use Nintendo games at your tournament. And if you get a license, then you are conceivably allowed to break most of the rules. Like,
well, you're not conceivably allowed to break most of the rules. The license is the rules. That is the license. Like, they say, okay, you can break this rule, you can't break that rule, this is how it's going to work. And, like, you basically come to an agreement with Nintendo about what the new rules for your specific event are going to be. Duh.
The player entry rule, the prize pool rule, and maybe the how much you make rule. I'm not really sure about that one. It doesn't really affect me per se because I lose so much damn money running Smash events anyway. And they might not accept your event if you break these. These are kind of like the hard and fast rules, the Bill of Rights, if you will, the ones that just absolutely cannot be violated by Nintendo. They won't approve an event if you do any of these. If you violate laws, infringe IP, fake that you have a license, and then interestingly here, involve any cheating, unauthorized access, modification of the game itself, aka why they came for me, why they sent me that baby cease and desist. And then there's some vague things here, like if you use game consoles, accessories, and software not licensed by Nintendo. So I don't know if you have a Mad Catz controller, are they going to come kick you in the throat? I don't know. That seems like really hard to regulate by Nintendo. And there's an interesting conversation to be had about the box as well.
I think it's just realistically Nintendo is going to regulate it if it becomes an issue. Like, Nintendo isn't going to be going around looking for every single, like, negative thing that could possibly happen. But, like, if it gets very popular, then, yeah, they might do something about it.
Which is a whole nother can of worms I don't need to get into. But if you happen to follow all of these and you send in your request to Nintendo to authorize your event, then conceivably you should be able to run an event of really any size. At least that's the idea as it seems.
Not necessarily. I think that Nintendo would just kind of, you would have a separate rule set that you would agree on with Nintendo. That's the same with doing a tournament with Blizzard or doing a tournament with
your skill has increased.
Other company. Just how it is.
And Nintendo, you know, that's at least what it seems, does have the right to cancel anything, right? They can cancel any community tournament if there's 307 people instead of the 200 people allowed, or they could conceivably cancel any big event or not give them a license.
I wonder, like, is it good that they can do this? Right? Like, from like a just like an opinion perspective, right? I feel like it's kind of not good that somebody has this much power. Like, it's too regulatory. Yeah, is it good for them? Yeah, like, is it good for the public that they have this level of control? I don't really think so. It's their product? Yeah, but you bought it. Shouldn't you have the right to do what you want with something that you buy? I think that you generally do. You bought a license? No, I don't agree with that mindset. I think if you buy a license to use the game, you should be able to use that license however you want. I think that turning everything into a license isn't just a get out of jail free card for removing all consumer protections that previously existed. Just saying, oh, well, you know, it's a license, so you actually don't have any consumer protection. I don't agree with that.
If they do not see fit. And to understand this all, it is basically Nintendo trying to capture back control of their IP.
Yeah.
And I think it's mostly for Smash Ultimate. In fact, if you look at the Japanese guidelines, they don't even mention Melee in it, the much older game that I care a little more about because it's a game I came from.
Yeah,
but in
I
the
like
North
Melee
American
the
one,
most.
they do, because they kind of have to, because we forced their hand, because we've kept their game alive for much longer than I think they would have liked to.
Probably true.
But in the conversations that my team has had with Nintendo, they've seemed pretty open to letting us run events. And they said that they would try to give permission for events to be run within a reasonable time frame, like 1 to 2 months. And that's the big concern here, because none of these guidelines truly matter. Most locals will be too small for Nintendo to know or care or be able to keep up with anyway. So if you have 205 people...
I don't think this is going to shut down like a local Smash tournament. Nintendo's not even going to know about this at all. They're going to have no idea.
Instead of 200, they're not going to give a rat's ass. And in the big events, they have to get permission from Nintendo. And so as long as they give the permission, it's fine.
Yeah,
We
sure.
can't have Frozen Pokemon Stadium, but I don't think that is the worst thing in the world if we're able to continue running events for the next 10 or 20 years or so. And as far as that question, how quickly will Nintendo actually be giving out these licenses, we have a little bit of an idea, because these have already rolled out in Japan. The applications to get your event license has already rolled out in Japan, and it's happened really fast. A Japanese Hokkaido local submitted their form in the Nintendo guidelines, and it got accepted in 1 day. And then one of the largest...
I also feel like if you're doing it in Japanese, it probably could be easier, right? For like obvious logistical reasons. Maybe I could be wrong about that. I don't know.
Events in Japan. Sumabato applied, and they got accepted for 10 events. The next 10 events are totally fine to be run. So it seems as though Nintendo's actually doing a good job of keeping up, giving licenses for their events, at least in the Japanese scene. Hopefully they follow suit in the North American scene, the European scene, the Australian scene, or wherever people want to play Smash around the world. And that's basically it. That's the update. So it should be fine as long as they actually keep up with their applications and they approve them. Things should be good. But we'll see. And I'll let you guys know if they're like, hey, Ludwig, we don't like that you're putting up a prize pool of 50K. Because that's where I'd be like, well, what do you mean, man? These people are broke. They need some money. I don't mind doing it. I have a sponsor to cover it. Why not? That's where I feel like it would be crossing the line. And
I think that's probably something that like a lot of these tournaments do worry about, is like having really big prize pools, because whenever you have a really big prize pool, obviously it does create a different dynamic. And like I think Nintendo always wants their games to be kind of seen as casual, not esport type of games, etc. So I think that's kind of why they would not be okay with it.
Leave it off with a little bit of a quote from the GOAT.
You can take my controller,
Mango.
my GameCube, my CRT. I'll tell you something, I'll play Melee in my fucking mind. As long as Melee lives, I will play, and if you take it all, we'll fucking play in a garage. 20 people there, hot, sweaty, gross, me versus Zane behind a 7-Eleven for 25 bucks. And that's what it's always going to be. You don't understand that the money, the fame, nobody gives. Anybody who wants to be a top player gives no fucks about that. So if you try to shut us down, you'll never shut us down. You think you might, but I promise you with all my soul, you got nothing on the Melee community. So you can try. You're not going to succeed, whoever you are. Just remember that.
So those are the huge updates in the Smash
Probably
community. That's how I got sued by Nintendo and what it actually means. And I'll keep you updated if anything else changes. All right, see you later. Subscribe. Goodbye. See you later. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Damn. Yeah, I feel like Nintendo is like super overzealous with this kind of stuff, and they are like just massively fucking draconian. Like, it's insane how overreaching Nintendo is. I don't even know why. It doesn't make sense to me that there's so much like this. There's the video right there. And it kind of sucks that like you can't even make minor modifications for that kind of stuff. But, you know, I guess that's how it is. So he never actually got sued? Wow. I mean, he got a legal proceeding by Nintendo. I feel like it's an implication of like, you know, if you don't do this, we will sue you, right? I mean, I feel like that's pretty much not really getting sued, but it's a legal proceeding. It's close enough, right? Yeah, kind of weird that you buy a product and then they can decide what you can do with it. Yeah, I think it's weird too. I don't really think it's good for the consumer, right? The guy was just having drama with Tecton, made a response video and mentioned you. Oh, really? Oh, God. Maybe I should watch that. Yeah. Let's just see here. Feels rubber band. Yeah. Lamborghini and Porsche do that too. Yeah, it's just like, in my opinion, I think that if you buy something, you should pretty much have complete autonomy to do whatever you want with it. Like, there are some exceptions, right? So, like, if you buy a movie, you shouldn't be able to just record a movie and then it's a 1 hour response video. I'm not going to watch a 1 hour response video. It's not going to happen. You shouldn't be able to just broadcast the movie back out to the public, right? Of course not. Like, there are some exceptions because it's like actively why not? Because it actively competes with the product, right? Redistribution. Yeah, redistribution. But like, other than that, I don't know. I think if you buy a car or a Lamborghini, you should be able to do whatever the hell you want with it. Like, it has nothing to do with the company anymore, right? They shouldn't have sold it to you. And I feel like in general, like, why buy it? Well, I don't know. Maybe you want to do something with it. What happened to let the market regulate itself? People think it's abusive, then stop giving them money. I think that you're right about that. I do, but I do think there should also be consumer protections in place too. And I'm saying, like, you know, having the laws this way, like, the laws are written in this way. Like, in a natural world, this would not be the case. Like, if there were no rules, whenever you bought something, it was yours. That was it. You could do whatever you want with it, right? Like, these are rules that are they're on the books because of these companies. Laws should be written for me. I think the law should be written for the best interest of the public, right? Rather than for protecting the intellectual property of like a small group of very rich individuals. I don't really think this is healthy for everybody. Does the fact that it's a foreign company change the rules they have to follow? I don't know, but either way, I see Nintendo trying to regulate the Smash stuff because I think they just don't want their games to be like super sweaty games. I get that, but at the same time, I do hope that they're able to have some sort of agreement or something like that with these tournament organizers, because a bunch of people here love Smash Brothers. It's like one of, like, I played Smash Brothers 20 years ago. Like, I like the game a lot. So yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like people just want to play and see tournaments for the game that they grew up playing, and like, what the fuck? It's not really that complicated, is it? I feel like it's not. So yeah, their IP, their rules, follow the rules for GTFO. Well, it's not really their rules though, right? Because it's the government's rules. Because, like, why do you have to listen? It's not like Nintendo puts you in jail. The government does, and they do it on behalf of Nintendo. So I think it's really the government's rules. Nintendo doesn't have anything to do with it.
The asteroid is depleted.
I feel like this game has no business being this good. Actually, you know what? Let's use the girl with the scythe. Yeah, bro, this girl was insane. Because, like, this is the one I beat my first level with her. Get the cat ears? Well, she doesn't have cat. Oh, no, she does have cat ears. Okay, let's go. Now, I don't know if I can do this, because, like, these... Like, it says I'm supposed to have, like, more levels, and I don't have them. Or, wait. How do I make it auto-aim? What's the button for me to auto-aim it? Left click. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, so gain 1 revive. I feel like that's insane. Let's get the scythe, though. Okay. And, okay, defeating a target, scythe swing, 20% chance, create an explosion. Okay, we're gonna get this here. Okay. Yeah,
Your skill has increased.
These are actually good. Okay, targets within 100 pixel, okay. Just bandage. After being hit, heal 10% every 30 seconds until 80% of the damage is recovered. That's really good. What the fuck? Because I feel like I need survivability, man. Oh, what the fuck? I can't kill him in 1 hit. Okay. Bro, I'm getting farmed. What the fuck? Okay. I can see why they said I needed to have more movement speed. These mobs are fucking fast. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. I'm actually getting fucked. Why am I getting... Dude, I'm getting fucked so bad. This is insane. Okay, let me pick this food up. First target hit by swift is marked with 20%. We actually had something that happened yesterday. A situation with Tectone and another individual. So I want y'all to understand what happened here. So this individual... Let me see if I can find a video real quick, okay?
To your Twitch chat telling me I'm unprofessional for talking about this on the internet? All of you eat my fucking ass. He made the video first. You dumb fucker.
This is over an anime game. How old do you think he is? 37. He's like yelling at his brother. His brother's fucking crying. He's like, what the fuck is going on here? Can you believe that's like a 5-year-old? He does. And so I go on Twitter and I say this. I said they need to put this guy in a mental asylum. Tectone goes and makes it... Again, he needs to be in a mental asylum. He needs to have somebody. So there used to be these things that people would have and it would make you do like this, but you couldn't do anything else. And this dude needs one of those. He needs to have one of those just to make sure that nothing bad happens.
How for 6 days I'm trying to enjoy my vacation at TwitchCon. How I have posted barely anything on YouTube that weren't just, you know, old Twitch videos recycled. And let's talk about how this Soul guy, and I mean this genuinely, this is the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my entire 4 years on YouTube. We are going to talk about the actions of a very deranged, a very angry man. And this shit makes me sick. Because we could have ended this. We could have ended this. Guys, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. This is about 3-year-old meta takes that I said back in 2020. In 2020.
The asteroid is
That's what this dude is getting mad about.
Because of 3-year-old meta takes,
asteroid is
I have to
depleted.
deal with this stupid motherfucker saying I deserved my divorce.
Normal behavior.
Sending his viewership to harass me en masse, then playing the victim, which, by the way, if you want to check my VOD, over 1,300 messages were sent in the span of 48 hours talking about how I should pretty much stop existing. I'll let you fill in the blanks yourself. About how I have an incredibly small penis. I have never seen a man talk more about my fucking penis than Austin Show.
That's a lot.
Love that guy. But the fact that 3-year-old Meditakes from Genshin Impact has caused a guy to do trigger warning. If abuse makes you uncomfortable, please don't watch the following clip. This just happened. This is one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I'm sorry, Soul. I'm gonna have to hold you accountable here. Because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And the actions that you have taken, and this whole image of, wow, you're the hero. You tell me, do you think this is the action of a hero?
Look at this. Look. Y'all just saw it. Here it is again.
Professional for talking about this on the internet. All of you, eat my fucking ass. He made the video first. You dumb fucker.
Gets worse. Gets worse. And actually, no, I didn't. I made a video about me and Flip, and then you decided to respond to it.
And
but
there are some people blaming Tectone. Yeah.
This is the person that you want to defend. If this is the person that you want to claim is
because
sane
Tectone
in the
made him mad.
And you want me to tell you why I didn't take Soul seriously when I argued with him? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, you didn't take Soul seriously because he's wrong. No, I didn't take Soul seriously because he's a fucking dumb shit clown. And I'm not going to let some guy, Kermit the Frog, who thinks he's Batman, come into fucking my life and act like he's going to daddy up on me when I'm having a conversation with a guy that's 2 years old about his video and let this guy self-insert because he wants views and YouTube clout. Yep. No, I'm not going to take this guy seriously because he doesn't deserve to be taken seriously. But guess what, Soul? I'll talk to you serious now. So let's keep on seeing what you like to do over this fucking video.
Look at him going ape dick. Knocking shit around.
I know. Painfully silent.
Yeah, Tectone's not throwing shit around his house.
During your brother's live stream.
Making him cry.
That you forced 2 tears.
Yeah.
That you forced 2 tears because he wanted to give his perspective. And now the video's gone missing because it's privated. Because you won't let your brother speak his fucking perspective. Just like how you wouldn't let me speak mine. Saying, oh, if I respond, you're going to claim my videos and try to take down my channel. What a fucking disgusting human being you are.
Yep.
And congratulations. You got me to be serious. That's pretty fucking hard. As a professional clown on the internet, I pride myself in being able to make light of pretty much everything. But you have my attention. You forced your brother to tears because he spoke his perspective. What does that sound like to you? Sounds like abuse to me. Anybody who goes against you, you claim. And how apropos it is after you saying how diabolical it is.
Well, it's violent, right? I mean, like, even if he's not being violent to the guy, he's still being violent by throwing things around. Like, that's violent, unhinged behavior. It is. It's abuse. Like, this is like if somebody did that around me, I would leave.
Docking permission requested.
I don't like that.
I hide comments from aggressive users on my YouTube comments. And yet you can't stand anything being said about you if it doesn't fit your narrative. How fitting. How fitting of this hero that you think you are. You wanted me to be serious? Okay, then let's keep it fucking going, you delusional dumb fuck. Let's keep going here. Let's keep going. Well, I've been gone for 6 fucking days at TwitchCon. Oh, and apparently there's more. Oh my God, and apparently there's more. Yeah, Soul, you definitely lost the argument. That is seriously disgusting. Responds with kill yourself. That's fucked up.
By the way, I'm pretty sure there's 2 spaces between these words, not just 1 space. This guy's unhinged. Yeah, you see that? You notice that? He's an idiot.
That's fucked up, bro. Is defending
It's always the little things that get you to understand how much of an idiot somebody is. Genshin will do that to you, yeah.
A lot of shit on your videos and you go into that shit. That's literally abuse. Bullshit. He made a fucking video lying and shitting on me. I didn't do any abuse. I called him out for his bullshit. Is that what you call barging into his room, forcing him? Maybe. I don't know this one for sure, but the video's deleted, implying that he should delete the video, threatening him by doing aggressive action on the YouTube videos, and raising your voice at a autistic person. His words, not mine. Absolutely scumbag fucking behavior, and you should be ashamed. You should be absolutely ashamed. And let's keep going, because apparently there's more. Because now he's playing the victim.
Of course there is.
Congrats. Congrats. You should have shut your mouth. You should have let it go, but you didn't.
Oh,
you have been
go.
posting about me non-fucking stop for...
Oh, he is. He's doing it again. Dude, look at that. Dude, look at that picture. Oh my God. It's so dumb. And you can tell the guy's stuck in the past because this is it. Tectone hasn't worn the bean. To hide the fact that he's bald for years now. This is how you know this is 2-year-old or 3-year-old drama. Is he's arguing with a picture from 3 years ago.
2 fucking weeks.
New Tectone drama. There's another one. Look at this. Another one. And again, it's another picture from like 3 years ago.
Fucking weeks. I've been
video on dude, what a fucking schizo.
Been trying to ignore your little petty, stupid fucking ass, but you keep posting about me and posting about me and posting about me. When how many times have I posted about you? Let's just go ahead and check it out real quick. Let's just go ahead and pull it up. Because you have this idea that, oh, I'm not leaving you alone. And I'm not leaving you alone. Let's just go ahead and pull it up. So
actual schizo, dude, 100% schizo
weeks of
shit.
straight posting. Let's see. This is your brother's video. Oh wait, that's right. I didn't.
It didn't happen.
did not even do a dedicated video on you or the issues whatsoever. I make a video on your brother, and you know, maybe I'm missing one. I don't think I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm missing one. But the fact that you are losing your mind for 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and the fact that people are defending you makes me fucking sick. The fact that people aren't calling this
abuse enablers. That's what they are. It's easy to say that, like, oh yeah, maybe Tectone's also an asshole, but like they're hand waving this guy being obviously abusive. Like Tectone being an asshole is totally separate.
Piece of shit out on his actions makes me fucking sick. So let's keep going on how my 3-year-old Genshin meditates is making this guy justified for saying that I deserve to quote unquote lose my wife with, by the way, we didn't, we split on equal terms, but that's okay, that's neither here or there. About how he constantly has been harassing me, sending his Discord to harass me, and by the way, me restreaming your Discord when there's over 1,300 messages saying my name and your moderators actively pinging me in your Discord? That's not me trying to hate raid your Discord. That's me being taken a fucking back how one man's tiny brain can force him to be so...
Well, it's a public Discord. You somebody joined the Discord and then they post the messages. You don't want people... Hey, here's a bit of advice. If you don't want people reading your public messages, stop posting them. I know it's hard, but that's what I think.
Aggressive and delusional. You make me fucking sick. Let's keep going. Video on Tectone soon.
Active.
Okay, and which, by the way, and I want to make one thing perfectly clear.
Dude, I love how watch right, real quick.
Okay, and which
I am just here for fun. Isn't that the best part about the whole thing? Guys, he's just here for fun. Oh my god.
By the way, and I want to make one thing perfectly clear. Flip didn't even want that video made.
And his whole avatar just looked like the scuffed version of Corpse Husband, by the way. Am I the only person that sees that? This is just scuffed Corpse Husband? It is.
And let me tell you this as well. Jinx and Tuner didn't want to make that video made, how you're defending Jinx and Tuner, because I am good with Tuner. We talked on stream and hashed it out, yet you're still fucking angry about it like you're their fucking boyfriend. Why are you getting angry in defense of someone else? Now, you could say, why am I getting angry on your brother's defense? One, because I actually care about the guy, and yet you really don't want to seem that that's true. But let's keep going here.
You're just an asshole. I mean, you don't have to care about somebody. This guy's obviously an asshole. Everybody can tell he's an asshole. How do you know that? I mean, just look at he's a fucking asshole. It's obvious.
So there's even more. You make another video. New Tectone drama that just dropped.
Look at this.
Hey,
look at this. Oh, my God. And I just noticed, I thought this one wasn't about Tectone. No, it was. It just was a picture of Tectone.
I hope it was a well-performing video. I hope this is well worth it. Another video of you misrepresenting the argument like you're so superior, like you're so holier than thou, like you're such a misunderstood, angry guy. Shut the fuck up, you dumb motherfucker. I have never met someone more stupid in my entire fucking life. So let's keep going, because you have my attention. Tectone drama is mostly over. Let me allow me to post my plans for the future. I want to do a collab with
why are those, dude, anytime that I see, this is like maybe kind of like an asshole thing for me to do, but anytime that I see somebody who capitalizes or doesn't capitalize things, especially capitalizing things they're not supposed to, I assume that they're dumb or they're unhinged. I'm like, oh, idiot. Yep, idiot.
Flip at some point. We will see how that unfolds. Say hello to the Gotcha podcast, which I will obviously attend. Yes. You want to know why I invited you on that podcast, Soul? You want to know why I said we're on good terms? You want me to tell you why I said that? Because I was trying to be considerate and let my audience know that I am a fucking adult and they don't need to be angry on my fucking behalf. And if I told them that we were good, hopefully it would mitigate any of the deserved harassment that you fucking got. No, we're not good, you dumb.
I love how everybody thinking, somebody's like, hey, you know, I don't think you should abuse your brother. Guys, why is everybody harassing me? Guys, I keep getting, dude, I'm getting targeted and harassed here, okay? Like, what the fuck is this? It's just such a victim mentality. You can capitalize important words? Yeah, but he didn't do that. That's the thing, it's like there was no logic to it.
Fuck. And if you think you're smart for realizing that, congratulations, you have a third-grade education. But I do that with every single person I have an issue with because I don't want them to have to deal with the internet hate that I've gotten for 3 fucking years over some quote-unquote bad meta takes. Eat a fucking dick, you dumb fuck. You're not Light Yagami. You don't get things because you're awakened and you have the Death Note. You gonna write my fucking name in that shit, you dumb fuck? Let's keep going. Even more, and pardon me if I get a little bit angry, but seeing someone domestically abuse their fucking brother pisses me off a little bit because I've dealt with the same shit for fucking 18 years. Jesus. That's your hero, huh, guys? That's the guy that people are gonna defend, huh? Let's keep it going here. Let's go see these actions that Soul is saying that I'm taking.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
Oh my god.
Tectone tried to raid my Discord server live on stream. No, I fucking didn't. That is a
Even if he did, who cares?
absolute bold-faced fucking lie. When your moderators are pinging me in announcements over and over and over again, even telling me to react to the clips that they're saying on the Discord, if me streaming that is what you consider raiding, you're a fucking idiot. You are openly inviting me to review clips from that Discord. That's your own fault, not mine, you dumb fuck. Let's keep going. Tectone continues to talk shit about me despite not caring about me. Yes, I do make some jest. You want to know why? Because you're a piece of shit. Let's keep going. Tectone continues to react and shit on my content on stream. Actually, I
love how they're just he's such a victim, always a victim. Oh my god.
like your videos quite a bit because you're a stupid angry guy until you crossed the line and you did whatever the fuck you just did on that live stream. Yes, I apologize. Do you think me getting angry because you call Eula, Yai Miko, and Raiden Shogun mid is an unjust reason for me to say, hey, this guy's...
This is, again, guys, this is over this is over an anime game. Yeah, this is all about an anime video game.
Takes her shit. I apologize that I disagreed with your opinion. If that hurts your feelings so much, well, maybe you should quit YouTube if you can't handle someone disagreeing with your opinion. I've been dealing with
Somebody says it's between his brother. If you interfere, you'll make the relationship more awkward. Good, it should be. The brother shouldn't be putting up with this shit. It's ridiculous. No, it's not okay to act this way. And also, like, if you don't want people to comment on your relationship, don't put it on the fucking internet. He's streaming it. He's talking about it. Too bad. It's not a private matter. You got a camera on, bro. That's it. What the hell? Why is it moving around like that? What the fuck?
this shit for 4 years, you little dumb bitch. Let's continue. Tectone went after my brother and dragged him onto a live stream after I got...
What the hell just happened? What the fuck? Hey, yo, real quick, what the fuck? Dude, this computer's having so many, like, weird bugs. Like, I need to just get a new one. I've had this computer since 2018.
Let's handle someone disagreeing with your opinion. I've been dealing with this shit for 4 years, you little dumb bitch. Let's continue. Tectone went after my brother and dragged him onto a live stream after I got off live stream with him. That is a fucking lie. I reached out to your brother. I gave him a safe word. I asked, does he want to? He agreed. He came in on his own terms. And guess what, buddy? We had a very civil discussion that you know we had. And if you want, I can even post a link to the VOD if you want to say that I dragged your brother. And here's another fun fact. I have made your brother more successful in 2 fucking days than you've done in your entire fucking life. And you know what? Deep down inside me, it kind of seems a little bit weird how angry you are that he's doing good now. It's a little bit weird for all these things.
He's probably right. Tectone is probably fucking right.
Things that you say that you do for him, how you nurtured him. It's crazy how, I mean, I don't know, he says you're not doing anything, but you feel so fixated. It's insane how the one guy who's trying to help your brother out, you are black-mouthing, you are schizo-posting, and you are harassing over and over and over again because you want me to be serious now. Okay, let's keep going. Despite having no connections to him and his content, something done clearly to try and milk more drama for the situation. Or, here's a crazy fucking idea. Maybe I'm trying to help your brother out because I appreciate someone having my fucking back in this situation because once again, and I don't know if you get this, you're not smart because people liked your video. You can say Tectone bad on a Hitler fucking thread and they'll say, man, this guy's fucking based. Congratulations, man. You picked the fight with low-hanging fruit. Aren't you so righteous? Aren't you so righteous? Aren't you so smart?
Oh my God.
You dumb bitch. You picked a fight with the guy that everybody fucking hates for bullshit, and you know it, and you think that you're so holier than thou. I apologize that I had your brother back, but unfortunately, if his own family doesn't have his back, I will. It's not called milking for content. It's calling a spade a fucking spade and trying to help out someone who clearly fucking needs it after you made him cry.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
what the fuck?
Tecton continues to claim me and him are on good terms. Do you want to know why I claim that? I said it before, because I don't want people to harass you, Soul. You know what's crazy? I actually did feel for you a little bit. I thought you were a dumb fuck, but I thought your content was good. So I decided to, oh my God, do a little bit of a lie and say that me and you are on good terms to make sure that you don't get further harassment, to make sure that my community doesn't go after you, because I actually like to try to mitigate the damage to my community or the dumb fucks, because I'm sorry guys, I love you, but there are some dumb fucks in there.
No, it's not even his community. There's just people that don't like this dude and they're looking for a reason to not like him, and that's it. Like, it actually has nothing to do with Tecton's community at all, right? There's just people that just, like, don't like this guy, and they're looking for a reason to not like him. Yeah, they're basically hate watchers, exactly. And so, like, yeah, if you're gonna, like, it's dumb fucks everywhere. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Parasocial weirdos, yeah, and it's also, like, I don't take any degree of accountability whenever my viewers are mean to somebody. Unless I tell them to be mean to that person, then it's not my problem. Like, of course people are gonna get negative feedback if they say something stupid. That's life. You are not entitled to freedom from criticism whenever you post something publicly. If you don't want people to make it more public, you shouldn't have made it public in the first place. And if you're going to cry about that, well, I'll probably make you cry even more. And I'm not sorry.
And I try to mitigate that a little bit by saying we're on good terms, guys. Don't worry. But you're too fucking stupid to understand that shit. That was a lie for you, homie, not me. I'm trying to make sure, that
You've
you're
been
okay.
examined.
But now, I don't think I can do anything because your real character is being shown here.
Oh,
Tecton
yeah.
claims he's open for a conversation. Already addressed this. Also, Tecton admitted knowing seeing Zero Zhongli was a bad...
Oh,
Here we-
Jesus Christ. Oh, he's on about it again, bro. Oh my God. What is this? Bro, didn't this thing happen like 5 years ago, 3 years ago?
Go. Also, Tecton admitted to knowing C0 Zhongli was bad post-stream, which doesn't matter on its own, but that alone doesn't mean he harassed Jinxix and Tuner over the course of 4 months when he knew the whole time he was wrong. Oh, I'm so sorry. I made a whittle meme about Zhongli being good when he wasn't. What, are you gonna come? Grow the fuck up, you dumb fucking child. This is ridiculous.
Oh, I love that.
This is ridiculous. And this narrative of I'm the sole reason why they quit. First of all, Tuner's still making content. We talked it out, we hashed it out on stream, and now the only rehashing this drama, get this, is you. The only thing preventing them from moving forward is you. Because I don't know how many times you sucked their dicks for you to want to defend them, but it's a little bit fucking weird how much you keep bringing them up. It is embarrassing.
Oh my
It's
God.
embarrassing. It really is. That's
I've never played Genshin, but this is the best marketing ever. Can you imagine getting this mad over a game?
been trying for you, defending people that don't need defending, case in point, Flip. But maybe I should have left you off the hook because you're a former minor. And don't think that I don't understand what you were trying to do by throwing out the word minor. You wanted it to seem like I was harassing a minor. You wanted to throw that out so bad, didn't you? You wanted to give the Genshin Impact community.
Yeah, this guy said that Tectone was trying to harass former minors. As I said, Scuffed Corpse Husband, he's not a thinker. He's a throw a water bottle around his brother's room kind of guy. You know, there are people that have evolved from monkeys and people that look like they have evolved from monkeys.
Another thing to sink their little fangs into because you're so smart. Well, guess what, Soul? You're a fucking moron. Absolutely
neither.
ridiculous.
I don't know what he looks like.
So what's the point? Simple. He can't admit when he's in wrong, and I think that fits the tone of our interactions perfectly.
No, I bet.
No, buddy. I can admit that I'm wrong. But I'm not going to admit that I'm wrong to
His
a
own
fucking
community shitting
idiot
on him. Yeah, of
clown
course
like
they are.
yourself. Want to know why? Because you don't have my respect. At
Oh
all.
my
And you
God.
don't deserve my respect. And I'm
Former
glad
minor.
my gut
Yeah,
feeling was about
former
you.
minor.
because
Isn't that
you
good?
are out of fucking control. You are
This is
absolutely
funniest fucking thing.
out of control. Solo wants a VC for a minute? No. Solo needs to make sure that he's taking care of himself. And the reality is, I don't feel safe talking to him on the internet with fear of his brother coming into his room and causing further harassment. I am not doing this for me. I'm doing this for his own safety. I refuse. Solo, you need to take care of yourself, worry about yourself. This is ridiculous. Because God
It's
forbid me
insane.
and Solo talk on the internet.
Yeah.
And his brother barges in and harasses
This is
him further,
crazy.
and it sucks that I'm too afraid to even talk to a guy who I want to talk to, and I can't. Solo, I mean this genuinely. You should be taken off the fucking platform.
The asteroid is depleted.
I'm doing this for his own safety. I refuse. Solo, you need to take care of yourself, worry about yourself. This is ridiculous. Because God
It's
forbid me
insane.
and Solo talk on the internet.
Yeah.
And his brother barges in and harasses
This is
him further.
crazy.
And it sucks that I'm too afraid to even talk to a guy who I want to talk to, and I can't. Solo, I mean this genuinely. You should be taken off the fucking platform. You are deranged.
He
You
means
are beyond
soul. That's amazing.
logic. You think you're smart.
Yeah.
You think you're this anime main character. Your actions are disgusting. And here's the crazy thing. I have things to back up what I say. And you don't. Now, you're lucky because you have the Tectone Bad debuff, or Tectone Bad buff, which is where you can just say anything that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Soul. I mean Soul. Sorry, I'm a
It's
little
obvious.
bit angry, so I'm mixing my words a little bit. Soul, your actions are absolutely fucking disgusting. I have
They need to put this guy in a padded room. They put him in a padded room, take away all of his anime waifus, and he needs to go through like some sort of like fucking like extensive therapy lesson where they like, you know, like in the Clockwork Orange where they hold your eyes open and like they have to make him watch every single Clint Eastwood Western, like fucking the entire way through. He has to watch like the 10 Commandments, Ben-Hur, so he can finally be a man again and stop fucking being such a freak. Yeah, a real detox. Yeah, he's gotta stop being such a fucking freak. What is this?
Things to back up the things I say. You don't, because you don't
It's a
need
rehab,
them, because
yeah.
you said Tectone Bad,
Charlton Heston,
which
I
means
know that.
all of these Genshin stand dumb fucks, not every Genshin player, but you know the vocal minority that I'm talking about, are looking for any reason to get angry at me. You let that get to your head, And you did that, and you were so
You
happy
have to watch the
you were
300
willing to
too.
destroy your own relationship with your fucking family. When you had
There it is.
warning after warning from your own family to stop, you kept going, and it led to this. Imagine being so small that Genshin Impact takes from 3 years ago can lead you to harassing someone who
Yep.
loves you more than anything, and it makes me fucking sick.
The Soul Guy used to say to his brother constantly, "You're such a tectone right now." Oh my god.
I hope I never see your fucking face on this platform ever again. You're disgusting, and congrats. You have my attention, and I'm serious now. And those are my honest thoughts.
Well, there's the video right there. I figured I'd look at this, and so yeah, this guy is just crying, getting mad. There it is right there. So Tectone is getting harassed by this like psychotic, weird, like man baby who's attacking his brother, throwing water bottles around because of a drama that happened in Genshin Impact from 3 years ago. It was a disagreement on a character's power level. And so anyway, this guy's wonder why you would tell him no, almost like you'd make him look a lion stream. The fact that a grown man joined in on family issues, then pulling the moral superiority card, makes you the biggest bad guy here. And this is always what people like this do. It's very funny whenever this happens, because this is just the typical abuser behavior, where you're blaming somebody else, you're minimizing the problem, and you're making it look like it's somebody else's fault. That's clearly what it is. He's gaslit, yes, and this is an obvious abusive person. Now, here's the individual right here, and I didn't hit my brother, I didn't yell at him over Genshin. Well, you kinda did. Plus, you denied my brother when he asked to come on stream and clear shit up. Yeah, because you were just gonna bully him into saying something. Look, he's got 200 followers. Oh my god. Jesus. Where's some of the replies here? Let's see, do we have anything else interesting here? I've always wanted to be canceled for stupid shit. He says, so then somebody posted the tweet of him saying to kill yourself, and then he says, yeah, I said that, and how much do you guys want to bet this guy thinks he's the Joker right now? Yeah, he guaranteed, yeah, this is an NSFW. I see it. This is a Twitter handle called Filled with Dongs. I think we're going to skip that one. But anyway, yeah. So this is the individual. He's a clown. He is a clown. He's absolutely a clown. And it's so sad to see this happen. And it's just like, well, let's go ahead. We'll read some of the comments here, and we'll look and see what people have to say. Okay, let's see here. This is over buffs. Yes, it's all over buffs. Can't wait to hear this on Imaru's podcast. How's it? Oh, it's her podcast now. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Let's see here. All this happened because some opinions on John Lee. John. So out here canceling himself. That's a former minor you're talking about now. Yeah, look at this. Someone who's going to abuse and reduce their own family to tears over a game should stop playing that game. Yes, it's insane. Much more you can say at this point. The guy in the middle said stop, best to respect his wishes and move on. I think that at a certain point, if you want to make something like this public, etc., you know, you can't live your whole life getting abused. And that's it. I don't think that it's fair for anybody else to say it's okay for a person like this to do that stuff. It's awful. Yeah, I feel bad for this guy. I really do. Don't worry, he's already denying it happened. Oh yeah, for sure. Tectone just lied about that too. Oh, now he's getting... Oh my god. Wow. He's completely lost it. Jesus. What an absolute fucking schizo. What a fucking freak, man. Absolute fucking freak. So we'll take a look at it. There's an update to the Sniper Wolf situation. It's a 5-minute video.
Today I'm going to show you that SS Sniper Wolf isn't punished by YouTube for doxing Jack's film. You've heard that right. If you haven't heard, SS Sniper Wolf, massive creator on YouTube, reaction channel that adds absolutely nothing to her content. Well, Jack's films criticised that and she doxed his address to her millions of Instagram followers and offered him outside for a confrontation. This is absolutely...
It's kind of crazy how everybody's mad at YouTube for this, but Instagram is the platform that the doxing happened on, and nobody's talking about Instagram at all. Isn't that weird? She didn't even do this on YouTube, but everybody's mad at YouTube. But Instagram is the platform she did it on, and Instagram hasn't done anything.
Psychotic behavior and worthy of a very harsh punishment. If anyone else did this, they would have a very strict punishment, if not termination. Well,
that's not true. Actman got harassed by Quantum, who also doxed him, and then Actman, whenever he got mad about it, he made a joke, and then YouTube demonetized Actman. Quantum never had anything happen to him. So I think this is actually par for the course for YouTube.
YouTube, in their double standard glory, issued Sniper Wolf with supposed punishment. Confirming Sniper Wolf has received a temporary monetization suspension per creator responsibility policies. Off-platform actions that put others' personal safety at risk, harm our community, and the behavior on both sides isn't what we want on YouTube. Hoping everyone helps move on this convo to a better place. Yeah, you read that right. They blame Jack's films partly for it, but temporary demonetization is basically a holiday for Sniper Wolf. You're not going to earn money for a couple weeks. Well, at least that's what we thought. She has been caught. YouTube has been caught.
I'm okay with them temporarily demonetizing her. I am okay with that. I think that's fine. Now, obviously, it shouldn't be for like a day. It should be for an extended period of time. I think this is fair. I don't know if it's something that I'm okay with. I'm kind of leaning on the side of it's not. To be honest with you, I don't like to see people deplatformed, especially whenever she's getting deplatformed for something that happened off platform, because that's effectively what happened to like Alex Jones, right? And that's what happened to somebody like Russell Brand as well, is they're getting deplatformed for something they did off the platform. I don't necessarily know if that's a good thing. It's literally illegal. So should everybody who commits a crime be banned by YouTube? It's a case-by-case thing. I do think it's a case-by-case basis thing, because you're actually right about that, is that, like, on principle, it kind of makes me uneasy to set this kind of a precedent that somebody should get banned for off-platform behavior. But in this situation, if they did ban her, I wouldn't really complain. Because the truth is that it was off-platform, but it happened because of YouTube. So I understand that, but I'm just vocalizing kind of an internal concern that I have with this type of content. Does that make sense? It does make me uneasy. I'm not saying this is a bad thing, or it would be good if she didn't get banned, but it does make me very uneasy. I don't get the logic. She didn't do it on our platform, so we don't care. Well, okay, so then what's the logic of the opposite, and then what's the extent of that logic? That's the concern that I have.
This is only half true. Before I show you the proof, I think it's very important we look at Sniper Wolf's apology for this, because even though we already knew it was complete and utter shit, chewing air would have more substance than this apology. It will make the proof we show later even sweeter. Let me start by saying I'm sorry for my recent actions. It is inexcusable. I'm sorry to Jack's Films, YouTube,
the asteroid is depleted.
Well, Sniper Wolf does not respect
the asteroid
is trying her hard.
I think that she just tweeted that out. Like, I don't want to listen to that bullshit again.
The asteroid is depleted.
The truth is, like, yeah, thanks ChatGPT. I just think that at times on time, NFL, high-paying jobs, you do something off the field in life, you get reprimanded from your employer. I don't know, guys. As I said, I think that a lot of people are making a circumstantial argument, which I think makes sense. Anyway, we can argue about this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. At the end of the day, okay, let me just kind of give you my bottom line. Yes, it makes me uneasy that people would get banned for off-platform behavior. However, in this circumstance, if she did get banned, I wouldn't cry about it, okay? That's the thing. I wouldn't complain. I would say, you know, we'll see what happens in the future. I wouldn't really give a fuck. But yes, there is an implication. There is a precedent of that does make me uneasy. I'm not sorry for saying that either. I think that anybody should consider this. Anyway, the point is that, you know, that's neither here nor there, because YouTube clearly isn't doing that. The point is that the apology, Like, what's she really gonna say? You know what I mean? Like, what's she really gonna say? At the end of the day, I hate apologies. I think if your apology is more than like 2 sentences, it's probably too much. Guys, I fucked up. I'm not gonna fuck up anymore. That's it, right? So anytime that somebody talks about it a lot, I just assume that, I don't know, like, I assume it's bullshit, generally. And I assume most people, this is another thing, I assume most people aren't actually sorry for what they do. They're only sorry that they're having a negative outcome for it. Like, does she genuinely regret doing it? In a theoretical world where she actually went to his house and she bullied him into not making any more videos about her, would she have considered herself in the wrong in the retrospect? I don't think so. I don't. Now, she's sorry it happened. Absolutely. And I don't need somebody to have an ideological consistency with me with this, right? Like, I will drive down the road and there will be people I want to run over constantly. There's somebody on the bike lane and they're driving 20 and it's a 40-mile zone. What the fuck are you doing in the bike lane? Oh my God, you're wasting everybody's fucking time. And yeah, I think about, oh fuck, I wish I could run this bitch over. But you know what? I never do. I never do. And that's good enough, isn't it? Doesn't mean you're good? Of course I'm good. I'm not running anybody over. Yeah. It's intrusive thoughts. Yes, of course. I think a lot of people feel this way. Everybody's, oh, I don't feel this way. Sure. And so anyway, yeah, maybe go drive around in Austin. Point is that I don't need somebody to ideologically agree with me. I just need them to have an agreement that they will not act on what they think. A lot of people think stupid and bad things. It doesn't really matter that much, as long as they don't act on it. I think the only apology that I care about, people say the best apology is changed behavior. I think the only apology is changed behavior.
The asteroid
I could
is
give less of
depleted.
a fuck about what somebody says whenever they do something different.
The
Honest
asteroid
to
is
actually
depleted.
evade this punishment and is succeeding. If you
Oh,
go to
yeah,
Snipe
let me go back.
Well, Snipe Wolf does not respect YouTube's decision. She is trying her hardest to actually evade this punishment and is
This is a great point that he's making, and he's totally right. Because any argument that I could say that, like, oh, maybe she does actually care, immediately goes into the fucking trash whenever the day after that she gets demonetized, all she does is re-upload on another channel, and the other channel is monetized. That's it. Because why do you think that she is uploading onto that other channel?
Succeeding. If you go to Snipe Wolf's channel, you will see a channels tab and you will find one of her other channels called Snipe Wolf Top Videos. Now, her channel, main channel, yeah, was demonetized by YouTube temporarily. Well, this channel is fully monetized. This
was fully monetized. My understanding is that now it has been demonetized. I saw multiple screenshots of multiple people after this announcement came out showing that she had uploaded a video on, I don't know what day it was, some point in October, probably a day after this had happened, and the videos were monetized. I saw probably 5 or 6 screenshots of this and multiple other people confirming it in the comments. I personally did not confirm this. Actually, did I? I don't remember. Did I actually go to her second channel and check to see if it had ads? No, I didn't. Okay. Well, either way, I believe it. I believe it because I saw multiple pictures. And I think a lot of people said that. Nobody was denying it, except, in my opinion, is this ban evading? Yeah. How is it not? Really, how is it not ban evading? You're just uploading the stuff onto another channel to circumvent it. 100% it's ban evading. Now, YouTube, to be fair, I think that there is a good chance that YouTube demonetized her main account and thought there's no way she's just going to start uploading on another account. She would have to be absolutely insane to do that. Well, it's funny you should say that. You know who you were dealing with here. Yeah, funny thing about that. And so anyway, they gave her a chance. Yeah, they probably just demonetized the main account, didn't really think about it. They were like, okay, we're just going to demonetize this account. Like, let's just fucking wash our hands of this situation. Then she starts uploading onto another account. Now, if I was YouTube, I would like, and whatever the length of the demonetization was, if it was like 6 months, I would say now it's 2 years. Because the fact is that, like, she's making YouTube look bad. And she's doing it knowing that she shouldn't be doing it. That's why she's uploading it onto the other channel. It's not like she's uploading it onto the other channel for, like, a random reason. No, she's doing it because those videos are monetized. So it's not ban evasion. Well, it clearly is. How is it, like, logically not ban evasion? You're getting banned on one account, and then you upload on another account. Demonetization evasion? Oh, okay, now we're being specific. Listen, this isn't a court of law, okay? This is common sense. Everybody knows what she's doing. She wasn't supposed to do that. The intent of the action is to demonetize her, not the specific channel. So whenever she uploads
Your skill
to
has
another
increased.
channel, then I think the same action is applicable. They weren't banning the account, they were banning the person. Yes, exactly. It's not that anything specific from her account is the person. So her doing that is ban evasion, 100%. And if I was YouTube, I would say, listen, you made
Your
us look
skill
like
has
assholes.
increased.
You fucked us over, and now you're doing this because it wasn't enough just so you can make another $1,000? Get the fuck out of here. No. I would be furious about this if I was YouTube.
This month, this channel's...
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Straight in 17.
It's a slap in the face. Yeah, it's a complete slap in the face. Like, because they gave her a bro deal. Like, they didn't ban her. They didn't publicly demonetize her. They didn't remove her videos. They didn't do anything, really. They just said, hey, we're going to give you a slap on the wrist. Quit being a psycho. And she turns around and shits on them and makes them look bad. I delete her second channel. You know what? I probably would, too, if I were YouTube. All right, just delete it. No, I see. You know what you're doing. No, because here's the reason. If you treat people like children that don't know what they're doing, they will pretend to be children who don't know what they're doing. And so you cannot allow people to use plausible deniability that is so blatantly intellectually dishonest that it is insulting to you that they think that you are stupid enough to believe it. It is an insult.
Million views, which, if you don't know, is a shitload of cheddar. So already, Snipewolf isn't being cut off from monetization. She's making bank off this channel, be it not a touch on her main channel, but she's still making great money. But it gets worse. Snipewolf, miss, I'm so happy YouTube held me accountable and respect their decision, has been posting on this channel to earn revenue, monetization, and even...
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Is that it's one thing if you just leave the... Like, if she just left the channel up and she didn't upload on it and she was, like, just making residual money, I would be like, okay, whatever, who cares, right? It's not really the biggest deal. But, like, she's uploading on it now regularly on purpose. Don't worry, if nothing happens by this, she'll just fuck up again in the future. True.
Re-uploading videos from her main channel onto her second channel to monetize as well.
And I think also, like, YouTube, this is kind of like the issue too, right? And like, I'm just gonna say it how it is, because a lot of people aren't gonna say it how it is. There's a lot of people who think Sniper Wolf is getting preferential treatment because she's a woman. That's what it is. You read a lot of these comments, that's what people are saying. There is a tremendous amount of people that believe this. Like thousands, millions of people. I don't know if there's millions of people that care about it, but if there were, they would be thinking this. This makes YouTube look bad, and it creates resentment against women on the platform. And I think that giving a person like this weird treatment and letting them do something that is so blatantly wrong, it makes everybody else look bad, and it just furthers tension. All it does is create more and more tension. Because everybody that's believing this, I don't think they're entirely wrong. I don't. And I think everybody can see that.
Reddit post said, is it not violating YouTube's ban evasion policy?
Yeah, look at this.
If you re-upload your videos from a channel that isn't monetized onto a monetized channel. And here's...
It is functionally ban evasion. I don't care about like what your legal definition of ban evasion is. This isn't a legal thing. She's clearly circumventing the punishment. Whether it's ban evasion, monetization evasion, whatever you want to say, she is circumventing the punishment that was intended for her.
It's proof that it's exactly the same video.
It's blatant, yeah.
It's like Russian roulette.
Don't, no.
Oh! Oh my god! No! Oh!
Okay, so this goes on for I don't want to watch this. Anyway, so what's this here? Letting her do this is actually good for YouTube. It makes other creators make more content, makes YouTube doing more money. YouTube best move is no move because they're likely being advised not to do anything. So you're right. YouTube, you have to understand, what is YouTube terrified of? YouTube is terrified of one thing, even more than advertisers. Being a publisher. And they do not want to be legally referred to as a publisher of content. They are terrified of that because that could potentially destroy the entire business. And YouTube's policy with this is do nothing. No matter what, we do nothing. It's Section 230, that's right. They are terrified of regulation because the advertisers will always come back. But once there's a law, you have to wait for the next dinosaur 30 years from now that won't know how to use a smartphone, even then, somehow to figure out and change it. And you have to pay them a bunch of money to do it. So that's why YouTube doesn't do anything. I think that YouTube is so terrified of being classified as a publisher. That's why they don't do anything.
You respect YouTube's decision and you're gonna go away, work on yourself and all of this when you're using your second channel to get around the punishment.
Exactly.
And I think that's fair to say for Sniper, but also, doesn't this just show how much of a bullshit punishment this was for Sniper Wolf? She docked.
No, I actually believe, I think that YouTube genuinely did not expect her to do this. And I guarantee you the person who was involved with this at YouTube is probably fucking furious. It's a ballsy move, it is. But, bro, so is armed robbery. That didn't stop her. Bro, like, she just does what she needs to do, man. It's a power move, yeah.
Jack's film's address. Put his family, himself, in potential danger. YouTube's punishment is only a half punishment because her other channels are monetized and she's...
Yeah, I don't think... I genuinely believe YouTube did not think this was gonna happen. Straight up. Like, they were like... Probably whenever they saw that, they were like, are you fucking kidding me? You know there's people at the office that are like... Alright. Okay. Alright. Yeah.
Drive
That's
active.
it. Because, like, yeah, the audacity of that. It's just, oh my god. And it makes YouTube look so bad.
Still making tens and tens of thousands a month from it. And there, she got caught re-uploading the same content from her main channel. It's just a complete fucking farce, isn't it? How can a creator be favored this much? Leave a like right now if you agree. It's just insane how much favoritism there is now. And you know what? YouTube are more to blame than Sniper Wolf because they're the ones who half-arse his punishment. The comments on her second channel are all calling...
I think that, is it favoritism or not? I do think that there is a contingency of people out there that will show favoritism to her because there is a subset of the negative criticism for Sniper Wolf that is rooted in just straight up misogyny. Guys that hate women are mad at her because they think she's getting over for being a woman, which ironically they are combating by letting her get over something by being a woman. So it's just kind of like, it's like a mutual escalation. But yeah, I think a lot of people believe that. It's also because she's hot. Well, Quantum, I mean, look at Quantum. It's just some random guy. He wasn't some big content creator. I think, to be honest with you, this is my genuine opinion on this. I don't think YouTube was really giving her any sort of crazy preferential treatment. I think YouTube just wanted to wash their hands of this situation and not be involved with it at all. I don't think YouTube gives a fuck about Sniper Wolf. I don't think YouTube probably likes her. I think especially now they don't like her. They just wanted to give her a slap on the wrist. She probably had somebody that she talked to from YouTube. They were going to say, hey, we're going to do this punishment. You know, put out your apology whenever we put out ours, or they coordinate this. And then they say, okay, let's just move past this. Just stop getting into drama. Stop making us look bad. Goodbye. Because they probably don't give a fuck. They don't want to have anything to do with her. And again, keep in mind, Sniper Wolf is a massive content creator. And let me go ahead and show you what that means. So here's YouTube. And here is Sniper Wolf. You guys see it? Here, I'll zoom in. Oh, I have to actually move it. Yeah, there it is. There's Sniper Wolf. Probably also too big. Unironically. She's nothing. No one is. Because YouTube is so big, it's used by billions of people.
Out YouTube and Sniper Wolf, let's all appreciate how Sniper Wolf is actively posting on her second channel while her main channel is temporarily demonetized after doxing Jack's film.
Yeah.
Let's appreciate how Sniper Wolf has no respect for YouTube and their TOS and is pretty much...
And it is obvious that she has no respect for it, because if she did, she wouldn't be doing that.
double dipping to get her money. Sniper Wolf, thank you YouTube for holding me accountable. I deserve it. Also, Sniper Wolf posted on a monetized channel. Yeah, we all appreciate how SS Stalker has evaded YouTube demonetization. I mean,
Stalker,
it is
like
just a joke. I don't know how that's okay. What standard are you setting where this punishment isn't even a punishment for such a serious offense? One of those...
They have, again, they have now demonetized her second channel.
Serious doxings from a big creator on another big creator I can remember in a long fucking time.
I think this is, yeah. People didn't even care if she cheated FPS competitive games. People still watch and donate, so people won't get mad if they get something that they support or something they don't like. Because cheating in a video game doesn't matter. It's just a game. Who cares? But like showing up to somebody's house in real life is like a totally different thing. Like, I don't get, oh, it's fake gameplay? Like, what are you, 12 years old? Get the fuck out of here. I don't care about this. Like, it's stupid, it's memeable, but like, is this something that I'm really going to have a strong opinion about a person over? Absolutely fucking not.
It really just seems like the favoritism is out of control. Like if you agree, subscribe if you're new, because we're going to keep covering this whatever happens. I think there's still more.
Your skill has increased.
Keeps going and going. Until next time.
The longest developed MMO scam has finally been exposed. This is about Pantheon, I'm assuming. Narc, I think, has had some sort of vendetta against Pantheon for a while. Which, like, to be fair, I can see why, right? I mean, the game is kind of scuffed, but yeah. Here we go. New Valheim update? No, this would be a downgrade from Valheim.
Hey, what up, boys? So, Pantheon Rise of the Fallen has been a pretty big meme on this channel. Obviously, I've always thought of Pantheon as the peak of modern MMORPGs, that exploit their player base by showing barely functional updates. Concept art, perpetual model redesigns, and environment overhauls without actually showing any real game. You know, that kind of thing. Kind of reminds me of Ashes of Creation, am I right? But recently...
The reason why I didn't like Pantheon is because the combat looked like garbage. It was basically, it had the same speed as turn-based combat, but it wasn't turn-based. Yeah, that's it.
News has gone public about the true state of their game. But before we get into that, our beautiful patrons and coped out the wazoo Twitch subs and I would love for you to... Grab yourself a Coca-Cola, because today is the day Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is being exposed with not only a recent artwork overhaul 10 years into their development, but there's leaks being published by all sorts of articles about a
Yep, I'm officially worried about the future of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen now. It's been a week of ups and downs for the potential MMORPG, depending on your viewpoint.
spin-off game mode that Visionary Realms are putting a considerable chunk of their effort into. Yes, that's right. Pantheon looks like it's going to be another bait and switch MMO scam. Now, with all that bollocks out the way, let's begin, shall we?
Follow
If you've been following my channel for any length of time, you're probably all too familiar with the mockery that is Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. All throughout 2022, it was a running...
And this is an update from 2022. That was like last year. This is an update from last year, guys.
Joke to mock the game in comparison to its younger brother in development, Ashes of Creation. But this didn't start because I'm a balding middle-aged man bitter about competition. No. Competition is good. This began because many people throughout the social media channels confuse the two games. And Intrepid get some of the flack for Visionary Realms' lack of actual development. And that...
dude, if you think this is Ashes of Creation, you are fucking delusional. Who the fuck think this is Ashes of Creation? It's not nothing like it.
Really grinds my gears. The first topic I want to discuss in relation to this recent exposure is their sudden artwork change that was announced earlier this month. After the team went dark for 3 straight months, people who didn't spend $1,000 to participate in their NDA testing were left a little confused with what the hell had happened to the game, only for Visionary Realms to come out of the darkness with a 5-minute YouTube video telling everyone that they've completely overhauled the art style overnight, and obviously the community were not happy about it. They had spent their money backing a game that was going for a very gritty, realistic EQ-style world.
Yeah, this looks like it's this thing could be in Fortnite or Albion. Yeah, like what the fuck? This is totally different.
Some scuffed Fortnite / World of Warcraft crayon-looking world trying to appeal to a wider audience. The whole premise of Pantheon was to build off the fact that it was for a niche audience looking for that niche EverQuest experience.
Yeah.
If you look back at their showcases,
and that's the thing, right? Is like the game was always, in my mind, it was made for EverQuest Andes. It was made for like people that are too old to play WoW. Just straight up, like, yeah, for people that are like 47.
3 years ago, you can see that Pantheon had a really solid art style going for them. It was gritty and worked well for what they were trying to achieve. So then, changing so suddenly, almost 10 years into development, is absolutely not acceptable and ultimately acts as a distraction from the real problem. A problem that has been apparently going on behind the scenes for a while now. You see, back in 2020, Pantheon released a blog post about the state of their game that got a lot of people really excited and convinced them to pledge the 1,000 minimum price for alpha testing access. This included a portion of my community and also Mr. Co Carnage, who invested a sizable amount of funding towards this project. The post
he played EverQuest. He was an EverQuest fan, right? I think he was.
Explained that Project Fail, I've probably butchered that name, but it's the footage in the background, was to eventually become Pantheon's 24/7 pre-Alpha 5 testing ground. They stated that by the end of the pre-Alpha 5, the game will encompass the actual feel of Pantheon and include most of its systems and a full progression path from 1 to 50. This quickly led to the developers publicly announcing that the whole game needed to be refractored from the ground up. And
man. So people have had to pay for this game 3 times over.
That led to the next 3 years of monthly development updates. However, 3 years later, today, it seems all of those efforts that they put into those streams, rigging the characters, the concept art, the in-game locations and models, have all been completely thrown away in favor of something, well, it's basically a giant bait-and-switch scam. And that brings us cleanly to the recent exposure.
I mean, a bait-and-switch scam, I don't really know if it's actually like a scam in this case. I think that it's really just like, you can't change the vibe of a game that much and then expect people not to be mad about it. Yeah, of course people are going to be pissed off about that. It's common sense. Yeah, bad project management? Maybe, yeah.
Websites such as Massively OP and MMO Bomb and Pantheon's own subreddit have reported some interesting leaks about the current state of Pantheon. Apparently, people are extremely unhappy with what's been going on behind the scenes. I'll summarize the posts, of course. I'm not going to be reading the whole thing to you guys. Come on, at this point, we all know how typical Kickstarters.
warp drive active.
Your skill has increased.
The asteroid is depleted. The asteroid is depleted.
scams go. The post explains that Pantheon Rise of the Fallen has recently announced it's entering its 24/7 testing phase.
Okay.
This sounds rather exciting for the game.
Sure.
24/7 testing? My god, that's more real than Ashes of Creation. Get
True.
me in there. But what they didn't reveal is that the 24/7 is in fact not testing the MMO they promised, but it is instead a survival extraction mode within a similar vein of either...
Oh, bro, you know that pissed off those boomers. Oh my god. They would be fucking furious about that. An extraction game, a survival game? Yeah, dude, like this is the last thing they want. Oh my god, yeah, we're
or
Fortnite
Dark
now,
and
guys.
Darker. The players start in a private instance and you queue for a 1-hour survival match with your choice of either PvE or PvP. The game mode then drops the player into a random part of the zones that they've been showing off for the last 2 years, but converted to this new art style with a series of objectives to complete. This is obviously a hardcore game mode, and the developers are claiming it's all for data collection and to speed up development. Surely gameplay for a timed hardcore extraction game is useful for persistent, massively multiplayer online role-playing games.
Yeah, sure.
Right? However,
of course,
this MMORPG is closing in on nearly 10 years into its development cycle. At no point did...
Oh my god. 10 fucking years. $50 to play it? Yes, it's just nuts, man. Literal vaporware. Well, like, here's the thing. It's like, at least with Star Citizen, there's like an update and it's like, wow, look, we can go through the galaxy and there's no loading screens. Like, imagine, it's like after 10 years, it's like, oh, here's a really cool playable thing that you can look at. This is, after 10 years... You know? Yeah, that's the problem right there. It's like, if it looked really good, I don't think people would really complain.
Anyone pledged to this game for their money to be spent on anything other than the game that they've promised.
Yeah.
The MMORPG Pantheon Rise of the Fallen. Many of these Kickstarter scams have tried this in the past. Camelot Unchained, Chronicles of Valeria, and even the most promising indie-developed MMORPG currently, Ashes of Creation. If anyone has any first-hand experience of these kind of spin-off testing modes, then it is most certainly me. As much as it pains me to put Ashes of Creation in this category, it is super relevant to the current situation because Apocalypse was a colossal failure at...
Yeah, a lot of people were really mad about this too. Ashes of Creation did do something like this and people got really upset about it.
Earning Intrepid any sizable funding, and most certainly didn't do the game any favors for its public image. That's why it was shut down shortly after it served its purpose. APOC's primary purpose was to build the core systems around data collection, network structure, client delivery, and feedback for a possible action combat direction. And that was all collected and concluded in the first 2 years of Ashes of Creation's development cycle, and then followed up no less than 2 years later, where it was all highly utilized during the Alpha 1 period.
Well, they had the Alpha 1 period, but people said the same thing, because the Alpha 1 wasn't really, like, super good. So people shit on that, too. Absolutely.
Less than 2 years after APOC was shut down. Apocalypse was
and
not...
yeah, somebody in chat brings up a good point. One of the main guys that was like the visionary for Pantheon, his name was Brad McQuaid.
Your skill has
he actually
increased.
Died a few years ago, or like maybe 2 years ago. So like that was probably really bad for the game. Straight up. That was bad for the fucking game.
To help speed up the MMO's development, like Visionary Realms' extraction game is trying to be sold as.
Yeah.
So, how long has this game mode been in development for? Was it made within the last 3 months when they went dark? If so, then why have they spent the last 3 years showing absolutely no progress towards anything, boasting huge strides?
Your skill
towards
has
their now
increased.
scrapped character models and content? Or is this the game that Visionary Realms have been developing for the last 3 years, meaning everything that they've been promising us throughout 2022 and 2023 was never actually coming, and they've been lying to us this whole time?
I bet they were probably just I think that the truth is that a lot of games make these development shifts, but the problem is that because this game is such a it has such an identity that's attached to it, and people fan fund it, that the fans that fund the game feel like they deserve to have the game be made in the way they want it to be made. Which is like, I can see why somebody would think that, right? And it's also, I think, just one of the uncomfortable realities of fan funding, is that if you ask people for money, then people are going to think that you should take their money and do what they want you to do with it. It's just kind of common sense, right?
Now, I am by no means a person who is super invested in any of Pantheon's intricacies over the years, and I apologize if any of my information is slightly off. Hopefully, my explanations can give you guys an abridged version of the game's recent history. There are a couple of channels who genuinely care about this game, and I'll link their videos in the description if you guys want a deep dive about the community's current opinion. I don't think anyone denies Pantheon has been on a downward trend, stagnated on funding and progress for a very long time, and with the recent leaks, the team have been forced to reveal their plans later this month officially, so you can be sure I'm gonna...
Yeah, I'll be sure I'm gonna watch that. I just feel like Pantheon, again, there is nothing about the game that looks appealing to me. The graphics are bad, the combat is bad, the style is bad, everything about it is bad.
Is depleted.
Cover that. But if what this disgruntled Pantheon community is saying is actually real, I think that will spell the final end for this long, painful, and embarrassing attempt at bringing back the EverQuest style of gameplay. But hey, at least EverQuest 3 has been announced recently, right? I'm sure you can all go and enjoy that instead, because you're high on copium.
This is the average Pantheon enjoyer right here. Yeah, the average bro, it's gonna come out, it's gonna be so good, it's gonna be just like 1997 again. It's gonna, it's gonna completely change everything. Yeah, it's gonna kill WoW. Yeah, EverQuest is gonna be back, WoW is gonna be dead again, that's what's gonna happen. Yeah, 100%, man. There's the video right there. Oh my god. I think that the people that are getting involved with this game, make sure to give it a like. Narc makes good videos about these other games too. I wish he'd do more of these. I love them. Pantheon, it just doesn't... Like, there's nothing about the game, like I said. There's nothing about it that looks appealing. Nothing whatsoever. And I am amazed that so many people, like, wanted to back the game and support it. And I wish it wasn't like that. I wish it wasn't, but like, I guess I'm not the target audience, which is fine, right? But I think they should make Pantheon for, like, in a weird way, Pantheon should be a game. If I like Pantheon, then that's a bad thing. Because I don't like that style of game. And the style is not meant for people like me. It's meant for, you know, people 10 years older than me or 5 years older than me. It's made for an older audience that used to play those old RPGs back in the year 2000 or something like that. So it should be made for those people. So yeah.
Well, hello there. TwitchCon just happened, and with it came Twitch's biggest announcement ever, pretty sure. This is going to change the entire landscape of live streaming, of all platforms, and if you are a content creator or interested in content creation, you absolutely want to watch the rest of this video. We're going to break it into 4 sections, because there has been a huge announcement, and that is that Twitch Twitch is finally doing away with simulcasting. That is to say, they're allowing it. They're basically allowing you to multi-stream to multiple different platforms, any platform you want, in addition to Twitch at the same time. So people that have followed the Devin Nash channel before, they know that this is my biggest criticism of Twitch for years, is that they have been unable to do this. We're going to talk about why later, but they've basically been unable to do this. Previously, if you were getting paid by Twitch in any way as like an affiliate or a partner, basically someone that is associated with a website in any kind of contractual way, you were locked into only streaming on their platform. And now that is completely gone. They were kind of like halfway about it. No one really understood it. And so they've updated their guidelines and they have now allowed it. So we're going to break this video down into 4 sections. Multi-streaming, what it means, new streamer best practices, or just streamer best practices. Kind of like new comma streamer, not new streamer. Why do they do it? And then the conclusions and what's next. 4 parts, starting with number 1. We're not going to read all this crap. I'm just going to kind of explain what it is. Basically, I explained it a little bit before, but it just means that before you could only stream to Twitch pretty much if you had any kind of contract or affiliate, which is super easy to get. And I would recommend universally that nobody takes affiliate. Didn't make any sense because multi-streaming was always more beneficial. We'll talk about why that is. And I think you'll kind of understand, this will help you understand why multi-streaming is that way. Okay? So simulcasting guidelines, again, basically they're saying, yeah, it's totally fine, but hey, you can't like do anything that lowers the quality of the Twitch user experience. You can't like provide links, or you can't. A big one is like you can't combine chats. And I'm just going to tell you right now, just ignore all this, okay? And just do it anyway. It's absolutely unenforceable. There's no way that they're ever going to come up and any of this is going to happen. That's not my official agency recommendation, by the way, but I'm just, it's like, I can't think of a single person that was banned for multi-streaming, even when the guidelines were there. So I don't think anybody should read this and be like, oh, well, I have to like take all these measures to do this. You're going to see through this video that the benefits of multi-streaming are just so much more than like any of this BS. We're going to recommend some programs. It's going to be great, okay? But yeah, it's unenforceable. The rules don't really matter. Rules don't really matter. Multi-streaming is effectively allowed. Okay, and you can basically multi-stream anywhere. We talk about the best platforms and everything. Again, like they're saying, well, you can't combine the chats or whatever, but you could just read out the question. So they're saying, well, if you don't want the chats on your screen, you want to abide by the Twitch rules. Okay, great. Then just say something like, oh, hey, John from YouTube says, or like, oh, our guy from our Kick Chat says, like, right? Like you just say that and just respond and solve that problem. And then also you're simultaneously like shouting out your other platform, so it's good. Cool. So multi-streaming. Well, why is this like important? Who cares? Okay. Well, multi-streaming is always better than just streaming on Twitch. And there's a couple of really important reasons for this. The first reason and the most important reason is that Twitch basically has no discovery. Okay. No one can really find your streams, but YouTube and TikTok do have these features. So on Twitch, you got this big system of just a bunch of broadcasters, and when you go to a category, it's either sorted by viewers or it's sorted by recommendation algorithm that generally recommends higher viewership. So if you have low viewership, being like between,
your skill has increased.
It's really, really hard to get discovered on Twitch / kind of impossible. But on YouTube, they have a totally different kind of search. They have algorithmic discovery via their live streams, meaning that people that YouTube just recommends it based on what they think that user actually wants to watch. And so you're way more likely to get in new viewers onto your YouTube live streams than you are ever to get them on Twitch. Therefore, streaming on YouTube at the same time just categorically gets you more growth. But it's even better than that, because if you can get on TikTok, TikTok actually has an advanced recommendation feature. And it
your skill has increased.
Into your pipeline. We'll talk about this a little bit more later, but TikTok can literally bring your broadcast from 1 viewer to like 700 overnight, especially if you're doing something interesting or viral. So multi-streaming is just better, straight up. It's just a better thing to do. There are some people who say, I'll just like very quickly address this because I know it's going to come up, and it comes up in every time I talk about this subject. There are some people, even really prominent content creators, that will say don't multi-stream because it dilutes your audience. It doesn't like, these people just don't know what they're talking about. Okay, I run an agency. We've analyzed thousands of live streams. We continue to analyze them daily. Multi-streaming is categorically better for growth. There is no debate to this. Don't listen to dumb content creators who don't know what they're talking about that say multi-streaming is not right. They haven't done it themselves. They don't know what they're talking about. Multi-streaming is 100% better for anybody who is trying to really build a brand, especially if you're a small broadcaster. Okay, and now you'll find throughout this video, it's universally better for everybody. We're gonna go through the FAQ real quick, which basically there's been some questions, so I also want to make this a video for content creators that are coming here that are like, well, like, I want to learn about it. Do these guidelines apply to all streamers? Basically, yes. So this does apply to affiliates and partners, but they are saying here, unless you have an agreement with Twitch that requires exclusivity, who is that? You're basically going to know if you're that person. Right now, that kind of applies to like the top 500 broadcasters who have some kind of top like bespoke deal with Twitch that specifically denotes that they are exclusive, usually because they're being paid for something or there's some kind of deal going on. You'll likely know if you're watching this video and you are that person. If your question is, am I exclusive to Twitch as like a regular partner or affiliate? As far as I know, no. Okay. And then there's a couple of other questions like, can I use third-party tools? And we'll go through some of the good third-party tools. Do I need to designate my stream as simulcasting? Interestingly enough, they said they're actually going to have a feature that designates this as multi-streaming, so they're really planning to like put this in. Pretty great. Also, another huge W that happened that's not worth making a video about, but they also simultaneously disabled embeds for people like FXer Life and people that were basically abusing the system and getting tons of views. So that basically improves the health of the website overall. Another really big Twitch W. Awesome. Love it. So that's the fact. So basically, multi-streaming just universally across the board is going to improve your discovery. Let's get into like new streamer best practices for our part 2. Like, what do you do about this? Well, you now take affiliate and partner when offered no matter what, which is a huge difference, right? You might go back to my video that I made, why you should never become a Twitch affiliate, and it basically boiled down to exclusivity and the huge percentages they were taking. You got to do the math, right? There's going to be a couple of things we need to talk about here. I guess actually I should talk about this now. And you need to kind of understand this is a pretty important marketing concept for anybody. And that is a marketing funnel, okay? So all streamers should consider their funnel and drive users away from their platforms that are getting discovered at and to a central, safer platform like Discord or Patreon. So what's a funnel? We're going to explain that real quick. Super, super important. Marketing class won't teach you these things. Maybe they will. I don't actually know. Never took a marketing class. Did I take a marketing class? Maybe. You draw an ice cream cone. I should teach a marketing class. I am teaching a marketing class. What this YouTube video is. Huh. Okay. So, looking at this funnel and drawing these cute little arrows, at the top of the funnel, let's imagine this is where your customers go, okay? So, the top of your funnel here, this is the first
You've
like,
been
place where
examined.
your customers reach you. This is how they discover you, right? So, your customer has to hear about you. Your advertising has to be heard about somehow. Otherwise, your customer never hears about you and they never buy your thing. So if you want a person to subscribe to you, if you want a person to follow you, they first have to hear about you. So how do they hear about you? Well, generally, at the top of the funnel, you want to place platforms that are highly discoverable, that have algorithms that will help you. People come to your broadcast, come to your YouTube channel, whatever. So, again, I've always kind of criticized people that have Twitch as a primary focus because there is no top of funnel for Twitch, right? There's a lot of really good options to monetize once the person is in the funnel. Like down here, they can subscribe and they can pay you, and down here they can like eventually donate to you or whatever, and you can make a lot of money that way. But top of funnel, not that good, right? So you want to use top of funnel stuff like YouTube, like TikTok, right? Even to some extent like Kick, these kind of new platforms you can multi-stream on to drive people down the funnel to better paid options. Now, here is the Skippy on this. Is that what the kids say? They say Skippy? Here's the Skippy on this, okay? Twitch takes like 5 billion% of your money. They take 50% of your money, really, like from subscribers and from, and if you make a lot of money, they can take up to, down to 30%, take 70%. But that still is peanuts compared to like a Patreon, where Patreon only takes like 8%. So I would argue that you have to kind of change your whole mentality. And if you're a content creator and you're thinking about multi-streaming, it's probably the most important part of the video for you. You have to think about your whole mentality of how you did this before. Previously, I think a lot of broadcasters, they think, okay, I'm going to build a community on this platform, and I'm going to get all my users living on this platform, and then they're going to pay me, and I'm going to make big bucks streaming video games. It's going to be great. And the problem with that is that you are completely beholden to that platform. So if you do something that they dislike, or like more likely, they just change something in a way that doesn't benefit you because they're always going for like the whole and like the macro idea, right? Very possible they do something that just doesn't help you, and you're screwed because your entire audience is on that platform. So you want to drive people through the top of your funnel now, and it doesn't really matter so much anymore where they're watching your stream. What matters is where they end up as your customer. Your customer in this case might be your subscriber, and it might be like your follower, might be whatever, okay? So we now take affiliate and partner no matter what, because previously, now that you understand the funnel, the problem with funneling before was that if you took affiliate and partner, you basically eliminated this whole part of your funnel. And you only had people that you were lucky enough to come in from Twitch, usually people you were getting from other places like posting on YouTube. So you never wanted to take affiliate or partner, but now that you can multi-stream, it doesn't matter, right? You just take every benefit you possibly can. So if they offer you partner, hey, take it right away. If they offer affiliate, you take it right away. No problem. I can still multi-stream, no issue whatsoever. Great, good stuff. Where should you drive the bottom of your funnel, your audience? Well, I think the best place right now, and I have no paid interest in saying this. I run an agency. I don't sell to anybody besides a very high-level brand, people that want to do advertising. So you are not my customer here, but I think that Patreon is great. You keep 92% of the income versus 50% on Twitch. That is a huge number if you just do the math. It means like if you ever looked at the Kick people that are offering 95% of a sub split, like the difference in what people are getting paid, just the percentages. Like just look at like taxes, right? This is why people move out of states like California. I moved out of California because I had to pay 12% on state tax. Like percentages matter a lot. And if somebody is taking 5 of every 10 of your dollars versus 2 of every 10 of your dollars, that's going to add up really quick. So I like Patreon a lot because it's a good place to hold a paid community. It allows you to diversify a lot better because there's a lot of ways to provide rewards through things like Discord or extra places and like just extra things, extra one-on-ones, all kinds of community stuff you can do. There's a couple of videos I made, including one that's exactly how to make $5,000 a month off of Patreon. And that's because I made $5,000 a month off of Patreon. Also built 2 Patreons that got there within a month. And so watch that video. It's somewhere. Just search that, Devin Nash, and that'll teach you how to do Patreon well. But yeah, you can get your users on these platforms like TikTok and like YouTube and maybe even to some extent Twitch and drive them down to a Patreon or a Discord where they can then be a better, bigger part of your community, kind of like a more prominent part of your community. Cool. So you now take affiliate and partner offer no matter what. And to do, a lot of people are going to ask, we'll just go through like some of the other platforms. I also really like Discord. By the way, I also think that Discord and Patreon just aren't going anywhere. Discord is like going nowhere but up. It's a really popular platform. It seems like kind of like the Skype model that finally kind of figured it out. Patreon also been around for years, just has a very solid P&L, like really just good, solid company. Just not going to go anywhere probably. So these are great places to kind of host your communities. Whereas like, you know, you look at a place like, well, let's go over the streaming platforms right now. Twitch, right? Twitch is like on the up and up and probably the best streaming culture still. I just feel like it's kind of the best place to kind of just feel to be like a live streamer, you know? But in between like the chat and the emotes and the culture and just kind of the meta of everyone kind of just being there and talking. It's a really good place to be. And I think Twitch is still going to be like that. YouTube, though, is absolutely the best place for growth and discovery. I think I would need a whole nother video to explain this. But YouTube just has a different method of discovery. A lot of people are like, oh, well, YouTube has like no central directory where I can go and I can view streams like I can on Twitch. Well, yeah, that's intentional because they want you to search for something like, oh, I want to watch like Baldur's Gate 3 gameplay, or I want to like learn more about Baldur's Gate. Well, that's going to point you in your search results to a live stream about that, and then you may follow that person as a result of that. But you're that's how that discovery works, right? You're not going to like go to the Baldur's Gate 3 category and then click on something. Actually, YouTube does have a directory like that, but it's like buried and nobody uses it. The search is what you go to YouTube for. That's why you get such a higher percentage of new users coming into a live stream than you do on something like Twitch. Kick, which is the competitor to Twitch that currently owns about 7 to 9% of its live viewership, mostly through large contracts and acquisitions. If you're building this as a main platform, I think there's a bit of a PR issue. That is to say that there are some unscrupulable, is that how you say that? Unscrupulable? Oh, I really love that word. I wish I knew how to pronounce it. Somebody in the comments can tell me how. Unscrupulous? Unscrupulous? We're spending way too much time on this. Individuals, some questionable individuals there, who, when you associate your brand as a small broadcaster with, you may run into some issues down the line when you're trying to get sponsors, or we have had issues. So people that don't have context, I run an advertising agency. We spend millions of dollars a year in advertising budget on the best kind of platforms. We're very careful about where we spend money because we care about our brands. So we have had a lot of resistance from brands, understandably, on spending on Kick, just because of these sort of top-level streamers that are there. and what they choose to post as their content. So you may run into that problem as just by context and association, by building full-time there. Now, multi-streaming, not going to matter. Some people have asked me that. They're like, hey, what if you're on Twitch, but I'm multi-streaming to Kick? Like, is there any implication to, like, negative brand stuff? No. Like, if you're multi-streaming, no one's going to care, you know? And generally speaking, like, most people probably won't care about this stuff. Long-term health of the platform is kind of super questionable. So I would just multi-stream there and then not worry about it, but not make it a main platform. Right now, I don't understand the future of it. It looks like pretty good, but I just get nervous with people spending millions and millions of dollars with like no clear ROI. And again, we can make a whole video about any of these topics, but yeah. TikTok, if you can get in, it's great. I say if you can get in because usually you need, I think, 1,000 followers to apply for the live streaming portion of the program. And then the problem with it is like it can take months to do it. There is a quick hack for people. You can join a TikTok agency. These are agencies that are required to support, I think, at least 300 creators. So they're always trying to grab up creators. They will take a percentage of your money for doing absolutely nothing, but they will get you into the TikTok live program, like creator program, which allows vertical video and some other stuff, or horizontal video or whatever. So if you can get in, it's great. And there are opportunities for instant viral moments. I've seen so many creators on TikTok go from literally no followers to like streams of like 500, 800, 900, 1,000 concurrent viewers or more. And yes, it works for gamers too. There's like a gaming audience on TikTok quite a bit. And then all the other platforms like Facebook, you know, DLive, whatever, this might as well be dead. If you really want to diversify and like multi-stream to them, you might as well. But I just don't think it's probably worth your time. Cool. Okay, so tools, like what do we use? Well, there's two tools that I like. Restream.io is one. That's like a paid professional tool that a lot of people have had luck with. It's fairly straightforward in how it is utilized. You can read about it, and it is paid. There's also Commander Root's tool. Just go to Twitter and search for Commander Root, and he runs a, I think he has like a, I don't know if it's paid or whatever, but he's the same guy that does a lot of like Twitch analytics or stuff. Here's his X right here. And so he has a, I believe he has a restreaming service thing, and he builds a lot of tools. Really, really great member of the Twitch community. So Commander Root is the second one. We'll put him in the notes. That's how you actually restream. So you can just literally go to restream.io, sign up for an account, and you will literally be like multi-streaming. It's not like some big tech thing to set up. It's like not that hard. Also, for combining chats, there's a awesome tool called Chatterino, which is completely free. And I actually use that in live streaming and recommend people use it as well. Cool. So that's how you actually do it and some of the best practices. So we're going to go into like why Twitch did this. And then we're gonna talk about some of the really important stuff about just like what is going on with the platform now, and some of the insider stuff that I don't think a lot of people are seeing. Before we do that, let's do. No, I think we'll do it later. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do why Twitch did this. Then we'll do the big conclusions and stuff like that. Why did Twitch do this? Well, I don't think it's for the reasons that I've seen, but we'll get this obvious one out of the way. So Twitch is getting a huge amount of pressure from Kick, actually. So Kick is a website that was started by a few people who, as far as I can tell, basically just weren't really happy with like what Twitch was doing at the top of the ecosystem. And we're like, you know what, we can like do live streaming better. And we're going to offer a 95% sub split. We're going to make donations free. So like the little currency you use to donate on the website, minus like a payment processing thing, is basically free to use. No percentage that goes to the site. And they also pay a salary basically. So if you want to understand like anything about Kick streaming and like who they pay, you have to understand that every one of their contracts is hourly. Like even including like the SQC deal and all that stuff, the really big ones. They pay you it might be a very high hourly rate, but their idea is we'll pay you hourly to be on Kick. So they're even like implementing these kind of creator programs where people can make a salary for streaming, which is great. So Kick has actually put a lot of pressure on Kick. I think they have super succeeded at what they were trying to do. Now, I think I'm going to tell you what I think their financial model is real quick. essentially, if you pay someone a salary, right, but you know on the back end how much you make per customer, you just have a simple math problem, right? And I'm not saying this is 100% true, but this is just my professional opinion. I think what they're doing is they're betting that a lot of the people that go to Kick will convert to Stake, which is their gambling website, where the LTV, or lifetime value of a customer, is probably north of like $200. And what they're betting is like, well, we know that if we pay streamers to get new viewers on, we know like the average value of a user. Because like something like, I think there was some leaks, there was like 2 to 5% of the people that end up on Kick will eventually go to Stake, which is an amazing number if that's true. And then you know your LTV is like $200 per customer or even more, because those people are going to spend a ton of money on gambling. Then like Kick has essentially solved the business model by saying, hey, we're not going to play Twitch's game, where we're going to like go out and we're going to try to like make this make sense by like taking percentages from streamers and creators. We're just going to ignore that, and then we're just going to monetize on the back end through gambling. And like there's some ethical concerns with that with some people, fine, including me. But it is what it is, right? Like that's just kind of how it's working. Regardless, it's really put Twitch on the back foot. And now Twitch has to bet that they will win the fight on the community experience. The experience of being on Twitch has to be better than it is anywhere else, which is kind of problematic sometimes, right? Like the YouTube player, right, is way better than the Twitch player, and some people just like watching and rewinding VODs, and there's just better features and less bandwidth problems, and generally speaking, the content delivery network on YouTube is just far superior. It's just heavier servers, it's better. So Twitch needs to bet, okay, we're going to have the best community experience. And now, here comes the real big reason. You understand this, that the King has kind of put on the back burner a little bit. There's some competition there. Previously, if you remember my funnel talk, right? When Twitch would lock people into affiliate, that's effectively a new streamer. So affiliate was like you had like 5 viewers, you could convert to 4, and like some number of followers, like really small, you could sign up for affiliate. You became an affiliate. And there was like all these people that were like, oh, it was even this like path to affiliate, path to partner thing that people would follow. So new streamers, when they were making an evaluation of what platform to stream on, had no problem signing exclusivity to Twitch, right? Because they were like, well, this is just the place you do this. But after Kick came along, Twitch's biggest fear, you gotta understand, is that like the latest, biggest upcoming streamer, right, is Kai Cenat. And Kai Cenat, massive broadcaster, went from basically being unheard of a year ago to like 60,000, 70,000 like people watching a stream at any given time, and rightfully so. Amazing entertainer. I talked about him before. I have a video about him. So where did Kai grow up? Kai grew up on Twitch. Kai came up on Twitch. So the biggest fear that Twitch has is that Kick starts growing these streamers, and the next biggest person grows up on Kick, because that points to every new creator and every new creator and says, oh man, that's where I need to be, right? So Twitch previously had the luxury of locking people into affiliate because they knew that they were the place to be. Now that Kick is around and saying, hey, that sub split, you can go over here, you can start your career here and earn 95% of all the money you take on Twitch. They only give you 50%. So you're gonna make way more money here, and we're also gonna pay you a salary to be here. Twitch had no choice but to drop exclusivity at that point, because if they were continuously locking new streamers into affiliate, it would then become an evaluation between, well, do I want to only stream on Twitch, or do I want to make all this money over here, and hey, I can also stream on YouTube and do whatever I want, right? I know, by the way, I could be like more not safe for work over here, or I could like, you know, watch Lord of the Rings for 8 hours like people do on Tech or whatever, whatever you do over there. So, great, right? So it became basically inevitable that Twitch had to do this. And it goes back to my friend Trainwreck, who was like, you know, I just think at the end of the day, Twitch needs competition. He was right. Like, Twitch just needed some competition. And now they've got some, like, legit competition, like, getting huge deals sniped out from under them. Big streamers like XQC and Nadeshot going over to the platform for the big bucks. Twitch is like, damn, like, also, we can't financially compete with these deals because we can't justify, like, we can't white paper Amazon for this money, right? We're not going to, like, why should I pay $70 million for this freaky... Imagine walking into Andy Jassy's office or whoever you got to approve for a $70 million expense at Amazon and being like, yeah, so this weird goblin kid like with this hair that screams at his TV and thusly his audience is worth $70 million. I need to justify an expense. You're not gonna do it. It's not gonna happen, man. Twitch can't compete 1-to-1 with what Kick is offering these people. So they're like, all right, screw it. We're just gonna drop exclusivity entirely. Just do what you want. We're gonna build the best music, with the best product. Try to build that. Which, by the way, we should have been doing the whole time. Thanks, right? Took a little bit of competition to knock them out of it, but that's what they should have been doing the whole time. You gotta add to that like I need links to support this. I guess I don't need links to support it. Twitch has had huge PR hits over the last year. You can link it yourself. I'm too lazy to Google it. They've had a bunch of PR hits, and that also means they needed a couple of W's here. And at the end of the day, it forces Twitch to be competitive, which is universally a good thing for the industry. We've already seen this reflect in some of the product developments. They're making favored clips, which as of yet haven't been like very successful discovery, but at least they're trying. And it's also new discovery options. Like right now, is the time it's recording. They have a discovery like feed that's come out that is available to like 20% of the total Twitch audience. It's good. It's like it's a pretty good start, and that's what we're going to talk about now in the conclusion part. Of just kind of like, where is this going? What are the most important like kind of takeaways from this? And before that, this is the secret call out. It's right there. Are you kidding me? It's 2626. What a good time. That means if you are still watching a Dev Nash video 2626, you're the OG. You're the gangster. Okay? Post that in the comments. 2626. Comments. Thank you guys very much. Two things to talk about here. Number one is, I'll tell you about Novo. It's the agency I work with to get a lot of places with. So what we actually do here is we work with brands, and we help advertise products and services on new media platforms. So we might do influencer marketing, we might do advertising, all kinds of good stuff. I make these videos for free. 99.9% of you are never going to be my customer. But if you are a VP of marketing or you own a business and you're looking to do effective advertising and you have a budget of over $100,000 a quarter, you want to reach out to our agency. That's hello@novo.tv. That's what we do. You can also support me personally on Patreon or support yourself because $5 gets you access to 100. That is not a lie. 100 30-minute videos I've made about business, marketing, lifestyle, all the stuff I can't post on this YouTube. I post on my Patreon. My Patreon has all kinds of like business education, marketing education, just the stuff that I come into contact with running a multi-million-dollar agency and all the business lessons I've ever learned. Literally 100 30-minute videos just for $5 gets you access to all of them. There are some other tiers, like we have a mastermind where you can come in like every week and talk to me and tell me about your business and stuff. That one's really good. We've got like 35 of those episodes. Those are all 2.5 hours long. They're done every Saturday. So just take a look at it, patreon.com/DevinNash. And take a look at Novo if you're one of those sorts that is really kind of confused about the advertising world and just wants some help with it. We'd love to be a partner for you. Okay, so like, what's the big conclusions, like the overall conclusions? And thank you everybody also for like supporting these videos. People are like, why don't you upload more? You know, transparently, I kind of like an existential crisis a little bit that my stuff isn't very valuable. So I just like, that's really why I get into these funks. You'll see me upload for like 2 months. Sometimes because Path of Exile is like a great game, and the league comes out, and I'm like, I gobble it down into my cave like the hatch, like the witch that threw the hatch. Sometimes that's the reason, but lately it's been because like I just like kind of am not sure that my content. There's a lot of good stuff on YouTube, you know. I don't know if Devin Nash is the best person to watch overall, but thank you. Like when people post comments and stuff like that, and they do the 26 thing, and they're like, "No, it's like actually good." I'm like, "Man, maybe I should keep creating videos." Anyway, so where are we going? What are we doing? You know, I feel like Twitch is moving forward. Like, it's so weird to say that. I feel like it's good. You know, competition was good for them, and there's a new CEO. We've seen him everywhere. If you're kind of like a member of the Twitch community, you've probably seen Dan Clancy. And originally, I said this of Dan Clancy. I said he seems like a really nice guy. He seems really well like connected to the community. I think he's gonna do well, but I don't think he's gonna be the person that like really pushes Twitch forward into like a massive tech company. And I think that assessment is pretty correct. The previous CEO, Emmett Shear, was horrible, like legitimately. Now he did what Twitch needed at the time. He pushed Twitch, the CDN, the tech of it. Emmett at his core was an engineer, and he pushed Twitch forward into a business that did live streaming better than anybody else did. And that was part of the problem. I don't want to like dock into that. Horrible previous CEO. Just completely incapable of engaging with the community. But Dan, you see him at streamer weddings. You see him playing the piano. He live streams himself from a van. He's a super accessible, super cool guy. He was all over TwitchCon. really fantastic dude. That I just think he is really a great feeling for Twitch, and kind of all broadcasters right now have a feeling that Twitch is just like kind of revitalized. This TwitchCon felt really good to a lot of broadcasters. There were notably some broadcasters like my buddy Co Carnage, who was saying like, man, this like felt invigorating. It felt like a good TwitchCon. Like it felt like good for the first time in a long time. People like S-Fan saying like, oh man, this is like really good. Like I really got this. But a lot of people praising Dan, I like appropriately for just how he's doing. So I think Twitch is moving forward, and competition was good for them. Okay, I also think that Twitch seems to have realized in this day and age that it's not going to be this huge tech platform. This kind of drove me crazy about Twitch in the, like, 4 or 5 years ago, where you had Emmett up on stage that was, like, basically, he was literally trying to be, like, the Steve Jobs Apple CEO, like, announcing the new iPhone, and he's, like, literally just, like, talking about weird little candy features that nobody cares about, like, mod options and stuff like that. Like, Twitch is just not that platform. It's not going to be YouTube, and it doesn't have to, right? It can kind of be like a special niche place for live streaming where people on average are just more dedicated, because like the average user on Twitch watches a stream for 120 minutes a day versus YouTube people that watch like a video for like 15 minutes, right? Like the typical Twitch user is just a more engaged person to that community, and that's fine, right? Like you don't need to appeal to 2 billion users. And I think Twitch has finally kind of realized, like, oh, we can kind of, like, grow, like, we don't have to grow so wide. We got to grow up and make the experience better for the streamers we have, and make this the best place it needs to be for streaming. And this big multi-streaming thing, just, like, the sort of corporate messaging here is, hey, we are confident that we can build a better product than these other people, and thus we don't have to chain you up, right? It's like, if you're in like a marriage or whatever, right? You're not gonna like chain your husband in the basement and not let him outside, because you this might be a terrible analogy, but because you're like, yo, you can't leave anywhere else. You can't go to the store or whatever, because I don't trust you, right? You're confident in yourself. You're confident in your relationships with your friends, with people around you. They're like, yo, like, you be you, do whatever, and like and we're gonna push this thing forward based on the quality of like who we are and what we are, and companies are at their best when they do that, right? So Twitch needed for years to be able to say, hey, yeah, you're like, there's roping people into the affiliate. It's like you with your 4 viewers, you are now locked in forever to being on Twitch eternally. And if you ever look away, if you look at Twitch, it's like the meme of the guys like if you ever even look at Kick, we will ban you. Like, oh, screw this. It's such an authoritarian, draconian bullshit. Like, now they are actually dropping that, and they're taking this stance of like, hey, like, we're gonna build the best product, and you can be wherever else, like sure, right? But you're gonna want to be here. This is gonna be the place you're gonna want to be. We're gonna be so good that you can't ignore us. Awesome. Love that mentality for business. It just shows that the organization from the top down is like starting to get it good, right? Huge W for all streamers. That's my only point here. That's what I just wrote. That's all I wrote. And as a result, again, everyone should accept partner in affiliate now. Period. End of story, right? There's no reason not to. And lastly, I just think this should start to change your mindset for all you content creators out there. Maybe some of you are already in this place, but for those of you that are not, everyone should be platform agnostic, right? Like, instead of just thinking about the platform you're going to live on forever now, diversify to the ones that most serve you, right? Use your top of funnels, and then convert people to paid places where your percentages favor you the most and have the most longevity. Be where you are benefiting and you want to be. Multi-streaming really at its core should be a tool that you use to find where you get the best results. You may multi-stream to 4 or 5 different places. You may realize after 6 months or whatever that you are killing it on Twitch. And you're just like, man, I don't need to be anywhere else, and this is really where I'm getting the majority of my growth and my following and my money. I'm just gonna, like, it's a 90-10 thing. I'm just gonna cut that 10%, and this is gonna be at home. You might, but like, here's the thing about multi-streaming, right? If you don't multi-stream, you never know you never know if that was going to be true. And that's like the real problem, right? It's like a lot of people are like, oh, I'm never going to try to multi-stream. And it's like, well, you could have easily been the next guy on the next Nade Shot or the next doctor or whoever on YouTube. Like, you never give yourself that opportunity, you never discover there. And so that's why multi-streaming is so important. It's like that option to kind of dip your foot in every possible platform and then be like, oh man, this actually is the one that I want to stay with. Or I love multi-streaming. Like, I love like that there's a multiple parts of the community, but like, try it, right? There's no downside to trying it. So at the end of the day, build your platforms and build your brand on the platforms that most serve yourself. Like, don't have all these blind loyalties. And this is something that I really criticized a lot of people that were going for affiliate and even partner at Twitch for a long time, had this blind loyalty to Twitch that clearly they didn't care about you, right? And the truth is, like, platforms still don't care about you, not because they're evil or they're malicious, but because they can't. They're building something at scale for a lot of people, right? It's like you going in and expecting, like you're doing like all these public tests or whatever. Like, they can't care about you because they have to cater to like the huge average. So it's the same thing on platforms. So serve and use the platforms that most serve you, right? And going forward, I'm just kind of excited about live streaming. It's great. It's really great. So, well, Devin, maybe you'll live stream. Nope, I have no time. Everybody, maybe if I do, I'll definitely multi-stream. But yeah, I'm excited for the first time in a really long time about the direction that Twitch is going. And I think Twitch being the leader of live streaming, like, this now means that there will be basically no exclusivity except for just the highest paid individuals. And look, that's a viable path too. Like, maybe you build this great brand that is multiple across multiple different platforms. You got multiple different socials, and then you're like, you get a paid offer from someone like Kick or for someone like Twitch even, or like some of that, and they're like, hey, like, pay you will be exclusive here. Great, like, great, you're locked in. So that's another path. But that's kind of the point of this video, is that there are just way more paths to success now than there were before, because Twitch enabled multi-stream. So yeah, there's nothing negative to say. It's just a super positive thing, and I hope that many broadcasters learn something from this video and maybe take it and they help it build their brands, or you just found it was interesting. If you did, leave me a comment. I read all of them, and yeah, I appreciate y'all. Thanks everybody, and we'll see you again for the next video sometime. Bye.
the Young Turks, a Democratic presidential hopeful.
Why is he running for president?
Oh,
You know.
I don't know, dude. He's a wacky guy. I feel like he's just trying to get money to, like, cobble together donation funds and to get people to buy his book and stuff. I've heard the TYT network isn't doing that hot at the moment, like, monetarily. I don't know, man. He's being real wacky. I met him in DC, like a month ago. He did not look very happy to see me.
And that's Cenk. You go. Cenk, great to have you on the program. Thank you very much indeed for joining me. I've been following your tweets with interest this week. You've been getting increasingly angry, I think it'd be fair to say. You said, I'm now enormously frustrated by US and Israeli governments.
You know, he tried to run for what, Senate or something, and he couldn't even win a primary or anything.
There was a
so
special
why?
election in California for a House rep seat, and he did quite poorly.
Oh, that's what it was.
That was like,
Yeah.
that for me, it was that, and it was the Joshua for Congress guy in Washington that were like the two big examples of how internet clout does not a candidacy win. You know, it does not translate.
I'll give you two more examples, but it's in another country. It was Dankula and Sargon running over in the UK.
Oh no! It's like being popular online actually makes you a worse candidate somehow.
Barrack acts in Gaza. I will not be shy in sharing that opinion on Piers Morgan's show today. Why are you so frustrated?
Yeah. Well, honestly, I didn't expect the framing that you put on this segment, and it's framing like that, that's disgusting. So I don't see what this has anything to do with anti-Semitism. I formed Young Turks and TYT with two Jewish friends who are some of my...
I feel like the anger that he has is played up a lot. They had a documentary that they funded themselves. It was called, like, Mad as Hell. That was the title of it. So I think he wants to kind of have that persona as like a tough guy who's mad all the time. You saw how he was acting when Alex Jones broke into their set, and he was like, "We talk about Saudi Arabia all the time."
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Incredible. Yeah.
Like, friends growing up, we've known each other and been brothers for over 40 years now. So I think what Hamas did is disgusting. I cry for those Israeli innocent civilians. But do I see you guys crying for Palestinians? I mean, Chris Christie was just on here treating it like it's no big deal because what, Palestinian lives don't matter? I think the real bigotry here is saying that Palestinians, we can kill 3 times as many of them already. And this is the appetizer. Netanyahu and his barbaric government have not even started the entree of murder and death and mayhem they're about to do. And that's somehow okay, killing 3 times.
Is it wrong that every time I hear Netanyahu, I literally think of Net and Yuhu? Like how that stuck in my brain forever. You know, remember Kanye when he had the net in the bottle of Yoo-hoo?
Oh, Christ. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
It is really cool right now how like half of all journalists in the Western world, their job right now is to like look you directly in the eye and say, do you oppose genocide? Can you answer to this horrendous anti-Semitism you just expressed? You know, and that's just the entire discourse. I'm reminded of the Palestinian representative from the Palestinian Authority rep who was doing interviews in BBC. He was doing like 5 a day, man. He was like racing between studios, and he found that some members of his family had been killed in Israeli airstrike. And one of the BBC interviewers opened with, "Hey, just heard that some of your family members died. That sucks. Hey, do you condemn Hamas?" Like, not even an exaggeration. Not even a little bit of an exaggeration. Like, holy shit. And that's just all journalists right now. That's what you go to journalism school for. It's how to disingenuously weaponize anti-Semitism to cover up war crimes.
That's powerful. That's a powerful move there. Like, hey, yeah, sorry about your family. Do you condemn?
Any Palestinian civilians, let alone the occupation, which is bigotry by definition. We say that everyone in the world can defend themselves, can have their own state, can have sovereignty, except the Palestinians. And the reasoning behind that is the Palestinians are what? They're what? And the idea is that they are savages and that Muslims are too violent and cannot control themselves, so they must be occupied for 56 brutal, disgusting years. So I've had enough of the bigotry against Muslims and Palestinians, and I need you to speak out against that instead of covering every outrageous, atrocious action of the right-wing government of Israel and going, oh, it's anti-Semitism. No, and there is global anti-Semitism. There's anti-Semitism here in this country. 2 synagogues were shot up, Pittsburgh and in Southern California. We fight against that all the time. But then whenever Israel is criticized, people go, oh, no, it's anti-Semitism. No, there's real anti-Semitism. Instead of attacking that, all you guys ever do is hide behind the veil of anti-Semitism. Do you know why Palestinians might not like Israelis? Because they've been oppressed for 56 straight years.
This is Cenk's greatest strength as a commenter and as an interviewer, is that he never shuts the f up, and he's very loud. It's actually incredibly useful. He's like a truck, like beep beep. He just like rams straight through the conversation. It's a very powerful rhetorical tactic, especially when your opponent, Piers Morgan in this case, is a giant like Piers Morgan is. So it's especially effective when you're fighting a wet noodle of a person, you know, finger restaurant person like Pierce, because, you know, all he can really do is sort of ineptly go like, excuse me, so it's my turn. It's Mum said you have to let me speak as well, and Cenk just doesn't give a fuck, and it's very respectful.
I hear you, and let me respond. A, I'm not you guys. I don't think I fit into any neat fit on this issue at all.
Piers Morgan.
B, I've become...
Piers Morgan, they, them.
Yeah, Piers Morgan with the guys is not a gender-neutral addresser, by the way.
More fairly than most people. I've had many pro-Palestinian voices I've given a huge platform for. They've been getting enormous audiences, from Bassem Youssef to others, and I've done that quite deliberately because I think these voices are important to be heard, including yours. I certainly wasn't accusing you, by the way, or your organisation of anti-Semitism. I have found it, as somebody who's always identified as liberal myself, I found it very dispiriting to see people who call themselves liberals, whose instant response, it seemed to me, to one of the worst terror attacks we've ever seen was to immediately side with the place where these attacks have been launched from. Now, I don't tar all Palestinians with the brush of being Hamas at all. And in fact, the sooner Hamas are out of there, the better for the Palestinian people and the world. But I just think the only human response you can have is, as you did, by the way, to your credit, is it was disgusting what happened on October the 7th. Now, the question then becomes, what is a proportionate response by Israel? Not just the terror attacks of October the 7th.
Can I just say how, like, so there are a lot of lefties whose immediate response to the attack from Hamas was to do this, like, oh, Hamas are like revolutionary, oh, they're fighting back against their oppressor, which is dumb because Hamas is like an Islamic jihadist org that doesn't give a fuck, and they all want to get their virgins in heaven or whatever. Like, they're not a good org. We do not need to stand under no circumstances, blah blah. But Cenk is not like a Twitter lefty. I'm positive that Cenk at no point was like, yeah, go Hamas or whatever. So the fact that he still has to do this performative, like, condemn Hamas bit, or like Piers Morgan is like, oh, well, I'm glad you at least acknowledge that Hamas is bad, shows, like, it's so disingenuous. It's like if Hamas did not exist, Israel and Zionists would construct one, which they did. Hamas didn't exist, and then Netanyahu worked to fund and promote Hamas and basically disempower their alternative. So, you know, that we live in that world.
Yeah, I had to look it up because I didn't really know the history of Hamas, and that it, you know, it's been around for over 30 years, and that it was like an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a name we used to hear a lot during, you know, like the U.S. wars in the Middle East. Like Afghanistan and Iraq and stuff like that, we would hear like Muslim Brotherhood all the time, but I didn't really know the origin of that. So like it was Netanyahu that kind of propped them up.
Yeah.
While he was...
yeah, Hamas. Sorry, because I just want to say Hamas was they came about basically like in the 80s, and you know, obviously Palestinian people don't have a lot of hope in a diplomatic solution with regard to their plight. So the idea of like radical Islamism as a solution, you know, like, would you rather die to an airstrike or would you rather die like fighting for your people? That kind of shit, you know. Same thing happens everywhere. Mujahideen, Al Qaeda, like everywhere, right? And this is all like an open secret, right? Like it's none of this is like a conspiracy. He and his government spent decades like making Hamas the only option for the Palestinian people by cutting off diplomatic routes, literally arresting members of their opposition and classifying them as terrorist organizations. He's explicitly said he wants there to be like a religious Islamist leadership in Palestine, because the main thing that Israel wants is to make sure that they don't get the denunciation of the international community, and it makes Israel look much better if they're fighting against crazy jihadists and not like, say, I don't know, a secular humanist organization, which is what was there originally, and they got replaced. You know,
I mean,
it's a very
that's
unfunny ramble.
No,
that
it's
makes
totally
sense.
Fine. Like so, and I'm glad you said it, because like out of all of the Middle Eastern countries and like the histories and how they developed and whatnot, Palestine and Hamas, everything that happens in Gaza is the one that I know the least amount, and there's a reason for that. Mostly because you can't really say anything about the issue without getting crucified by at least somebody. But I do think that's fascinating because that's like a tried and true method that has happened in the Middle East many, many times. You know, the destabilization of Iran was specifically to combat, you know, a more left-wing push and to destabilize the region into something that is going to be more amenable to a very specific conservative foreign affairs bent. And it's really strange. Like the enemy of peace really is people's fear of you know, secularism, like you were saying, of liberal ideas, of tolerance, and that doesn't pay. It doesn't pay for people who are trying to stay in control.
Obviously, there is now a huge ongoing escalation in what has been, as you rightly say, a 56-year war, effectively, in varying degrees over that period. That's where I think I'm struggling to see how ground invasion by Israel, with all that would entail, particularly mass deaths of Palestinian civilians, how that is going to do anything for any peaceful resolution to this. I think it will have the opposite effect.
Yes. So let's take it one at a time. First of all, as you rightly point out, on Young Turks, we covered the atrocious actions of Hamas right from the get-go, and we condemned it as fully as anyone can possibly condemn it. Because not only are they killing those poor, innocent Israelis that didn't do anything, those little babies and the grandmothers, it's disgusting what they did. But on top of that, they're ruining the Palestinian cause. They've burned the moral high ground to cinders. And then on top of that, they smear.
It's Cenk, of course it is.
Yeah, this is really dumb. It's so, first of all, like this environment where you have to spend 15 minutes performatively denouncing the group that everyone dislikes. Like, yeah, oh, in the Western world, there's just so much love for Hamas. Like, yeah, this is definitely like an issue we have to, you know, settle and really work the details out on. And for two, this like the moral high ground being burned, you know, which is bullshit. This would be like saying like, oh yeah, well, I used to be anti-slavery, but then there was this slave revolt, and the revolting slaves like killed a bunch of innocents. So now it's like, like what the f does Hamas have to do with the moral question of the treatment of the Palestinian people? The answer is nothing, literally nothing. Totally disconnected issues. But the connection of them, the idea of like, oh well, because Hamas is bad, that means that the treatment of the Palestinian people is more justified, is literally the definition of collective punishment, which is what Israel has been doing for decades, is doing now, and is literally a war crime. Like, that logic is a war crime in and of itself.
What would you figure would be the most efficient way to purge Hamas from, like, the Palestinian population?
To, like, concede land. Say, hey, we f***ed up. Sorry for genociding you for decades. Haha, Lamau. Here's like land. We're giving you these territories here. We're like giving you this West Bank territory back, and like a bridge between that and Gaza, not a bridge, like a land bridge, whatever connection. And also, we're going to give you resources as reparations so you can rebuild. Hamas becomes irrelevant the nanosecond the diplomatic option is available. Like, the Palestinian people experienced decades of genocide before Hamas even came to exist. So, I feel like if the people there got even a taste of hope in a different direction, like nobody would tolerate Hamas. They wouldn't, like instantly, it'd be like done, you know?
Yeah, and so, and if the Palestinians had like a level of sovereignty over themselves.
That'd be nice, yeah, you know?
Yeah.
Ideally.
Yeah, it's one of those things too, like, I mean, when people try and compare these two types of things, because again, like, I don't want to say too much because I'll be speaking out of ignorance, but when you do have those kind of conversations, you know, I think that's a pretty valid point, because Palestinians haven't been like encroaching on Israeli lands, like that just hasn't happened, but the reverse has. The verse obviously has. Like, you can see it. It's been proven. You know, maybe draw them a border. Like, I don't know. Maybe it would work. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the power differential here is so massive, right? Like, it took Hamas everything they had to do this. Like, they killed, what, like 1,300 civilians? Which is a lot of people.
Against religious holy wars and theocracy.
True.
Yeah.
Like, that took everything they had. Everything Israel has is nuclear weapons. In terms of, like, proportionate retribution, like, Hamas has to do everything, like, Hamas has to overextend massively to do what Israel did 3 times over in the week since the attack, in terms of, like, civilian casualties. So, like, the level of power, like, the ability to put this to an end, right? Hamas doesn't have that. Obviously, if they could, they would. Israel does. So, you know, it's really only one direction forward, I guess.
Yeah.
So deeply fun conversations, fun topic, you know? It's been a rough news week, or sorry, it's been a rough news cycle.
Yeah.
I say hi to my postman, and I'm like, hey, what's up? And he's like, hey, followed what's been going on in Gaza? It's like, give me out. I go to the convenience store. I'm like, hello, I would like 6 Reese's peanut butter cup duo bags. They're like, oh, that's great. You know who doesn't have food? I'm like, God damn it. Hell.
Yeah. No, I've almost completely disappeared from Shitter or whatever the fuck it's called now, purely because it's like there's nothing else happening. There's nothing else that people are talking about, and there's other shit that I'm actually interested in, but nobody's talking about it. It's all just this. So yeah,
it's a very divisive topic.
Yeah,
I've noticed.
I had to put my foot down earlier today. I was just doing a really casual little stream because City Skylines 2 came out. Very excited about that, and this guy started asking me about it, and I stopped the whole stream, and I'm like, look, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm telling this to everybody. You only get one. You can ask me about it once, and if you ask me out again, I'm just banning you from the channel. I will not be baited into it. That conversation, I'm done.
Do you think you could kind of like... No, you're like, I'm going to take a break from this. I'm done with this news cycle. I'm going to relax. I'm going to play some games. And then you just sort of fall into a trance while playing City Skyline 2 until you realize that you've built kind of a long city along the water, and then there's a small neighborhood, a rectangular neighborhood down by its corner that has really bad services. And you're like, yeah, just recreate.
I just randomly decide to shut off all sewage and electricity.
Yeah,
and
literally,
water
just
to
like you're like, why did I do? God damn! Just keep accidentally recreating.
It's just my casual genocide simulator. It's fine.
You probably could do that, man. I gotta try City Skylines too. I wasn't that sold in the first one, mostly because they did something that I really didn't like. I know you can fix everything with mods, but I tend not to get mods. I remember them saying in development, when they were building the first game, they initially had a realistic, like, city layout, like it would actually build out the way a normal city would, but they were doing it like American style, like everyone drives to work, and they realized if we did this realistic, 2/3 of the map would be parking lots, like always. Yeah. So they just made it. Every building now has invisible underground parking. And that bothered me because it's like, no, like that's a lesson. Like now that we're building the city, it's like, oh, maybe it's really dumb to have everyone carry a 2-ton metal brick with them every single place they go. So I'm really hoping walkable neighborhoods are more of a like a starter option.
Well,
in City
yeah,
Skylines
there's a lot of policies that you can do to counteract that. And in City Skylines 1, like I combated that a lot by always making my city.
Well, hello there.
Assist democracy in Ukraine. because I do not believe that this is a war for democracy. This is a war over the balance of power in Europe, a war brought about by the desire for security on the part of Russia and the fear of losing power on the part of NATO.